Three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed the handsome liberal. Never thought we'd be having a day like this. We're certainly in a period of time where there is a lot of history taking place in terms of presidential politics. Probably more. We're dealing with more in terms of historic events probably than I've ever seen in my lifetime. Many of these historic events that are taking place involve President Trump for obvious reasons. Because the whole criminal orbit around Trump that folks were alleging is certainly responsible for a lot of our history. Now, Trump is beating a lot of those charges and saying a lot of that stuff is a witch hunt. But now we got Biden as well bowing out of the race. So in the last 5 years or so, we've seen so much history in terms of presidential politics that it's got to equal probably the last 50, predominantly from Trump, two impeachments, multiple indictments and criminal charges and things like that. But now we're dealing with Biden bowing out of a race. And that has only happened once or twice. That's not very common at all, that a president bows out. They either win or they lose. So Biden is out of the race. Now, what I want to talk about is the fact that there are good and bad things this is predominantly for Democrats, but of course MAGA is always welcome on the program. In fact, the program is and always will be MAGA friendly. I'll start out by asking my MAGA, my Trump audience, what do you think? Is this good news for President Trump? Bad news for President Trump, or does it not make a damn bit of a difference because Trump was going to win anyway? I'd love to hear from the MAGA side of the aisle. I want to cover a few things before we go to the box, because I tend to believe there's good and bad news in regards to Biden bowing out. We'll start with some of the good news, and certainly we'll continue with the program. Number one, we're going to look at this from a standpoint that the likely replacement is Kamala Harris. There's no guarantee of that, but it's highly likely. So we're going to talk about good news and bad news in regards to this replacement, with the expectation that the replacement will be Kamala Harris. And this is good news and bad news from a Democratic standpoint. I'm assuming the right Trump supporters probably feel that Trump got it in the bag no matter what. So we'll leave it at that, and we'll certainly talk to MAGA within the program's range as well. Biden did say he will speak to the nation in more detail about his decision. I'm not going to read his whole report, but here is some of the good news, and we'll cover the bad as well in regards to Biden dropping out and likely being replaced by Kamala Harris. Good news for the Democrats. Number one, this is not likely to really cost any Democratic votes at all. Fact is, there was never a lot of love for President Biden in this go-round. Most of the votes that Biden would have gotten are anti-Trump votes. The most popular phrase among Democrats right now is vote blue no matter who. So replacing Biden with Kamala, Hakeem Jeffries, Gavin Newsom, you name it, it's not going to change anybody's vote. So I don't believe that this, getting rid of Biden is going to cost the Democratic Party any votes at all. Continuing on, though, the independents, this is more good news likely for President Biden. A lot of independents thought Biden was incapable of the job, unfit to host the nation's highest office. So a lot of them, even though they were disgruntled with Trump, were not going to vote for a candidate that was unfit for office. So a lot of independents were talking about sitting this one out, putting in a more viable candidate that actually has some cognitive abilities now may actually energize some of those independents that refused to vote for Biden because he was incapable of doing the job. Now, next, black voters. There's no secret that Trump was gaining ground with African-American voters. That still remains true to this day. Fact is, Biden does not have a lot of love from minority voters. Now, I'll give credit to Trump, credit to MAGA, credit to the conservatives and the Republican Party for pinning Biden with everything from the '94 crime bill to him stating vote for me or you ain't black or something of that nature. All of that has hurt Biden with minority voters. If they switch to Kamala, most of that goes away. Most of the issues that African Americans have with Biden will not exist if he is replaced with Kamala. So we know Biden's out. We'll see what happens, but I do tend to believe that some of those black voters will likely vote for Kamala. One being that she's black. Novocaine, yeah, she is black. And blacks voting for blacks is somewhat racist. We'll tackle that later. But Trump is gaining ground with black voters simply because a lot of them did not like President Biden. So I do believe switching to Kamala may help the Democrats regain some of those black voters that were on the fence or were going to sit it out. Women voters. It's hard to imagine Trump would beat Kamala with females because she is using the rolling back of Roe v. Wade as one of her predominant campaign topics. So her being a female, just like with her being partial African American, would resonate. Her being female, she would probably beat Trump hands down in the women's vote. Fact is, the Democrats are likely to win a lot of women simply because of rolling back abortion rights or rolling back Roe v. Wade. But now having a woman say it with the cognitive abilities of Kamala, she'll beat Trump hands down with the female vote, in my opinion. I know a hell of a lot of you folks may disagree. We're talking about good and bad news. There is bad news if Kamala is picked, but I'm covering the good points first. We got a couple more of them. We'll go to the bad side. Down ballot races. If you replace Biden with Kamala, which, is the likelihood of happening, a lot of Democratic donors were so disgruntled with the Democratic Party refusing to see the writing on the wall of Biden. They were starting to pull out funding for not only Biden, but down ballot Democrats, Democratic senators, governors, Congress, mayors. We're not going to donate any damn money to the Democratic Party if you're going to stick with this loser that doesn't know where the hell he's at. So now that they're going to replace Biden, that money will come back to the Democratic Party. That's obviously good news for Democrats, but certainly with Kamala having far more cognitive abilities than Biden. And then last but not least, Kamala is more likely to unite the Democratic Party than Biden was doing. Fact is, Biden was becoming very divisive to the Democratic Party because you had a hell of a lot of elite, well-known Democrats in Washington stating outright, Schumer, that he should step down, Pelosi, that he should step down. Obama was doing it behind the scenes, it appears. Jim Jeffries was doing it. So, and that number was growing day by day. So you had some Democrats on TV saying he should stay the course, and then you got others saying, no, he needs to go. So hopefully, if there is another replacement for, not hopefully, but likely, another replacement for Biden would probably unite the Democratic Party. Now, I've said this before to my MAGA side of the aisle, and they hated when I said this, but Biden was starting to do to the Democratic Party what Trump was doing to the Republican Party. Despite what you've seen at the RNC, there's obviously a lot of Republican voters that did not want Trump at the top of the ticket either. And I stated before, Kamala would have likely united the Republican Party. So not Kamala, Nikki Haley would have likely have united the Republican Party. I'm starting to sound like Biden here. All right, bad news. There is bad news to replacing Biden with Kamala. Number one, Kamala is black. Let's not pretend racism doesn't exist. Let's not pretend it only exists in the Republican Party. There are some independents and even some Democrats that would favor putting somebody else in there other than a black woman. So her race is not likely to help her. Certainly not the way it helped Obama. It did help Obama, but Obama had a hell of a lot of support that I believe Kamala does not have. Even with the black community, African Americans don't have the same adoration for Kamala that they did for Obama. They would have it for Michelle Obama. I think that they would, but not for Kamala. Kamala's a woman. That also does not always work in her favor. Kamala Harris being a female, just look at Hillary Clinton. We've done shows here, and several folks Several folks have stated that they just simply do not believe a female has the temperament to deal with the pressures of being commander in chief. So Kamala being a woman does not always work in her favor as well. I don't believe it worked in Nikki Haley's favor either. Next, Kamala will be tied to President Biden's record. And a lot of folks do not favor President Biden's record as president, particularly on the border, where Kamala Harris is on video saying that there was no problem at the border at all for about the first 2 years of her campaign. So you can expect Trump to use the border failings and smash Kamala Harris in the face with that. And that's something that would probably even resonate with a lot of independents and even some Democrats as well. She was stating, Kamala didn't even want to go down to the border and visit for well over a year. So that's not going to help her being tied to President Biden's record, because she was number 2 in that administration. So any misdoings of the Biden administration, well, you can kind of blame Kamala for a lot of that stuff as well. And of course, we mentioned this one already. She never was very popular with minorities, so she'll likely bring in some minority vote, but she never had the popularity of, say, like I said, Barack Obama, Michelle, or hell, even Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton had a significant level of popularity that Kamala has probably never will enjoy. Last but not least, here is something that is really problematic for the Democratic Party. Should they decide not to go with Kamala, maybe they also feel, maybe the powers that be in the Democratic Party feel that maybe Kamala's not the one. Let's say Michelle Obama stepped up and actually was willing to run, which that would probably drive the Democrats into a feeding frenzy. But the Republicans have already stated, watching This Week with George Stephanopoulos this morning, I saw this, that they will challenge anyone else that is propelled in front of Kamala. Fact is, when you're donating money to the Biden-Harris campaign, by law, that's where that money is supposed to go, to the Biden-Harris campaign. They have tens of millions of dollars sitting up in the Democratic coffers. So if they put Michelle Obama up there, there would likely be a legal challenge that this money was never meant for Michelle Obama. And that challenge is going to come from the Republican side because they don't want to run against her. That could apply if they put Hakeem Jeffries or Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer. The money was donated to the Biden-Harris ticket. If the money doesn't go there, the Republicans have already stated they will challenge that. Keep in mind, with the Supreme Court being fairly favorable to Trump, you already know how that would go. So it's very likely the choice will be Kamala, simply because of all of that mess. So we'll talk to you folks. Certainly want to hear from you. Do you believe that this is a good thing for this nation, for Biden to finally step down? Do you favor Biden, or better yet, Kamala being the replacement? And we'll go from there. So you guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. We go left to Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. Now, you don't have to agree with the host. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. It's always about free speech. Looking in the comments, I would vote for dementia Biden before Harris, says Keys Fish. I'd have to hear why. I don't know if I have a difficult time believing that. You would vote for Biden, as you stated, dementia Biden over Kamala Harris. I'd have to hear why you do that. I don't know, but let me go to the box. Dementia Biden over Harris. Wow. Like I stated, her being a female in her race does come into play. Going straight to the box, we'll go to Patrick. Good afternoon, Patrick. Welcome to the program. So, Biden being out, what do you think, Patrick? Is that a good thing that Biden stepped down?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, believe me, I would have voted for Biden. I would have stuck with him. But every time I've seen a speech, or every time I've seen an appearance, even at his best, I seen the mistakes, and I think he probably sat with himself, sat with some people, and said, you know what, I can't do this. So, I think it was his choice. Other people were chiming in; they were dropping like flies.
Yeah, it was his choice, but he's on record stating that if people, he was on, I think it was on told George Stephanopoulos that if people came to him and told him there was no path going forward, he would listen, and he was not listening despite the number of people that was coming forward.
Yeah, yeah, and that's when, when he said he was sick, and then he came back to address the union. When he made mistakes there, honestly, I truly believe that's when the decision was made by him and others. Because, like you said, in the background, I believe Obama was saying, "Hey, man, you know what? You fought a good fight. You're fighting a good fight, but it's time to sit down." And like I said, I will never vote for Trump. I mean, I voted Republican before, but the things, and I'm not going to go on a tangent, but the things that this man has done, the things that this man has said, he's just not a good fit for America in my view. So,
do you favor swapping Biden with Kamala?
Yes. 100%.
Now I want you to hear something. I've seen this on my YouTube. We're simultaneously on YouTube as well. Someone stated that Kamala is not a natural born American citizen. This is similar to the birther movement used against Trump, against Obama, but folks are saying that Kamala can't run because she wasn't born in America.
That's a bunch of crock. I mean, I'm from California. I live in Sacramento, California. So I'm well aware of who Kamala Harris is, what her plight was, what her attack on crime was. And a lot of people say, "Oh, she put black men in jail." Well, stop breaking the law.
Yeah. Well, but here's the problem: the three strike laws and things like that were in California were draconian. I mean, you could go to jail for the rest of your life when a third strike was something like getting in a bar fight or stealing a pack of cigarettes. It was insane.
You know what? And I honestly believe that was a bit harsh. I think they should have rewrote it to the way that, okay, if it was a severe crime on your third strike, that you was gone forever. But it just so happened, Robert Colin Duffy, you can look it up, he a very good friend, he was the legislator of law of California. So he wrote the wording, and he would work with them and say, okay, what do you want it to say? And after that, he agreed. He said, like you said, jaywalking or simple assault or battery or whatever, if the simplest crime sent you away, I think that should have been changed. But she didn't make the law. She only prosecuted the law. I mean, and I hate this. I wasn't an angel when I was younger. But step up, man. When you do something wrong and you get caught, eat your pudding.
Well, I'm fine with the phrase "don't do the crime if you can't do the time," but I do believe the time should fit the crime. I don't believe somebody should get life because it's their third strike and it's a minor strike and say, well, you shouldn't have did the crime if you didn't want to spend the rest of your life in prison. I think that's a bit harsh. I
agree with that also. But again, where people get, they don't understand, well, I don't think they understand, maybe they do. When they came to court, it's not like she was pushing for, okay, they're going to jail for the rest of their life. She was only prosecuting the third crime, and if they
but when you're prosecuting that crime, what the mandatory minimum of it is. If I prosecute this crime on this individual based on his record, he will never get out again.
So where you're saying that, okay, it wasn't a bad crime, it was a minimal crime, so we're going to let you pass on this.
I know prosecutors have leeway of how to do things. You could charge them.
They've done it. I'm just saying that's what I'm just saying, that to do it that way. So, I mean, in the way I look at it, I mean, I like Kamala. I think she was a very good VP. She's done her job. I think she can step up and do the president's job, and I think she'll stick to her guns. Do you
think she can beat Trump? That is the question that needs to be asked. Do you think Kamala, a black woman, could take down Trump?
I truly do believe that she can beat Trump because, people are wavering. Like, okay, Biden's not in his right mind. That was a waiver. Okay, now you got somebody who's 100% cognitive. But at the same time, I hear what you're saying that, oh, it's a black woman. And like you said, race is going to come into it. Misogyny is going to come into it. They don't want a woman to be the president of the United States. I get that, but I think that she can overcome that. I mean, I look at, this is what I look at. I'm not going to tell everybody else what to look at. Trump has a mountain of deceit and lies. The man lies so good. He got up when he accepted the RNC nomination. He lied. He lied 20, 25 times. I mean, that's what on the whole front. That's what Biden was missing. And I think I've heard you say it before. Trump lies better than Biden tells the truth.
Yeah. Charlemagne the God, the guy that Biden said, vote for me, you ain't black. So he was the one that stated that. And I was telling folks, he stated that Trump is better at lying than Biden is at telling the truth. But Biden's lack of cognitive abilities is probably what's playing a part in that.
Yes. And see, this is my thinking. I think Kamala's gonna pull the women vote, and then she's gonna pull the vote for being the people who are in the middle who like law and order. She's gonna pull them too because she was harsh, she was straight.
No, she's not going to pull them. The law and order side is predominantly on the right, and they're not going to. They damn sure ain't going to lead. They're not going to lead Trump to go to Kamala because she was law and order.
Well, what I'm saying is, if they true law and order, and
they're not. You see January 6th there. That sounds good when it works, but yeah, go ahead.
If they're leaning a little bit, I think Kamala can get them. But like I said,
you think Kamala could get some Trump supporters?
Yeah.
Really?
I really do. I mean, they were okay. I'm talking about the ones who were leaning towards Biden, who's going to vote for Biden, because you have a lot of people, even though they're not going to stay to their word, when they said if he's convicted of anything, I'll never vote for him. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh, I'm going to vote for a felon. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I think she'll get a few of those. I don't think she's going to get a mass quantity of them, but no. I think she'll get a few of those. Because some people, I know in my circle, there's a very few, but they weren't going to vote at all because they was like, okay, Biden's out of his mind. So those, I think, I ain't talked to them, but I think they'll go over to Biden's side. But they're just saying just the simple fact that the things that Trump did and the things that are coming out, they're still circulating, and now they're coming out even more than ever. Because I
think if it's one thing that is safe to say in terms of criminality and things, Trump has survived all of that stuff. I don't think Trump will ever face any discipline for that, whether he wins or loses. I think
I don't think he'll see, and that pisses people off too. But I don't think he'll ever go to jail. I don't think he'll ever pay for anything. I think it might cost him this election, though. I really do. But as far as punitive, he's not getting anything.
No, I think for all intents and purposes, he has gotten away. But I got to move it on, Patrick.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for letting me come up, man, and you have a good day.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. Moving the program on, though. And by the way, Paulo, if I'm pronouncing that right, Paulo, I don't want to pronounce your name wrong, rather, Montiero, on YouTube. Thank you for the super chat. Says, do you think leftists come with Michelle Obama? I don't think so, for the simple fact is I don't believe that it's allowed. I don't think you can legally do it. But I think, because I've been polled a lot lately. I've been making videos about me being polled. But on the left, as of about 3 days ago, I started, because I've been getting polled from MAGA and 80810 from Trump, 88022. I get polled from the Trump side a lot because I went to rallies and gave my name and shit. But from the left, the same thing. And the polls started changing that I've been receiving from the Democratic Party within the last 3 or 4 days. And they all were saying things like, how would you feel if Kamala Harris ran and Biden stepped down? Or do you think Biden needs to go? I had intended to make a video showing folks, but clearly it came to fruition, as I've been stating. I've already done several videos saying Biden is going to go, but the polls I was receiving from the Democratic Party started really painting the picture on the wall. And then they started asking, who would be the best candidate to replace President Biden, when it was like 6 or 7 folks with Michelle Obama always at the bottom. But I started receiving more and more polls that were oriented in favor of showing you that Biden was not going to make it to the end with us. So it happened. It happened. So looking in the comments, though, why is the RNC mad about Biden dropping out? I don't know if they're mad, but fact is, all the polls were showing Trump just destroying Biden. All of their training, their ads, everything they had been doing was focused on running against Biden. And they were clearly winning that race significantly. They got to rechange their entire strategy to deal with Kamala or somebody else. So there's a reason to be mad, because of, you're training, you're watching video on how this person fights, how they step off the left foot, how they pivot, how they block. All of a sudden now you find out that person's not going to fight you on game day. It's going to be somebody else. So you've been training for this person. That's a reason to be a bit concerned. That's a reason to be a bit concerned. Looking in the comments, they scared because Harris don't play. She's going to make Trump look silly. We'll see about that. Real quick before I go back to the box, tap the screen. Get your boy on up to about 30,000. There's 700 plus of you in here. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Get the likes up to about 60. We can certainly do that. A lot of you folks that are participating on this historic day. Biden is officially out, and we're up in the air on who he will be replaced with, but it is highly likely to be Kamala Harris. And by the way, there's already folks all over my comment section now stating that Harris can't run because she wasn't born in the United States. I can't believe we're going to do this again. I can't believe the birther movement is starting to grow feet again. Going back to the box. Wow. We'll go to the truth teller. Good afternoon, Truth. Certainly want to hear you tell it. Good afternoon.
It's been a while since I talked to you.
Well, good to have you back on. So, what do you think?
But
I don't know what's going on with my caller. You going in and out.
Okay. All right. Now I'm better.
Okay.
I was around the back of the house. I can't be in the back of the house.
All right.
Listen, I was going to vote for Biden whether he was in a coma on election day.
So it doesn't matter. You are among the vote bluer no matter who.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think that in 2020, Trump lost the women's vote. He lost the election. And I don't believe he's going to win the women's vote this time with Kamala Harris. I think he's done.
It would be, well, I don't know. I won't. You think he's done with the women's vote, or you think he's going to lose the election outright?
I think he's going to lose the election outright, but he's going to lose the women, because the women, abortion's on the ticket.
Yeah.
Abortion is on the ballot.
There's no denying
there's a lot of Trump people who have granddaughters and this, that, and the other that I've heard saying, I can't vote for him.
Yeah. And I will say, one of the things we discussed here many times is that the things that Biden does have on his side, because he holds so few rallies, because he don't want to speak in public, you don't get a chance to see him defend his case. Kamala can do that a lot more now.
And that's what she's been doing. Even last week she was doing it. And so she's going to come out with gangbusters, and that is going to be on the ballot. And women will not vote for Trump. They're not going to vote for, and I'm not talking about ultra MAGA women. I'm not talking about them.
Bro, they are women, though. They do count.
But I'm talking about women that are undecided right now. That's what I'm talking about.
So let me ask you this then.
MAGA women.
So do you believe?
We don't need one.
Do you believe Biden stepping down and being potentially replaced with Kamala is a good thing for Democrats?
I was just discussing it with one of my best friends. We're voting Democrat. Doesn't matter.
Not talking about just you. Not talking about just you. Do you think it is a net gain of votes? Do you think this will bring more votes to the Democratic Party, or make no difference at all?
I think, like I said before, I think it will bring more women to the Democratic Party.
Okay.
I really do believe that. That's my honest opinion. It will bring more women.
Yeah. Now, somebody I see in the comments, Johnny Mullins on YouTube said, "Have you ever heard Kamala speak? Do you see any issues with her speeches?"
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah,
She's been out there. She's been pro-abortion. She's been out there talking about the economy because people want to pretend that this economy is bad. It's not bad. The economy is better than under Trump. The jobs are better than under Trump. Everything is better under Biden than it was under Trump. Now, if you want to go vote for gas prices, do what I did. Get a Tesla.
Well, I would not advise anybody to get an electric car until we see who wins the White House, because if Trump wins the White House, I believe getting an electric car is a big mistake.
Why?
Because he's anti.
Change anything?
He is anti alternative energy. He didn't like solar panels. He believed windmills give you cancer and kill birds, and he's really speaking negatively of the electric car. Trump is pro fossil fuel. Drill, baby, drill.
I know electric cars were flying when he was president. They were flying out of the showrooms.
Yeah, well,
are you kidding me?
I think you would be far better off if Biden or a liberal won in terms of electric cars, because they would subsidize the market and make sure there are more charging stations and the infrastructure is there. Trump is not going to do that. Trump is for big oil. He is saying drill, baby, drill.
Right, and we're drilling more oil than we have ever in the United States, ever in our history, right now.
No.
We're drilling more oil.
Well, that's
so
where...
what is Trump going to... I mean, what's his message?
That's a lie. His message is, Trump's message is what you just said is a lie, because Biden is not out there saying it like he should be. So Trump is the only one speaking, and his message is that when you say that we're drilling more oil under Biden than anybody else, Trump's message is that's not true.
Well, you know what? I don't believe a word out of Trump. Trump, listen, this guy... He cheated on his first wife with his second wife, and then he raw dogged a porn star while she was nursing his fifth kid.
Damn.
That's somebody who's trustworthy, somebody who has 88 felonies and a convicted felon? That's somebody who's trustworthy?
He's way up in the polls.
I like what Biden said. Well, we got to wait for these polls for another week.
Well, yeah, now it's going to be it's going to be important now, because the polls are not going to be reflective of this change. We are going to be eager to see what happens.
Right. The more interesting question will be, and I hope I can jump on your show when this happens, is who's going to be her VP pick.
Whoa. Now that could make a big difference. That could make a big difference. Interesting.
Yeah, who is going to be the VP pick? And what everybody's talking about is, you want to try to pick somebody in this, one of the swing states, because that helps you. Trump picking Vance, that was dumb. That's not going to help him. They always win Ohio.
Well, he didn't have to worry about his VP pick when his candidate was Biden. He was so far ahead, he didn't have to really try to focus on that. He knew he was leading. But now that may come back to cause some problems. Listen to this, though. In the comments, Black Power said that Kamala's running mate could be Adam Kinzinger. He is the former Republican congressman that testified in the January 6th hearings. He's from Illinois, but he is a Republican.
You know who I thought? This might blow your hat off. I was like, I'd go for Liz Cheney.
No. Too far to the right. But Adam Kinzinger, in my opinion, that's not like a crazy choice. To me, Liz Cheney, the only reason they don't like Liz Cheney is because of January 6th. Adam Kinzinger, I think he's not so far to the right. Liz Cheney was with Trump 95% of the time. She just didn't run on January 6th. Yeah. So
probably 98, but the VP pick is going to be the news, because right now Trump is out of the news cycle right now, because he likes to cause chaos and blah, blah. Nobody's talking about Trump now.
Trump ain't never. Trump is never out of the news cycle. You haven't heard what Trump is going to say. I guarantee Within 48
Oh, he
hours,
said
Trump is
he-
going to say
he
something
said some
wild.
stuff
He'll be
already.
back in.
Yeah. And what he'll do is the hardest part for a misogynist like him is the way you speak to women. That is going to turn off women. When he talks to Kamala Harris like he wants to talk to her, that's going to turn off women.
I don't know. He talked
He
to Hillary Clinton like she was a piece of shit, and he beat her. I gotta move it on, no truth.
Thanks. I really appreciate you, but when the VP pick, I'm gonna come back and talk to you.
All right, we'll see what happens. Appreciate it. And that will be one of the most interesting things to look forward to is who she picks for VP. That will be very interesting. This is historic times. For those who like politics, you can't ask for more than this. Wow. The last few years have been awesome in terms of political history. Certainly got to give credit to President Trump over everybody. There is no one that has brought more people to the political arena than President Trump. Whether you like him or you hate his guts, he is responsible for energizing a hell of a lot of folks to get involved in politics. All of these vote blue no matter who and never Trumpers, he's responsible for bringing them out too. So President Trump gets a lot of credit for bringing a lot of folks into the political forum. Looking in the comments, Kamala and Stormy, as in Stormy Daniels, 2024. Now, I see a lot of folks talking about everybody from Kamala to Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama. 2 women on the ticket. Certainly 2 black women on the ticket is a loser. That ain't gonna happen. All that chocolate in one place. Even Kamala and Hakeem Jeffries may be a challenge. You're talking about replacement theory. You gonna let a black woman and a black man run the country? No, probably not gonna happen. But you never know. You never know. The baddest dudes get the most women. Depending on what your definition of bad is. And all due respect to biological women, we love you, MAGA. Fair enough. I get him pointing out biological women, excluding the transgender community. By the way, that community, which is a smaller, very small voting bloc, they're going to all be voting liberal. It's not going to be many representatives from the LGBT community voting, and they certainly would vote for Biden or whoever else, even if they were in a coma, like my last guest said. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 50,000. We can certainly make that happen on this historic Sunday. Before we go back to the box, Kamala and Barack Obama, it's the only way. Well, I don't believe legally Obama can be vice president. Yeah, Gabby, showing us programs of support with the hat and mustache. It's been a slow day. Thank you. Appreciate the hat and mustache. What does that say? True, bro. What that youth, I don't quite understand what that means. Do you want somebody to tell you the truth or to tell you lies, says Neil Young. I'd love to hear the truth, Mr. Young. Certainly would. And you could be the one to let me know. Let me hear the truth. Unfortunately, Trump beats Harris easily, says Robert the Bruce. Could be. We'll see what happens. I mean, but folks believe he would beat RP. Yeah! Thank you for the hat and mustache. They believe he was going to beat Biden easily, so we'll see what happens. And by the way, 2020, they thought he was going to beat Biden easily in 2020, and he lost in 2020, unless you ask him. Gen X. Good afternoon, Gen X. Welcome. This is a different Gen X. This is not the one we often talk to, but Gen X, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing good. What do you think? The Democrats, Biden is out. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it is, yes.
You think it's good and bad?
No, I think it's a good thing.
Why?
Because I don't think he was quite all there, personally.
So
you got to remember, I'm coming at this from a conservative side, and I'm just sitting there looking at not politics, not identity politics. He seemed to be degrading.
Now, do you lean left or right politically?
Conservative.
Okay, so you're going to vote for Trump regardless anyway, then?
I think they should have put Kennedy on the ticket.
On the Democratic ticket?
Yeah, he was a Democrat. He's running independent.
You do realize that Trump has already reached out to Kennedy to get his vote. I mean, obviously, even Trump doesn't see Kennedy as a Democrat.
I said, I think. I'm not talking for Trump or
Okay.
anybody else. I think they should have done that.
Would you vote for Kennedy
Yes, I would.
over Trump?
Yes, I would.
Now, you said you're a conservative. What conservative principles do you see in Kennedy?
See, I am. He's not a conservative. He is a moderate liberal.
Are you a conservative is the question.
Yeah, I am.
And you're voting for
But
Kennedy.
I believe in social responsibility, but I want smaller government.
I'm trying to, what part of Kennedy, because you said they should have put Kennedy on the ticket. What part of Kennedy, even though he ran as a Democrat, I get that, but what about Kennedy screams Democrat so much that even a conservative woman says she would vote for him? He's not a Democrat.
But he is. He has been his whole life. He and his whole family.
But even his own family is publicly stated they won't be voting for him.
That's their problem.
Well, but that's his family. Even if they don't view him as a Democrat.
No, family doesn't mean nothing anymore. It means nothing.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to find out is, what about Kennedy makes you think that he should have led the Democratic Party? Now, you mentioned his family, as you said.
Because he's moderate. He's a moderate liberal. He's not an extreme. He's not identity politics. He has a stance on abortion, and he supports it up to a certain point. He has a stance on vaccinations, which I am now a never vaxxer after the whole COVID mandate thing. He has very moderate views that are more in line with my own.
Right, but they're not more in line with the Democratic Party, though.
That's the problem with the Democratic Party, and it's why I left.
The problem with the Democratic Party is what?
They're too far extreme left.
Do you view the Republican Party as being too far to the right?
Like I said, I am a moderate conservative.
Okay.
I don't like extremes. I like balance. Remember, I always say, keep your table balanced.
So when Trump was running against 9 other candidates, the likes of Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, Senator of North Dakota, did you pick any of them over Trump?
No.
Why not?
Because Trump isn't a career politician. But then neither is Kennedy.
But you're saying you want somebody that's moderate. Do you see Trump as moderate?
At this point, yeah.
Really?
Really.
He's talking about giving cops immunity. That's a moderate stance to you?
How are they supposed to do their jobs if you can sue them left and right? It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There are a lot of good police officers out there, and they deserve our support. But the bad ones are hiding behind that immunity, and that is the big problem with it.
So you believe that cops should not be able to be sued at all?
Not at all.
What?
Under certain circumstances, that immunity should be revoked.
Okay, well, Trump is promising to give them immunity. Do you see that as a moderate stance?
No, I don't, because again, that's something that needs to be balanced.
Okay.
But he hasn't said how he's going to give them immunity, just to be fair.
Which probably is even worse, that he would say something like that and not clarify it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
I said that's probably even worse that he hasn't said how he's going to do it, because now he said something like that and it's left folks like you and me to conversate on it because he hasn't explained what it means or where he's going to go with it.
True.
Yeah. But you admit that's not a moderate position.
I think all politicians do it.
I thought you said he wasn't a lifelong politician.
Well, Biden was saying that, he was going to do more with oil, but he didn't go into actual details of how he was going to accomplish that. Nobody does when they're campaigning.
Yeah, but you said that one of the reasons you favor Trump is he's not a lifelong politician. Now you're using words like all politicians do it. So you're making it sound like Trump is indeed just a regular politician.
He is right now, but he's not a lifelong politician, and neither was Kennedy.
So Kamala Harris, she's not a lifelong politician. Why not her?
Yes, she is.
Is she?
Yeah.
How so?
She has been part of elections almost her entire career.
Okay. I get what you...
She's been elected into a number of positions that takes politics. She plays the politics. She is a lifelong politician.
Now, do you...
And here's my fear with her, is that they're putting her up there for nothing more than identity politics. Vote for me because I'm a black woman. And that's not enough for me.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
I want to vote for a person that is going to do the right thing for our country.
Yeah, I don't disagree that she's going to get some votes because she's black, but do you not believe that some folks are voting for Trump simply because he's white?
I haven't heard anybody state anything to that nature.
Well, that doesn't mean it ain't happening because they don't say it.
I haven't heard it, but I guess anything is possible.
Let me ask you, when folks are walking down the street saying Jews will not replace us, what do you think that means?
Who was saying that?
Charlottesville 2017, you didn't hear that?
No.
Really?
Really?
Did you see what happened in Nashville a couple weeks ago? They were doing it again, talking about... Have you ever heard of the phrase replacement theory at all?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Actually, I will definitely be looking that up because I have not heard of such a thing.
All right. Now, I'll leave it at that.
Because that is like the wildest thing that would be the furthest thing from my mind.
Okay.
I don't believe in replacement. I believe in acceptance and tolerance.
Okay, well, if you never heard of the Jews will not replace us, you're not familiar with what happened in Charlottesville, and you've never heard of replacement theory, I'll leave it at that, because you skipped out on some fairly memorable parts in political history in this country.
Around that time, I can understand why, and I'm not going to get into it.
Well, if you never heard of it, how could you understand it?
And I said I had some research to do.
Okay, but you said around that time I could understand.
To learn.
Okay.
So I need to go learn what that is and take a very critical look at it and see what happens around that. Because you can't replace anybody.
Okay. All right, but you said around that time you could understand. What did you mean by that?
It was a very dark time in my life. I don't care to go into it.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Gen X, appreciate it. Come on back anytime. Appreciate you coming on.
I will. I'll reach out when I check out this replacement theory thing. I'm curious now.
All right, fair enough. And first person I've heard say they hadn't heard of that, especially the Jews will not replace us. Somebody who hasn't heard of that yet. Wow. Looking in the go research Gen X says Rianne. Wow. Democrats thought they were finished school when they graduated. Democrats thought they finished school. Thought they were finished in school when they graduated in kindergarten, says Jay Rich. Really? I wish I'd have thought. I got 3 damn college degrees. I wish I could have been done at their kindergarten. Food stamp recipients for Trump. Okay. I'm going to leave that as is. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 60,000, 700 plus of you in here. Joe Shalom, thank you for the super chat, says America, the land of no information voters. I think he's referring to my last caller. I'll leave it at that, Joe. Thank you for the support. Come on back anytime. The land of no information voters. Do you believe a lot of folks that get involved in this election come November will be indeed casting ballots with little to no information or voting based off false and incorrect half-truths? I tend to believe so. I'll give Trump credit for energizing a lot of voters on fear. The liberals do it too, but I do believe Trump, rapists and murderers and things like that, 18 million illegals in the country, the election was stolen from him. I do believe Trump has energized voters based off of a lot of things that he would have a very, very difficult time proving if challenged upon it. Very difficult time. I think at the Republican National Convention, during that 90-minute speech, whopping 90 minutes long, wow, that Trump stated during that 90-minute speech that illegals have killed hundreds of thousands of people in this country. I believe that's a quote. He said that illegal immigrants have killed hundreds of thousands of people. I don't think anybody believes that. Wow, I mean, just threw out a wild number like that. All right, let me go back to the box. We'll continue on. I appreciate you folks that are holding and tap the screen. Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. Let's see if the comments go that way. Texas, good afternoon.
Hey, how's it going, Tim?
It's going good, going good. So what do you think? Biden is out.
Yeah, I'm wondering what changed in the last 6 months. 6 months ago, wasn't it saying Biden was still the only way Democrats could beat Trump?
Well, number one, the poor debate performance on June 27th, because I was among that crowd stating that they're overstating Biden's loss of cognitive abilities. My opinion was the only people that actually have the only people saying that Biden has dementia are people who have had no contact with him, people who are diagnosing him through the TV screen, and you could not trust them. Turns out you could trust the hell out of him, and the Democratic Party was hiding Biden out because they didn't want people to know how bad he was doing. And when he literally destroyed himself in front of that Super Bowl size audience, that was it. So that's why.
I mean, I think that's what forced it to happen for sure, but I think staunch Democratic voters should be mad and not joyous right now. I know in these
some of them are mad.
Yeah, you got to look for positivity, don't get me wrong, but the leaders should have done something long before the donors said, well, we're pulling our money. The party that is against corporate corruption and things like that is letting donors say who's going to be on the ballot this year, and people are happy about that.
Yeah. Well, now you lean right, correct?
I'm center right, yeah.
Okay. Because you use the phrase the party that's against corporate corruption, which is kind of leaning us to believe that the right is not against corporate corruption.
Well, no, y'all are the ones that say, the right does tax cuts for corporates. Corporations are bad. I don't believe all corporations are bad. But if you listen to most people on the left, pretty much any corporation is bad.
Yeah.
And then what's funny is you get this double standard from the left a lot. Like, they'll say things like that, and then they won't hold corporations accountable when laws are put in place that, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. They don't blame the companies, they blame the laws. It's pretty funny.
Well, and I don't disagree with you at all that there's plenty of hypocrisy, because at the end of the day, corporations do donate a lot of money to both parties so they can make them be, just like Trump is anti-illegal immigrant. And we know that a lot of corporations hire illegals. And you notice that you don't hear Trump really going after the likes of Tyson Foods or Walmart or some of these companies that have a history of hiring illegals, because a lot of them donate to his campaign. So I agree with you. The corporations can really make both sides look hypocritical.
Well, I don't think Walmart or Tyson, I don't think there's any big corporations hiring illegals. You have to have
really?
You have to have a work visa to work for Walmart. You can't be hired without a visa. So I don't know. We're really sure we got that.
I would tell you to look up the history of Walmart's hiring of illegals, to look up the history of Tyson Foods hiring of illegals. And as somebody pointed in the comments, you can get a fake
I worked
ID.
for Walmart for 10 years. I don't have to look it up. I've hired.
And you don't believe
had to hire people. So.
And you believe everybody there is using their actual ID and all of that.
I mean, it has to be verified. I couldn't hire someone without proper verification.
If I use a fake ID and the picture looks like me, but it's somebody else's, how do you verify it? If the information on
fake IDs when they try to buy cigarettes and alcohol when they're fake, it's the same way.
And you don't think anybody buys alcohol or cigarettes with a fake? Nobody's successful.
But you made it sound like they're coming out and hiring them knowing they're illegal. So let's backtrack a little bit. Now I'm having to defend fake IDs being used and getting past people, where your argument before was, oh, well, they hire them by the dozens, you made it sound like, or the hundreds, when that's not the case. Okay. That's not what's happening.
We can agree to disagree, because Tyson Foods, folks have been prosecuted for it with Tyson, the meat packing plants. I would just simply, well, you said you know already, so you don't need to look it up. We'll have an agreement.
Oh, no, I said I knew about Walmart.
Okay.
I don't know about Tyson Foods, but right. You threw Walmart out there, and I just know that's
blatant. Walmart has a history of it, though. You're telling me you've never heard anything about that?
Probably more than 30 years ago, because there are laws and regulations. You can't pay people under the table. I own a small business. You know how much trouble I get in if I had an illegal working for me? My cousin owns a landscaping business. He has a lot of Hispanic workers for him, but he has to do a lot of paperwork to make sure they are legitimate, because he can be fined if ICE or someone rolls through on a job site and there's illegals there. His business can be fined. So I think there's a lot more stipulation there than a lot of people give credit.
So do you think that most folks that come here illegally are unable to get jobs? I mean, you don't think they're working anywhere?
No, I'm not saying they're not working anywhere. You can find them on job sites everywhere as far as construction and things like that go. Yeah, it does happen. That's why I've seen them roll themselves up in insulation when ICE comes through. I mean, and it's not like they're taking jobs away from anybody. No, they're doing hard-working jobs. So, and they're stuck in a system that's broken, right?
But that's the point I'm making, is that you don't see Trump, because you see Trump talking about immigrants all the time. You'll see him bring on families that were victimized by an illegal immigrant. You don't ever hear him talking about some American that was prosecuted because he was caught hiring illegals. He makes it sound like the illegals are doing all this stuff by themselves with no American assistance. That's the point I'm making.
Well, yeah, I don't get that message from him. I get the more, I know a lot of your left-wing media and stuff like that, they'll demonize what he says, but
that happens,
I look at it as, it's, illegal immigration is illegal, right? You can't come, if you don't come through a port of entry, it's going to be bad. And I try to explain that to a lot of people, that don't understand the situation. That's another thing that the Democratic Party has done and tried to downplay, and has now come and hit them in the face, is the problems at the borders. And a lot of Democrats say, there's not people just walking across. Yeah, there is. And it's not new with Biden. And a lot of us know that. So I don't blame Biden for what's going on, but acknowledge it and try to fix the problem.
Well, and I'm with you.
Human trafficking happening across that border.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I'm with you that folks come in this country illegally, but whether it's human trafficking, fentanyl, or, as Trump say, competing with African Americans for black jobs, fact is, the only reason that they're coming here is because there is a huge demand in America for what they have. Everything from fentanyl. You don't hear anybody talking about how some immigrant came to the country and pinned them down and forced fentanyl down their throats. There is a demand for that. Even child trafficking. There is a demand for that market from Americans. Everything that they're bringing into this country, they're bringing it here because Americans are asking for it. You don't hear Trump talking about that.
I don't disagree, but what can you do to stop Americans? You've got to try to stop it on different fronts.
That's like saying, if you want to get rid of drugs, but I'm only going to go after one side of it. You got to go after the users and the sellers. If the suppliers and the ones that have a demand for it. They're not doing that from the Trump administration. They're only going after the suppliers. They're ignoring the folks that have demand for it.
Well, there are already things in place. Trump didn't get rid of the things in place to stop trafficking.
He could increase the laws. He could ridicule them like he does immigrants. He could speak about it. He pretty much ignores Americans that are co-conspirators in this whole problem. He pretty much ignores them.
Well, I don't hear that from the left either.
Well, you said the left sucks. We get your point on the left, but what I'm saying is the right ain't doing it either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you're not getting it from either side.
I mean, it's already there that people are getting in trouble for trafficking and muling, right?
No, here's the point I'm making.
Life sentence for muling drugs across the border now. So
here's the point. What has Trump done to increase the penalties for hiring illegal? I haven't heard anything.
I mean, no, I don't think the penalties need to be increased.
I haven't even heard of him talking about he's trying to enforce it. He doesn't even mention it at all. If you're hiring an illegal, yeah, you don't get any mention. Since Trump was in office, there have been factories that have been caught with dozens of illegals working for them. It doesn't come up at Trump rallies at all. But they'll talk about the dozens of illegals when they came across the border. He'll show them. But when they're being taken out of somebody's factory, making the factory owner look bad, that doesn't get covered on Fox. It doesn't get covered at rallies. The right doesn't even mention it.
Well, I think the more bigger problem isn't when they're
That's part of the problem. But you would agree that that's part of the problem.
The bigger problem is at the border where families are being, raped and forced into muling drugs across the border. That's where you have an attack against humans. I mean, working in a shop, yeah, that is illegally, that is something, but it's not as near as horrible as women being raped under these grape trees, okay? And it being shown to everybody and getting forced to swallow drugs and mule them across the border. But you want to hear more about people hiring them illegally?
Yes. If I can hear about some dude that dressed as a girl and beat some chick's swimming team awards, yeah, I want to hear about that. That does more damage to the country than some dude that dressed as a girl and happened to win the swimming championship. And that's all over right-wing media. It comes up at every Trump rally. But what we're talking about, well, that's not that big of a deal, huh?
I'm not saying it's not big of a deal, but it's just, well, one, you don't hear it on left-wing media either. They're not covering where the prosecution or anybody's going after these warehouses and meat packing plants that hired illegals.
Because the left is immigrant friendly.
You say you're bashing the right for not doing it, but you're not holding your party accountable.
No, because the left is immigrant friendly. I get it. The left is immigrant friendly. That's why I'm not bashing them. The left actually was.
So it is okay to you that a warehouse hires a bunch of illegal immigrants.
Wait a minute, say that again.
So it's okay to you that the warehouse hires a whole bunch of illegal immigrants.
I'm not a fan of it. I talked about Biden sucking at the border plenty of times. But I also bash the right too. You seem like you only focus on bashing the left and you're giving the right a pass. I've been saying that Biden sucks on the border from day one.
The laws are already in place. Now you want stricter laws. And you want it more news coverage. It's not up to the right that there's not more news coverage. There's no point in
more? I don't think there's any. You said more news coverage. I don't think there's any news coverage on the right in regards to Americans that hire illegals.
On the left. What are you talking about? You're not seeing that on either side, Tim.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. The left is supposedly for open borders. The right is for protecting the borders. Yet you're admitting a huge part of the problem is not even covered on the right. The left, you're saying, is for open borders. You would expect that on the left, not on the right.
I'm not following you on that one, man. I think you're just trying to make an argument where there isn't an argument. I mean, it seems like you're not one. You agree with there's an immigration problem, but you want to hold the right more accountable than the left. If you're calling someone biased, look at yourself in the camera right now, Tim. Well, I mean, you're wanting more trouble for the right to hold them more accountable than the left. You're saying there's an immigration issue, but immigration's friendly on the right, on the left, so they don't need to talk about it. But I'm against it. So you're contradicting yourself.
I think you're, in my opinion, you're accusing me of doing what you are doing. I really see that you're doing that in regards to once I started pointing out the shortcomings of the right. Let's divert it to the left because you have a point on the right. So you're kind of doing what I was doing, but I'll give you the last word.
I've never denied that there isn't a problem with people hiring illegal immigrants. You're the one that's saying, well, it's not a problem for the left because we're for immigration. You see what I'm saying? That's total bias. Where you'll sit here and tell me, oh, well, I don't think the right's doing enough, but the left's doing nothing. But they're friendly for immigrants, so they don't have to do anything.
Okay.
I mean, come on, man.
I think you're misinterpreting some of that.
Well, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like the other day when I was on here. You completely sided with a multi-billion-dollar corporation and was mad at the law. And I'm like, you talk about corporate greed, but yet you're saying, well, that's too much for that corporation to do. They can't do that.
I have no clue what you're talking about now. I got to move it on. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
I'm talking about Pornhub. You were mad about the law when Pornhub makes billions of dollars and they can afford to secure your data, but you are instead mad at lawmakers for securing children.
Yeah.
Have a good day, too.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. Look, we don't always have to agree, folks. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon, that's what I mean. You're not always going to hear opinions you favor. You're not always going to hear opinions you disagree with. Perhaps a lot of folks agreed with my last caller. That's why he's invited back to the program anytime. Me and him had what I would refer to as a gentleman's disagreement. I disagree with a lot of what he had to say, but he sees me as hypocritical. And he's invited back to continue on that point anytime. Looking in the comments, though, everyone have a great rest of your Sunday. Enjoy your dinner with your family. We'll try to do that. He absolutely refused to admit the faults on the right, says Big... I can't see a Big Uncle. Well, I'll say the same. I think that the minute I started pointing out that the right is kind of hypocritical on immigration, well, then the left don't do nothing either. So it was deflecting. Now, I'm not disagreeing with him. I do believe the left has performed dismal on the border. But if I'm pointing out something that the right did wrong, pointing to the left is only a deflection, even if it's accurate. Even if what he was saying about the left may have been accurate to some, it's still a deflection from what we were actually talking about. Looking in the comments, Reagan was the last amnesty president. Fair enough, and I do believe that is true. Continuing on with the program, we will go to Jackie Kidwell. Good afternoon, Jackie. Biden steps down. Is that a good thing for the Democratic Party? Hell, is it good for the country? Jackie, good afternoon.
Hello. I just really wanted to say a couple things to the other guy that was up there, because he's so against undocumented immigrants. But does this man or any of MAGA even know the undocumented immigrants quietly paid billions into Social Security and receive no benefits?
Yeah.
This can be found online. They pay in yearly approximately $13,000.
Yeah.
It takes, and does any of these people have a grandma or a parent or any loved ones on Social Security? Because the undocumented immigrants is what's floating those people to continue to get Social Security and Medicaid, and they pay into Medicaid, and they never receive any of this. But yet then they hate the undocumented immigrants so much that it baffles me.
Yeah, you make a good point, and I will say this, because in the comments while you were talking about referring to them as undocumented immigrants, John D on YouTube says, AKA also known as illegal immigrants. Let me just say something before I respond to what Jackie is saying there. If you come to the country and you walk up to a port of entry and request to be viewed for asylum claims, you're not illegal, and that's what a large portion of these folks are. So when you say illegal immigrants, it's actually what Jackie is talking about. The vast majority of them are undocumented. They don't have documentation to state that they can remain here, but they're not here illegally. Like, for instance, all of the ones that were bussed up north by Governor Greg Abbott and to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis, them aren't illegals. Those are undocumented. So that term is accurate. But I agree with you, Jackie, that they do pay taxes, because anything you buy in America, you're paying taxes on it. And there's been a few states that lean right, that have passed some really strict laws that allow them to really go after illegals. And now some of the employers in those states are complaining that they can't find anybody to fill certain jobs.
Yes, and there's a lot more to this article. So right here it says approximately 11 million undocumented immigrants live in the U.S. with no legal authorization to work. Yet an estimated 8 million do both off and on the books.
Yep.
Since undocumented immigrants don't have Social Security numbers and are not authorized to work in the United States, they are not eligible for a Social Security number. So they have this thing. I have to find it in here. It's a TIN or ITN number that the corporations hire them, and that's how they're paid. And I know this because I know family member that has paid into this that will never get his Social Security, will never get the money he's paid into Medicare. And I don't want to hear this from the MAGA that, well, he should have done it the right way, because the man tried to do it the right way. He has been here for 30 years and paid in and will get nothing.
30 years? Wow.
Money. I'm sorry?
I said, no, 30 years. That's a long time to be here hiding out.
That's a long time to be here and be paying in, and they paid over $25,000 to try to do things in the right way, and getting lawyers at different times and things to try to do things the right way. It's not as easy as everybody thinks it is.
I don't know, Jackie. I think that they realize it's hard, and that's the goal, is that when you say I'm okay with immigrants just come here legally, knowing that it is almost impossible for them to do it that way, it's kind of a roundabout way of avoiding stating the obvious, which is I really don't want any of them here. But I'll say come legally, because I know that hurdle really is, for the most part, something that they can never negotiate.
Well, it's not going to change the fact that they're here and they're floating everybody getting their Social Security checks, and all your loved ones that are getting Social Security checks. And my family member has not went out and raped anybody. He has not went out and hurt anybody. He's not went and done anything illegal.
Yeah.
Whatsoever at all. Anybody in their right mind that comes to this country and don't want to get sent back because they're trying to make a better life or send money back home are not going to go do horrible crimes.
Well, Trump says that. Yeah, Trump says that hundreds of thousands of Americans have been that have lost their lives, have been raped by illegals. I think he said that at the RNC speech, that they've actually killed hundreds of thousands of Americans.
Oh, of course he does, but it's not true.
Not a lot of accountability on the right for him saying that, though.
Anyway, that was what I wanted to say. It is an article that I have that I printed out. It is truth. It is, I know.
Who's the article by? Who is the article by? What's the source?
Okay, so all you really have to do is go to your search bar and type in undocumented immigrants quietly pay billions into Social Security and receive no benefits. This was January 18th, 2019, and the actual, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so it's www. I gotta go in the light where I can see because it's very tiny. Marketplace.org. So you can read the whole article, and it is truth because, as I stated, I know I have a family member that has put in all that money for all that time, and he's not the only one.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you 100% that immigrants, when they work under the table, they have taxes taken out of their money that it will never be recouped. It'll never be realized. It'll never go back to them.
That's not working under the table. That's go to the article. That's using the INT. I got to find the actual thing of what it's called. Go to the article. That's not really even.
Yeah, but even the ones that work under the table have the same outcome, though.
Yes, but it says right on here that Social Security, or the U.S. government is not going to turn away getting money. So they give them those corporations, these big corporations. It was a big, huge company called CTI here in North Carolina that hired my family member. That he worked there for all those years, and you get that number, and it's a way for them to pay in. They are paying taxes. Yes, and not only that, Social Security and Medicare that is actually helping, because our Social Security and Medicare, because they've mismanaged.
But how do you respond to somebody who might say, if you didn't want your tax money to be wrongfully taken from you, you should have came here legally? I mean, you come here illegally, that's kind of the cost of doing business. You're going to be paying taxes that you'll never realize. You'll never get back.
The family member Amber is not saying anything. I'm saying that they are paying this in and can never and will never receive it back. It is giving to the American citizens that are here so that your grandma or your mama or your auntie or whoever is getting Social Security, it's helping them continue to get that Social Security because it's running out. That's my point.
All right, fair enough. I don't disagree with that. Appreciate you coming on, Jackie. I do need to move it on. Thank you.
That is fine. Thank you.
And by the way, what she said, as I stated, that is happening in some states are starting to realize the losses of kicking out illegal. Yeah, alter ego. Thank you for the support in the mustache and hat. Plural. Thank you for your support, alter ego 1600. But a lot of states that are getting tough on undocumented or illegal immigrants in their area are starting to notice the consequences. Alter ego, thank you. They're starting to notice the consequences of kicking folks out. They're realizing there are jobs that these folks are doing that those employers are having a hard time replacing. And as she's pointing out, that tax money the missing tax money will be noticed. I mean, some neighborhoods, Hispanic neighborhoods throughout the country where there may be a lot of those folks living, the local shops, local corner stores and supermarkets will notice we're making less money now that they've gotten rid of those people, which would translate to some Americans losing their jobs or some tax money coming from that supermarket that would normally go into the county's coffers missing. There will be some notice. There will certainly be people who notice if we get the undocumented and illegal immigration issue under control. There's going to be some Americans complaining about it because they're not all here raping and murdering people and doing bad things. A lot of those folks are living their lives as regular tax-paying Americans, just simply without the proper documentation. A lot of folks are going to notice that. Looking in the comments, voting blue, no matter who, says Jowl. We're asking that question. That's what the whole purpose of the live stream is today. Biden is out, to the surprise of very few folks. I mean, most folks knew Biden was likely to get out. It was just a matter of when. Well, that time has arrived. Biden is no longer in the race at this point. He stated that I will speak to the nation in more detail about my decision. Why? We already know what led to your decision. A large portion of the elite members of the Democratic Party in D.C. were telling you to step down, either publicly or privately. You can state why you make the decision for any reason you want to, but I think everybody knows at this point, Biden did not want to step down, and the outcry was beginning to become overwhelming, and finally he had to step down because of that. Biden didn't want to step down. I think that's clear. So the idea of, well, you're going to tell us what, give us your reasoning on your decision later in the week, we kind of know. We know Schumer stepped out publicly. I think there were fairly strong rumors that Pelosi was doing it. Obama behind the scenes was doing it. Hakeem Jeffries met with Biden and did not even give Biden his endorsement. The writing was on the wall. So he's gone. He's gone. But I want to ask you folks, is it a good or bad thing for America that Biden is gone, considering he likely will be replaced with Kamala Harris? Looking in the comments, when he speaks, he's going to say, they told me to. LOL, says Matt. I don't think he needs to say it. I think we know the reason he stepped down is because they told him to. Shalene Angel says, wow, I haven't heard that yet. I just got online. Things are going to get interesting. Yeah, Biden is out. For you folks who may have not heard that, I do appreciate you tuning in to me when you don't normally watch the news as much, so thank you. Yeah, Biden is out. Biden announced that he is stepping down. There was a full-page letter he sent out on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and it states that he's decided to suspend. But Biden is officially out, and it is highly likely that Kamala will take his place. We covered there's good and bad things. There's good news and bad news for this if you're on the left side of the aisle. I covered a host of them, but I'll go back to the box first, and we'll cover them after my next caller. Big Rooster Show. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Does Biden know he is out, though? Says Justin. Very funny. Does Biden even know? Doesn't matter. He's gone. But I get your point. Big Rooster Show. Good afternoon.
What's happening, Anson?
Not much. Biden is out. What say you?
I didn't think he was going to do it, but then I heard all the calls for him to step down, and I figured when I was out sick, this would be the time to do it.
Are you happy he did?
I don't know if I'm happy he did. You got to remember, if it's Kamala, you got to remember, Clear America is already. They think they gave us, our token hero already. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, Obama, I get it.
Right, exactly. So they don't want that to happen again. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of people. I mean, like the caller said, the first caller today. I would vote for Biden if you had him trapped in the trunk of a car and we could never find him again, and he got put in a crusher. I'd still vote for him.
You would vote for Biden in absenteeism.
Yeah, anything over Trump. I mean, man, you could put a fig tree up there on the ballot. I'll vote for it.
What's so bad about Trump? Good economy. Everything. There was no wars. Good price at the pump. You could afford groceries. What's so bad about Trump?
I like when I hear people say no wars. Did Biden start any wars?
No, but they started under his watch. Is what they're talking about.
But Biden didn't start the wars. I could see. Look, we got to remember. W started a war.
True.
That lasted forever.
But Trump is promising he could end the Ukraine-Russian war in less than 24 hours. People want that.
Yeah. Who believes that? Who really believes that?
I think MAGA believes it.
Yeah, the guy went in a closed-door meeting with Helsinki. We can't even get the notes. Yeah. You think he gonna stop it? You know what I'm saying? He probably was in that meeting kissing Putin's ass like crazy.
Well, the two are friendly. They have a gentleman's relationship.
You really think they're friendly?
Yeah, I
don't think they're as friendly as he's stating. I think Putin has something on Trump.
Well, I will say this: they're friendlier. I'll say this: Trump and Putin's relationship is significantly better than Putin's relationship with any other former president we've had.
That I agree.
Right.
But I think Trump is afraid of Putin. I don't think it's out of just, hey, let's go, kick it, hang out, look at some ass, or it's nothing like that. I think it's
a 78-year-old man said, let's go kick it and look at some ass. At 78.
Come on, man. Well, his name wouldn't be over on the books of Epstein if he wasn't looking at ass.
Ooh, okay. All right. I get it.
Listen, so with that being said, Tim, I commented on one of the shorts that you put up, one of your videos that you put up. I really think this was I'm hoping I'm wrong on this. I really think this was a bad move at this late in the game, to get rid of Biden.
Really? With all of the outcry, with the divisiveness within the Democratic Party? Really?
Listen, Tim, it was a bad debate. It was a bad debate.
Are you kidding? Have you seen how much screw up? I mean, anytime Biden gets up there and starts talking about something, he goes, well, anyway, he's lost his train of thought. That's became his new way of letting you know he's lost his train of thought. When he says, well, anyway, because your ass forgot what you was talking about.
He did that shit in 2020.
Well, he was losing it in 2022.
Biden, it's not like Biden's gonna go up there and give you some old stellar speech. You know what I'm saying? He's never been one of those guys that you were like, oh man, I gotta listen to this guy.
Right.
He's always been that guy that you be like, oh man, he's hard to listen to.
But here's the problem. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. We should be around 70,000. Man, there's a lot of lazy thumbs in here. Tap the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Helps out the algorithm. Brings in more MAGA. You know what I'm asking for. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. But yeah, you're right. Biden has never been known to give a good speech. But I gotta say, in this point in history, it matters because Trump is known for giving great speeches. You may disagree with what he's saying, or you may believe he's not being honest, but people walk away from Trump speeches. The hell is that? People walk away from Trump speeches feeling happy and energized. They don't do that with Biden like they may have done with Obama. So the idea that he doesn't give good speeches is a detriment.
Okay. So you were happy with the electric boat and the shark speech?
No, I'm not talking about me. I'm saying there's
no. I'm not saying you in general. I'm not saying you. You mean to tell me people were happy with the electric boat and the shark speech.
Yeah, a lot of people were. I mean, there are people who follow Trump rallies like Grateful Dead concerts. Nobody's going to do that to Biden.
I agree, but at the same time, am I happy that a man is talking about? He's supposed to be telling me what he's going to do for the country, but he's talking about a shark and an electric boat.
and also Hannibal Lecter too. What about this? What about this though? This came in on the YouTube site. T Game 91 says, "I'll admit Trump has his gaffes occasionally, but nowhere near Biden's level." That's the sentiment of a large portion of this country. They think the same thing.
Well, when you're talking ignorant shit, you don't have many gaffes. Because listen, it doesn't take much to impress a MAGA fan. You could tell them they got their pants on backwards and they'll be happy with it. Hey man, your zipper's in the wrong place. Oh, it's a great speech.
Well, then that makes Trump's job easier, then, don't it? I mean, his people.
Really does.
Yeah,
it really does. It really does, Tim. Because if you really think about it, has Trump told anybody what his plans were for America?
Yeah, he has.
What are his plans?
He's going to get the border under control. He's going to drill.
Okay, so stop. Hold on right there. You said he's going to get the border under control.
Yeah.
Okay. Joe Biden agreed with the Republican plan to get the border under control. And what did he do?
Well, the problem with Biden agreeing is it comes after Biden and Kamala, for that matter, saying that for 2 years there was no problem at the border. All of a sudden, you're correct. Biden did come around, but it's like 10 months before election before he does it. Why wait so long?
Okay, I agree. He was totally dead wrong in the water with his pants down around his ankles.
All right.
At the same time, you got a man. It don't matter when you agree on it. What matters is if you get the job done, right? You had a bipartisanship, supposedly, quote non-quote, I'm throwing up the air quotes, to get this deal done, and you shot it down because you thought it was going to hurt you in the election.
I don't disagree with that, but I will say this. At some point, if you keep failing the American people, it almost becomes too it's went on too long to be reversible. And I think that Biden's handling of the border, by the time he came around with the bipartisan bill, his handling of the border had been so chaotic, according to a lot of Americans, that it could not be reversed. I'll give you another example. Trump has been so divisive that before the RNC speech he had last Thursday, he was promising after, the assassination attempt that he was going to be more unified. And I stated then, now his speech was divisive as hell. He didn't do that, but even if he had been unifying during his RNC speech, it was the same thing as with Biden. You've been divisive for so long, it's irreversible at this point. No matter how unifying Trump might try to be this last 4 or 5 months going into the election, the damage is done. And that's how it is with Biden with the border. The damage was done already by the time that came around.
Okay, what speech?
Trump's speech? You talking? What do you mean, which speech?
Yeah, what speech?
The speech Trump gave at the RNC on Thursday, starting out with "I was shot," and the bullet hit me hard on the ear. The promise was, because he had went a week without attacking anybody, he had went a week with the Republican Party saying we need to unify. It made folks think that Trump had an epiphany.
I get it, Tim. I mean, you talking about Thursday when he wasn't talking about shit.
I'm talking about Thursday. Well, he was talking about shit. He said that Nancy Pelosi was crazy. They stole the election from him. He said all of that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's not a fucking speech. That was bullshit.
That's typical.
It was straight bullshit.
But that's it.
You mean the fake? You mean the fake kiss on the helmet too, right?
To the firefighter.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Trump people love that shit. I mean,
I see.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I just said it doesn't take much to make him happy.
Well, he did get a family $1 million. I mean, Trump walked out of that shit looking like a hero.
Listen, Tim. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get out of there because I am. We gonna pass out Trump dicksicles and give them all to MAGA, and they gonna be happy as hell. And with that note, hey. I love the fact that you're in the new ride today. You in your Sunday car today. keep doing what you do. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for coming
man.
through. Thanks for coming through. Dick Sickles. Did he say MAGA Dick Sickles? Oh my God, what is it? I won't even ponder what is a Dick Sickle, but I think it's kind of self-explanatory. How do you grow your hair so long, says Chopper? I don't know, It's a Troy Polamalu in me. I don't know, I don't know how it works, but thank you. Caller is a joke. Makes all liberals look bad, says Mark. Mark, do you think anybody make liberals look good? Mark, I know, Mark, you lean right. Appreciate your input. Mark always is in the comments. Appreciate your participation. Spitting facts is now considered something. I don't know, that the word is not typed properly. What does it say? I just ordered 3 MAGA hats. Fair enough. You've helped the Trump campaign. Nothing wrong with that. We need Tim to start coaching liberals on how to be liberal. Maybe I don't even, I got a lot of liberals that tell me I'm a damn sellout. Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus, had my hood card revoked. But then I go to the right and they call me a libtard. So I'm not wanted any damn where. That's the problem of being somewhat moderate. Everybody thinks you're a piece of shit. So I can't tell liberals how to be liberal because they don't think I'm liberal. By the way, tap the screen. Like I said, give me up to 80. Some of you folks have shown the program some love. Let your thumbs and I be lazy. We are MAGA friendly on this historic day. Biden is officially out. Sent out his essentially kind of a letter of resignation to the nation earlier this afternoon, stating that he will not be pursuing re-election. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but one quote from it is, I will speak to the nation in more detail about my decision later this week. And as I stated earlier, I don't think there's any need to do so. Everybody knows why he made the decision to bow out. The pressure simply grew to be too much. Too many down ballot folks. I mean, it looks like for folks on the left, the losses were going to be tremendous. A lot of states that were expected to be Biden's, the Virginias, the Minnesotas, were starting to slowly but surely become in play. So it was looking like Trump could walk away winning control of the Senate and the House by a wide margin. We already know it's 6-3 on the Supreme Court. Could end up 7-2 if Trump gets reelected, leading many folks to believe it's going to be a right-wing America for the rest of their lives. Certainly the Nancy Pelosi's and folks that are in my age category, you'll never see a balanced Supreme Court ever again. So all of that was in play. Before I go back to the box, here is one of my personal chief concerns. I could see benefits we had under the first Trump administration, and I see some benefits under the Biden. I don't think either administration was Armageddon to America. And I know a lot of folks try to make it sound like under Biden, we're living through a Great Depression and people are eating their pets because they can't afford food. It's not that fucking bad. But I will say one of the things that is of major concern to a lot of folks, if Trump is reelected, is the sheer belief that he's going to take revenge and target a lot of folks. And make no mistake about it, Steve Bannon, who is now currently incarcerated for the next few weeks or a few months, stated that was the case. Steve Bannon came out and said it on This Week with George Stephanopoulos the week before he went into lockup, that the likes of Jim Comey, former head of the FBI, Fauci, General Milley. I mean, he's made it clear. Yeah, we're gonna start investigating and potentially criminalizing some people. So that's a big concern if Trump gets elected. Are a lot of the folks that led this country before he came into power going to all of a sudden be prosecuted? Prosecutions going all over the damn place because he believes what he went through was a witch hunt. So you can see the likes of Alvin Bragg, Dwight Smith, or whatever his name is, or Dwight Smith, Jack Smith, whatever the hell the guy's name is, Merrick Garland, all of these folks, anybody that's ruled against Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if he went after Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, the Bushes, all of these folks that he has a gripe with could potentially be in the crosshairs, for lack of a better term. Jack Smith, yeah. I know somebody named Dwight Smith, so every time I think of Jack, I think of that guy. Harris going to get her knee pads, says Billy Lowe. I don't get why a lot of Trump supporters, my beloved MAGA, will say things about folks not realizing that it ties into the people that they favor. How could you bring up Kamala Harris and her sexual exploits when Trump is married to a woman that has actual nude pictures online? I mean, if we don't believe, is it possible Melania Trump perhaps sucked some dick to get where she's at? I just want to point that out. I'm not defending Kamala Harris. We know Kamala actually did have an affair with a married man. Did it help boost her career? Maybe. But it damn sure boosted the lifestyle of Melania Trump as well. So, do you think Melania is where she is at because it came naturally, she earned it? Or do you think it was because of her good looks and the fact that she was willing to get on her knees with President Trump? Think he would have married her and did all the things he's done for her if she hadn't sucked some dick? So I do want to point that out. Same thing with the, sniffing kids, ignoring Trump, saying he would be dating his daughter. And I just want to point it out that sometimes some statements doesn't go well when you realize your candidate of support is Trump. There's just too many things you can push back on. I just want to point that out. You look like you eat bananas for the shape and not the nutrition, says Jake. I'm about to say Julie. Jake. I look like I eat bananas for the shape. I'm assuming you're trying to say I suck dick. All right, fair enough. I certainly don't. I'm straight as 315, but I do appreciate your input. Wow. Going back to the comment section. By the way, shout out to the LGBT community. Jake, nothing wrong with what you may affiliate with if that's what you like. Going back to the box, rather, we'll go to, I don't know what I'm looking at there, but we'll go to Chase. Good afternoon, Chase. Welcome to the program. Laughing at what does straight as 315? Look on the clock and look at 315. It's just straight. How about 915? Same thing. 1230. You name it. Straight. Chase, good afternoon.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. So what do you think? Trump. Wow. Biden is out. Not Trump. Biden is out. Good for America? Bad? Indifferent?
Not quite sure. I would have voted for anyone on the Democratic side, and basically, I do think Biden had to go just because perception means everything.
Okay, let's take his perception out. Let's take your judgment of Biden. Do you believe personally he was fit to be president for the next 4 years?
I think that's hard to say.
That's a problem, though.
No.
That's a problem, is that you're going to vote for somebody who you're admitting you don't even feel certain that they're fit.
Yeah, of course, but I just need somebody to beat Trump, and if he was going to be the guy, that's it. Biden looked weak, but he had a pretty solid team, and for all the shit that people say about him, he didn't do a terrible job. The country's in a bad shape because the world's in bad shape. There's global inflation. Nobody talks about that. It's not just America.
True.
Things are going up all over the place, but we have a population at this point that can only see what's right in front of them. They're not looking outside of our country.
So do you believe overall Biden has done a good job as president?
I do think that he has. He came into a really rough situation, and he's been cleaning up a big mess. It could have been much, much worse.
Right. But you don't feel confident for certain that he could have finished the second term?
Well, he's old. He could have died. Trump could die in his second term. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
At 81, it doesn't really matter who you are.
That is
Shit
true.
happens. So that's what I mean about not being confident.
So
I definitely think it was the wrong decision to run for a second term. I think he could have gone down as a pretty historic president, but he had to push it. He really did.
Yeah.
And that's what got him in the end.
Yeah, you kind of sound like Sylvester Stallone describing a cop in the first Rambo, First Blood. You pushed it. I was just trying to get something to eat. You the one that drew First Blood. But let me ask it to you this way: do you see Kamala as a decent replacement?
I think right now she's our option. She wouldn't be my first choice, but there's going to be a lot of problems if they try and nominate someone. I can see the Republicans going after the party, just a dirty trick.
Who would you have preferred?
I like Pete Buttigieg. I like Gavin Newsom. I mean, there are quite a few, but
Pete Buttigieg. Now he was on. And by the way, what is it? The PPF Ranch. Thank you for the hat mustache. Appreciate that. Pete Buttigieg was on this week with Bill Maher, HBO. Bill Maher. He was just on there on the last episode Friday, and I gotta say for the liberal side, because there's not a lot of negatives that can be thrown at him other than I think they were tying the Palestine-Ohio train derailment to him, but there wouldn't be a lot to criticize him on. Now, Kamala is going to get out the wrath of the entire Biden administration. Everything that Biden done wrong, particularly the border, is going to be aimed at her. So you don't think she makes the best pick?
I don't, but I think she can beat Trump. I mean, I think getting her on stage with him sooner rather than later to show the difference there would be awesome. So you think she should? You think she should debate him? Yes. I mean, bring out the prosecutor in her. Let her just wipe the floor with him.
Wow.
There's a lot of complaints about her and bad perceptions, things like that. But in the end, I mean, she will know what she's doing, and she's going to make a better president than Trump. Trump just bullshits. Did you see these speeches? I mean, this last speech, he just says things. It works though, but Chase, yeah, of course. Chase, it works. His side, hundreds of thousands of Americans have been, killed by immigrants. His side eats that shit up. I won the election. He stole it. They love that stuff. Well, exactly. That's perception I'm talking about. I mean, he looks strong. He says these things with confidence, so they believe it. And these are also the people that aren't looking at things that aren't right in front of their face. If this is all what I'm talking about. I mean, he loves his dumb people. He's the one that said that. Trump loves dumb people. He said something, I love the uneducated or something like that. He said dumb. Did he really? I think so. I mean, maybe I just heard it. No. I heard him say I love the uneducated, which isn't necessarily a bad statement because there's a lot of Americans that don't have anything beyond a high school diploma. So saying I love them too sounds inclusive, but dumb is a different story. Yeah, but that's what he was talking about, man. Like, okay, it sounds better, the uneducated. I don't have a 4-year degree. I got it, but that's what he's talking about. Likes people. You can steer in whatever direction you want to go. Yeah, they can be molded. Here's a very interesting comment. I'm getting this out from YouTube. This came from Donna Berardini. Now, shout out to my female Trump supporters because we don't have a lot of those because a lot of folks, everybody says the liberals are going to get the women vote, but we do get female MAGA. Donna says everyone in the world wants Trump back for world peace. So in other words, if Trump is elected, you'll get a lot less conflict around the planet. And folks want Trump back because he will bring peace and harmony to the planet. What do you think of that? That's nonsense. That's one of those things he just says. He might be able to at this point because people see him as even more dangerous. He might be able to act like a mob boss and hold things back on people and threaten others. But some people want that. Some people want the mob boss. Yeah, of course. But I tell Donna, go and travel around the world. See what people think of us. I mean, every time I go to Europe, anything, immediately the Uber driver will ask, did you vote for Trump? Because they think it's a joke. They really do. We look like just fools. Wow. Yeah, I used to live overseas myself, and I don't think I've talked to anybody that I know from when I lived in Australia and over in New Zealand that favors Trump. I've had a lot of people call in the program that are from other countries that favor Trump, but nobody that I knew personally
from Australia or New Zealand favor Trump. Everybody I know that lived overseas kind of have the viewpoint that you just stated.
Yeah, I mean it's true. Anyone that like actually knows what's going on knows that he's not a great guy, especially overseas. I mean, but the thing about Trump, for all these people, he looks cool, and he looks like the bully in high school that has some street cred, and that's a great thing. That's enough for millions of people. But
did you see the? You say he looked cool. Did you see the fist pump photo after he been shot? I mean, that shit is cool. I gotta give it up.
Exactly.
I mean, that's pretty damn patriotic looking. Everything was there, even the U.S. flag. The only thing was missing is an eagle landing on his fist.
Exactly. I mean, I agree. And like one of the things I will give Trump is he's a genius when it comes to marketing and perception. He knows what he's doing. I mean, he really does. Like he can look great. He can make Biden look like garbage. It's just what he's good at.
So can I interest? So if you see Biden, I mean, you see Trump doing it and being that good at what he does. Can I interest you in a red MAGA hat there that's over my right shoulder?
No, of course not. I mean, just because that's not the only thing, If it was the only thing, I'd be right there with him, but it's not by any means.
Fair enough, Chase. Appreciate you calling, coming through. I do got to move it on. Come on back anytime.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I'm not getting a lot of MAGA on the program. I'm certainly seeking that. Understand I do not block, ban, or censor anybody. So program is open to viewpoints from all sides of the aisle. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon, we do mean that. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You do not have to agree with the host. So understand we do take opinions from all sides of the aisle. Appreciate those that are tapping the screen. We should have been around 100,000 by now. Certainly tap the screen, get the likes on up. Same on YouTube. I appreciate your participation as well. Smash that like button on YouTube. I love your open-mindedness, says James Linderman, if I'm correct. Thank you. Appreciate that. By the way, if you do favor uncensored dialogue from both sides of the aisle, civilized dialogue between all sides of the aisle, fair enough. Feel free to follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube, if you will. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central is when we're here. And we certainly will be talking about this probably to some degree for the remainder of this week. I mean, until the Democrats, pick a candidate, and we'll obviously be running with that. But Trump was dominating the news. So this will put the Democrats in the news because Biden is boring as hell. This will put the Democrats in the news somewhat. You can expect a very controversial statement probably from Trump in the next 48 hours because he does not like to be in second place in terms of news coverage. So Trump is coming. But right now, until the Democrats replace Biden, which is likely to be Kamala, you're going to hear a lot of stories on Biden. This would be great for you folks who often refer to programs like this as having Trump derangement syndrome. This will be covering other things. Ed W., appreciate the super chat on YouTube. Ed says, in regards to my last caller, that caller lives in his grandma's basement with his mother. So he suggested that my last caller not only lives in the basement of his grandma's place, but his mom is down there with him too. Damn. 3 generations in one house. All right. Yikes. Looking in the comments, all you got to do is check where Trump comes from to know who he is, the truth, not the Back to the Future program. I don't quite get that comment, Eric. Don't quite get that. By the way, folks, thank you for tapping the screen. Somebody says, lose a button, bro. Is that all you see out of this whole program? I slid a shirt over my head, and I didn't undo the top button. Out of everything that's going on, that's what you notice, is the buttons, bro. Okay, all right. Let me continue the program, though. Time of the month, we have no president. Rocky, Rush, Rivi. I don't quite get what you're saying about that. We'll keep it going. We'll keep the program going. Big Trig. Good afternoon, and here you go. Good afternoon, Big Trig. Welcome to the program. If the box, there you go, Big Trig.
Hey, what's happening, my brother? How are you today?
We lost Biden. What say you?
Hey, man, we can only celebrate the things that he's done for this country right now. That's what we're going to do. Today is his day to celebrate. Then tomorrow, we're going to get over it and move forward. That's the way I look at it.
Do you look at it this way? On YouTube, Z Corp Alpha says that Kamala Harris will win because they have that abortion bill. Do you think Kamala Harris is going to lead the way due to Roe versus Wade being rolled back?
Well, I got something for you, Tim. She has a strong recommendation from the Republican Party, from their top nominee.
What do you mean?
In 2011, September of 2011, he endorsed her to re-elect her for Attorney General.
Damn.
And he offered $5,000 to her campaign.
You know, I did hear about that. He did.
Yeah, so if he got confidence in her and everybody believes what the Don says, right? Guess what? I think she can take us to the top.
Wow. Let me make sure I get this right. You do feel somewhat confident that Kamala could beat Trump?
I do. I think that with the right VP pick, I think that she can win over a lot of individuals that were sitting out there in limbo, not sure which direction to go.
Yeah.
Right? I think what she'll do, a lot of young black voters who were disdained from where they were, who were kind of stuck, but were leaning towards Trump, may now come back home because they may see something that they can relate to in some way, shape, or form. Now, does that mean everybody goes that way? No, we know that, right? But I think, like I said, the VP pick is vital, right? Now, what the Democratic Party has to do is stop eating their young, right? And come together, unify, right? And get behind whoever it is with everything that we got. And I think
unless it's somebody awful, I think that will happen. I think the Democratic Party will unify unless it's a really, really unpopular pick. I want to point out another super chat on YouTube. Mega Lion 15 asks, what do you think Trump will do as president with DACA? I believe DACA is the dreamer. That's the dreamers, right? If you're not here in America and you don't currently have residency, and you came in by way of the southern border, you are not safe if Trump gets reelected. Period. Unless you already have legal documentation in the form of residency, if Trump gets elected, I do believe the dreamers are not safe. That's just my humble opinion. What do you think, Big Tree? Do you think Trump would be friendly to the dreamers?
Well, yeah, they can dream that he's gonna be friendly to us.
Yeah, I don't think you're safe. I don't think you're safe.
Yeah, I think implementation, of course, of Project 2025, which has already started, right? We can go back and look at things and see things, small things starting to happen. No,
he is still vehemently denying any connection to Project 2025.
Well, I mean, because it shines a negative light for him at this point.
It's real negative.
At this point. Now key word, at this point. Yeah. He gets elected, he is going to have what we call a memory mega blast, right? He remembers it all now. I remember talking to him. I remember what they were offering. And guess what? It's going to help my campaign now as we move forward and move this country in the direction that we need to go. So he's going to remember when his time is right.
I think there's something more than just Project 2025, which is more realistic where you can't deny. But let me point this out first. Super Chat Z Corp Alpha says, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, will be vice president. She is 35 in October. Do you think Kamala would dare do that? 2 minorities on the ticket, 2 women, one very progressive.
I think I heard you say it before, my friend, that earlier in your show, that 2 women on the ticket may not be the best decision right now. They got to still have something right now that people can relate to and hold on to. Two young ladies on the ticket could be scary for a lot of people.
You know who I think would be? First of all, I will say this. Yeah, a woman of color is a no-no. A second, I mean, you're the guy. If Kamala's at the top of the ticket, any woman of color is a no-no. Unless it's maybe Michelle Obama, and even then, I think it would be problematic. Just two women of color is way too much Hershey's for a lot of folks who may prefer a little bit of popcorn. So I will say that. But the other thing I will say is that you need some, because when Obama got elected, he picked for VP somebody that a lot of folks in Washington could relate to and felt might be a little bit more moderate and neutral in Joe Biden. Biden had been around for decades, had a lot of Republican friends as well. What about somebody like Paul Ryan or somebody?
I can see that. I can see that. I can relate to that pick because the simple fact of the matter is, I think it'll balance the ticket, right? So I think yes, I think that may be something to look at. But you know what? We're all going to be speculating. You know why? Nobody's going to say nothing. Everybody's going to have their opinion, who they think. They're going to roll out. She's going to roll out. If she's the nominee, she's going to roll out who she thinks best suit the ticket. And if we got people behind her that's telling her smart things, she's going to make the right decision. Because if we don't, guess what? As they all say on the left, democracy's at stake.
And I was going to point that out when you mentioned Project 2025. Now, Trump is denying that he has anything to do with it. We can go back and forth about Project 2025. I mean, fact is, with so many connections to Trump's former administration, it doesn't look like what he's saying is reasonable, but taking Project 2025 out of it, one thing is almost certain. Clarence Thomas, who's 75, and Judge Alito, who's 74, will be replaced by Trump, meaning he will have been able to appoint 5 Supreme Court justices. That means that America, even if you dislike Biden, or you are an independent, even an independent doesn't want a far-right America for the next 20 plus years. If Trump is elected and he even makes that simple change, which is almost guaranteed, Alito and Thomas are gone during Trump's term. They're not going to stay there till they're 79 and 78 years old, where they may get replaced by a liberal. No, they're going to step down, giving Trump 5 appointments. Even the independents probably don't favor a government that is that far to the right for so long. Even if you don't like Biden, voting in Trump is voting in a long-term right-wing government, and that's not even discussing Project 2025.
And the funny thing about that too, as you say that, everybody should remember what we witnessed in these last few months. Right? So if that's where you stand, if you say, hey, I need this right-wing Supreme Court, anybody with clear eyes, clear heart, just look at it. If you think that's what we need, then I'm going to tell you, vote your heart. But if anybody with common sense can see, right, that there is some questions that need to be raised about the Supreme Court in its current status. So imagine if he does get those other individuals in there. Man, we may be, hey, I don't know, Tim, we might have to go to another planet, screw another country.
You know something, I do got to move it on, but I will respond to what you're saying. Simply put, I do believe this may be the first election where some people say if this guy wins, we're going to lead the country and actually do it. Because there are folks like General Milley and James Comey that could potentially be incarcerated. I do believe there may be some real life people that lead the country because they fear Trump coming after them. Because he stated that he is going to go after some people. People are on the chopping block if he wins, according to him. I got to move it on, though, Big Trig. Appreciate you coming in.
Always a pleasure talking to you, my brother. You have a good one.
My sentiments, exactly. Thank you. Looking in the comments, and by the way, the far right government, because I seen folks in the comments, black for Trump, and the hashtag walkaway. Hashtag walkaway, by the way, was a big failure. Hashtag walkaway was the movement where blacks were going to walk away from the Democratic plantation. You've seen it all over TikTok, all over social media. It was called hashtag walkaway. You've seen black folks talking about the Democratic Party was, racist or abusive to blacks, and they were going to walk away. This is before the midterms. Complete and utter failure. Did not happen. In fact, I don't think they're using that hashtag anymore, but there are plenty of African Americans, predominantly men, that are MAGA, that are voting for Trump. I will say this. while there are some reasons a lot of these folks may favor Trump over Biden, fair enough. I don't think many of them, particularly in the African American community, I don't think many African Americans want a far right government for the next 20 years. I think we're voting for Trump because you could afford groceries and gas under Trump, and maybe you don't see that under Biden. And that's a legitimate reason to make your choice. But I don't think that a lot of folks are factoring in that the Supreme Court could stay right for so damn long. And I really don't believe most African Americans have heard Trump state he want to give police immunity in Democratic cities where they all live. And he's on video saying that, by the way. I'm not making it up. It ain't Trump derangement syndrome. He has stated he wants to lower crime and will work with Democratic mayors and governors in Democratic cities. It is going to give police immunity from prosecution. So to lower the crime in Chicago, for instance, which Chicago has a lot of crime, you hear about it all over right-wing media. To lower crime in Chicago, we're going to give police immunity. Well, I mean, who lives in Chicago? It's mostly black people. You know, same thing when you look at Detroit. Or I mean, when you say liberal cities, you kind of, when you say you want to get cops immunity from prosecution in liberal cities, you kind of can paint a picture of who those cops are going to be dealing with. I mean, who commits most of the crime in liberal cities? It's black people. I mean, I'm not trying to, sugarcoat this shit. It's black people. Most of the crime committed in big liberal cities is done by black people. The blue collar crime, I'm not talking about white collar crime and bank fraud. I'm talking about snatching purses and the stuff that the average police officer is likely to encounter. It's black people. So all of a sudden, if they have immunity, I don't think most African Americans would favor that. I think a lot of folks that are voting for Trump probably has never heard that or they don't believe it, but he did state it, and he stated it the way I just said. Looking in the comments, blacks, let's get 45% for Trump. That would be historic, John Call. Probably the most, if President Trump were to get 45% of the black vote, that would probably be the most African American support for a Republican president since Martin Luther King was alive. I don't believe it'll even be half of that, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but I'd be very surprised if Trump got 22.5%, which is half of what you said. Homeless people are being ignored in this crime. James, homeless people in America are always being ignored. It's a capitalist country. In a capitalist society, everybody is worried about the finances for their own damn self. Homeless people have always been ignored. That ain't nothing new. If you try to help out homeless, what's the first thing most Americans are going to say? Well, who's going to pay for that? I don't want it coming out of my taxes. If anything, most Americans, despite the homeless problem in this country, most Americans want a tax cut. So I want to pay less in taxes, knowing that the only way to help out the homeless is with more in taxes. So there's no love for the homeless. That's going to get ignored under the Trump administration as well. What most cities do, they just outlaw the homeless. You ever heard of the old phrase, sweeping the problem under the rug? I don't want tents in homeless people all over the damn city. Sweep them in the local jail. That way they're not in our face. We don't have to see them. It's called sweeping the problem under the rug. They don't go away. We just relocate them to jail. That's how you get rid of the homeless. That's how it's going to happen in a lot of cities. Just get rid of them. I don't want tents all over the damn. I'm not going to give them any money. I'm just going to sweep them out of the way. Looking in the comments, it's all over and it's going to happen. 2024, Trump 2024 says yellow. We'll see. I'll be curious to see how the debates go before we start saying it's all over. I think that Trump was going to do a lot better against Biden than any replacement, though. Not to say he may not beat Kamala or whoever else they put in there, but I think he was a surety to beat Biden. I think he was in a much better position to beat Biden than whoever they replaced Biden with. You are saying blacks are criminals, laughing my ass off. I'm saying in Democratic cities, Draco, appreciate your input. Yeah, in liberal cities, the predominant criminals, yeah, they're African Americans. I grew up in the city of Chicago, south side of the city of Chicago. Yeah, most of the folks in Chicago committing blue-collar crimes, they are black. I'm not going to lie and try to make it sound like both sides or some other bullshit. When I say free speech, damn it, I mean it. I'm not going to pretend like that doesn't happen like that. But notice Trump stated he's going to work with liberal mayors in liberal cities to bring down crime. He didn't say he was going to do this shit to meth labs in rural Alabama. Crime takes place everywhere. Did you watch the Dukes of Hazzard? You know, they've been in trouble with the law ever since the day they were born. They didn't live in a liberal fucking city. They didn't live in a big town. Them people like that exist. So, I mean, but Trump made it clear I'm only going to be focused on Democratic cities. That's where people that look like me are living at. He didn't say he's going to get a cop's immunity in Mobile, Alabama. You know, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It's going to happen in Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia. That's where it's going to happen. That's according to, if you listen to what he said. So I do believe a lot of African Americans probably have never heard of that. Looking in the comments, though, not everyone lives in Chicago. No, but he said liberal cities. He didn't say Republican areas. Liberal cities is what came out of his mouth. That's why he wants to give the police in liberal cities to bring down crime. There's crime in Republican areas as well, but he said liberal cities. Democrats won't help veterans with mental health concerns. That's an opinion. I'll leave that at that. Let me go back to the box. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Certainly over 100,000. I'll go to one of my subscribers, Arsha Fine. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Arsha. Now that we've gotten rid of Biden, is that something you favor? Arsha, you think it's good for America to get rid of Biden?
Handsome, I just want to tell you, a couple weeks ago I spoke to you and I had said Kamala was going to be the next person. I just want you to remember this.
Damn right you did. You sure did say that. You sure did say that. Are you happy, though?
Listen, my personal opinion is Joe Biden put America first.
Isn't that Trump's slogan?
He doesn't own it. He doesn't own it. There's no patent on that. But Joe finally he saw what was happening. He couldn't deny the truth. He went for country before ego, which I applaud that man. He did the right thing.
Why so late? If you're going to give Biden credit for realizing the country needed someone else,
it's better late than never, Tim. We've all heard that expression.
That didn't even work with my damn ex-wife. I don't know about that. Better late than never, huh? Show up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not married to Joe. He's a man. He had to come up with this on his own terms, not be forced, but to say, you know what, this is the right thing to do. Maybe his family, maybe Obama, maybe people were like, hey Joe, like, if we don't want Trump in the White House, this is, I think he was taking in everything. And I don't think I don't think he did this lightly. I mean, I do truly believe he wanted to run for another 4 years.
Yeah. That's obvious.
But I think, he's a humble, he's been in this game for so long. He knows. You know what I'm saying? Like,
if he's that good, he should have knew along. He should have, certainly on June 28th after that debate, that should have been the day he bowed out.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, whatever. But I think at this point is now the Republicans don't know what they're going to argue about. They don't have an old guy. That was their biggest win. This 81-year-old, he is, deploying the Department of Justice on all of and me and all my friends, weaponizing the Justice Department, all of those talking points kind of to battle Joe in a debate.
I don't totally agree with you because she's part of the same administration. So if you're going to say that Biden weaponized the justice system to go after Trump, she's part of that same administration.
But what we've been hearing from young people is they don't want to vote for two old men. So
That's true.
What it's going to do is those people that are in the fence, like you're either MAGA or you're either Trump or you're not. I feel like at this point. Mm-hmm. But if you're like, oh man, I really didn't want to vote for Biden, and maybe you're going to sit this one out. Maybe now that you're not voting for another old man, you're going to be voting for somebody significantly younger and possibly another younger person on the other part of the ticket. This will energize some of those voters, particularly millennials or the new Gen Zs, that were like, this sucks.
Yeah. I've said that. And by the way, while you were talking, I got 3 text messages from different polls popped up against the screen. I saw one that was titled Biden is passing the torch. So sound like some of the pollsters may be happy, but I said the same thing you said, that the independents that may have not liked Trump, but were not going to vote for Biden because they felt he would be old and too unfit, it will likely energize some independents to have somebody like Kamala in there that's young and can speak. So I agree with that part.
Well, and because, they weren't energized enough to poll for Trump, right?
Yeah.
So, here's something else. One, we could actually, people didn't like Hillary for whatever, I'm sure they might be regretting that choice now, but.
Some are, some are definitely.
Yeah, but now we might actually have our first female president if I'm hoping the Democratic Party and the DNC listen to their president and because at this point, if they don't choose Kamala, they start over. There's no money.
I don't know. I don't know if they can. Harris. Well, if they picked Michelle Obama, I don't think they would need any money. Just give her one commercial announcement. I think it would be good. But
Michelle doesn't want to live back in the house. No, she's happy here in Hawaii.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I will say this: for Democrats who claim that if Trump is elected, the Republic's democracy is at stake and things like that. Yeah, I don't want to deal with the rigors of being president when I can live my life and ride off into the sunset. But if I thought my whole country is falling apart, I would be willing to get up off the beach in Hawaii and do this for 4 years. I hate to say shame on Michelle Obama, but if you know the world is in your hands and you can actually do this, and you're choosing not so you can ride off in the sunset.
I think what will happen is Michelle Obama will come out and support whatever the Democratic nominee is, but she's not a politician. She was probably the best first lady I've ever in my lifetime.
Trump is not a politician either, though.
But Obama was.
Yeah, well, she didn't let her husband give her. I mean, what did Trump say? I'm not a politician, but I'm gonna surround myself with the best and brightest. All you got to do is sign shit. At the end of the day, Michelle Obama could run the country under that same premise. You not doing anything,
so could Oprah.
Well, definitely Oprah could do it too, but people don't like Oprah just like they don't like Michelle Obama. Let me ask you this though. Mitch M on YouTube, thank you for the super chat. He said, because we were talking about homeless, I was mentioning it before you came up.
Yeah, I heard, yeah.
Yeah, he said Joe Biden handed out money. He gave handouts. That's not helping. So a lot of people talking about when you're looking at the downtrodden, if, social programs, food, or you're giving them, clothing.
Didn't he get those same checks with Trump's name on it?
I don't know why Trump did that.
Because he's ego-driven.
It works.
And he needs to have his name on everything. That's why he's got Trump buildings with a big T. Yeah, but you can't say Biden did something when your guy did the same thing, and that was because we were going through a pandemic.
Well, the same individual that talks about the free handouts, he also stated that Kamala is absolutely the dumbest person on this planet. Do you see Kamala? Do you believe she's capable of running this country?
Absolutely, and I think any man to say that, he's stuck in his feelings and obviously has issues with a woman being in control, or in power, or in a higher ranking office. And if you need to put down a woman to make yourself feel better, that's on you. I don't know what to say.
Wow. But there's a lot of people like that, Arshafine. There's a lot of people who don't and I talk to women. I've had women on the program.
There are, Tim, and we're supposed to be civilized people.
Well, they believe the position requires the temperament that women can't handle. I've had women tell me that a woman would not make a good president.
Listen, there's a female president right now in Mexico. They have had female presidents all over Europe. It can be done. We are just as capable as you guys. You guys are also get stuck in your feelings.
Damn right.
You know, people get stuck in their feelings.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they had Angela Merkel did well in Germany. Margaret Thatcher is a historic.
Margaret Thatcher. We had. I mean, there's so many women that have ran successful democratic nation.
You know, it is the United States. We do things a bit differently here. I got to move it on to Arsha. So you do think that
Tim.
you do believe Arsha that Kamala could beat Trump?
I do, and I also believe that we're slow. Sometimes America rides the short bus. It's okay.
I agree with that. I certainly agree with that. Arsha, thank you.
Yeah.
Come on back anytime.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. And by the way, that's not a dig on America. That's not an anti-American slogan. When she says that we're slow, sometimes we were at the slow bus. We are behind. Because what do we brag about every Independence Day? Hell, we brag about it every damn day, period. Freedom. We're the freest country. And that's been freedoms that have been enjoyed in other countries long before America. So when my last guest suggests that America rides the slow bus sometimes, she's right. I mean, whether it's gay marriage, interracial marriage, the ability to smoke a joint, you name it. You can do that stuff in other countries long before you could in America. So sometimes we do ride the slow bus. And now she's pointing out that we have never had a female leader, and a lot of countries have. So it is what it is. I often mention that during World War I, the one that was in 1918, World War I, you had a lot of African American soldiers that fought in Europe, fell in love with a European citizen, and had to stay there because it was outlawed to be with her here. Slow bus. Slow bus. That's what she's talking about. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 120,000. TikTok doesn't like some of the rhetoric we're discussing today. It is what it is. It's all about free speech here. But certainly tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 120,000. Helps out the algorithm. Brings in more MAGA. Mitch M. Women could be president, but Kamala and Hillary. So you're basically saying any other woman could be president with the exception of Kamala and Hillary. What about Nikki Haley? The right didn't favor her. Well, in the Trump era, I don't think anybody had a chance because I do believe MAGA is overwhelmingly favorable to Ron DeSantis until he decided to run against Trump and suddenly he became the enemy. Ron DeSantis was a rock star among MAGA. There were people floating around Trump, DeSantis, 2024 flags and things like that, memes and all of that, a year or two ago. The minute DeSantis ran against Trump, he was suddenly a damn enemy. So in the Trump era, anybody that goes against Trump, I don't care what their reputation was before, it's severely tarnished. Going against Trump in the eyes of MAGA is almost like treason. So I don't know what could happen in that. Looking in the comments, Obama didn't endorse Harris. Ain't nothing moving, says Trey. Harris hasn't been nominated to be president yet, Trey. My guess is, and by the way, I could be wrong. You understand, folks, I do concede points all the time. That's the reason I have a free speech forum. I don't always get it right, and neither do you. So I do believe we should all get together in one location and have the type of forum we do. But in the idea that Obama would not endorse Kamala, I think that's kind of far-fetched. I think the only reason why Obama has not endorsed Kamala is because they haven't announced Kamala is the next candidate. I do believe whoever the Democrats propel to the top of the ticket, even if it's Kamala, you're going to have complete unified support from the Democratic Party in Washington behind that person. Fact is, you don't have a lot of time left to be doing this shit. Okay, you got rid of the guy you thought was too damn old. Make up your fucking mind. So once they pick a candidate, you're going to have, now among the Democratic voters and the citizens, yeah, that's different. That's different. You may have some Democrats saying Kamala can't do it or what, but among the Democratic Congress, Democratic Senate, Democratic governors, it's going to be pretty unified. I mean, it may be one or two you can find here or there, and they will appear on Fox News. If they can find any Democrat that actually holds a political office, I don't care if it's a freaking city councilman. If they can find a Democrat that is holding public office anywhere, county sheriff or somebody that don't like Kamala, it'll be on Fox News. But in terms of Congress, Senate, gubernatorial positions, it's going to be unified. That's my opinion. Feel free to come back on the program and tell me I was full of shit where I got it wrong. I'll bring you up. But I believe it's going to be fairly unified. Looking in the comments real quick, I can't see because it's behind the damn Robert Absolutely Air Force vet. I didn't quite get that comment there. But yeah, in regards to, and thank you for the super chat there. I can't see your comment, but women could be President Kamala. Yeah, I don't know. I think that Kamala will do better among likely Democratic voters than Biden. I just do. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we will. Going back to the border czar for president. What a joke, says Blanca. Who's the border czar? Are you saying Kamala? Who is the border czar? Let me go back to the box. RP. Good afternoon, Romeo Papa. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Tim. How you doing,
sir? I'm doing good. Good to have you back on. Kamala possibly being our next presidential candidate. What say you?
I think it's a fine choice. If that's what the Democrats decide. But
so are you
I don't think it really makes a difference, though.
Yeah, are you the vote blue no matter who type?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I think for this discussion, it's going to remain the same, right? It's not going to change, I don't think, because the people who revere Trump are going to vote for Trump no matter what.
True.
And I think the people who dislike Trump are going to do the same. They're going to vote blue regardless of who's on the ticket. Now, unless like there's some kind of colossal choice for VP. I think no matter who's at the top of the ticket is going to get the vote.
But there's something
that Biden would have had anyway.
But there's something missing, and I see in the comments, Texas 713 also says nothing is going to change. Here's something that's missing. You say the people that's going to vote, that support Trump, are going to vote for Trump no matter what. True. The people that don't like Trump are going to vote against Trump no matter what. That also is true. But there's something missing. Where are the people that like the Democratic candidate? Why does it have to be Trump versus never Trump? Why is it that there is no love for the Democratic candidate?
Well, I think I brought this up to you a couple of days ago when we talked in regards to the identity crisis that the Democratic Party has. There is no one that is current in the political spectrum that is an overwhelming favorite or overwhelming person of interest to be at the top of the ticket. There are some interesting people. There are some names that, like, Newsom, Whitmer, some people saying some of the younger people like the Katie
Porter. Katie Porter.
Yeah, Katie Porter. Right. But these people I don't think have the oomph to come in and take on someone like Trump right now. It's too quick of a turnaround. And you can't afford to waste any more time.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree. You're already correct in the fact is the Democratic Party is likely going to try to win off of a diet of never Trumpers. They're not voting, they're not looking for people who have adoration for the Democratic Party. They're looking for never Trumpers. If you brought in a Whitmer or a Gavin Newsom, there are people who actually like those folks more than they like Kamala. The never Trumpers are going to vote for whoever you put in there. But if you put Whitmer or Gavin Newsom in there, now you suddenly also have people that actually like Whitmer, actually like Gavin Newsom. I don't know if there are people who actually like Kamala like that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with your point. My point is that I don't think they're liked enough to garner enough votes to beat Trump at this juncture right now. Because right now you're what 4 months away, 4 months out.
But you think Kamala does?
Well, only because she's been vice president for the last 3.5, 4 years.
Yeah,
I think he has more name recognition than those folks on a national level. Is my point.
I don't think anybody that's going to vote for Kamala wouldn't vote for Whitmer or Gavin Newsom. I agree with you there, the name recognition, but that would grow certainly when you got everybody from Jay-Z to Obama out there saying vote for this person. Right now, Trump is the one holding all the rallies and getting all the attention because Biden, his cognitive abilities were so poor. The Democrats really ain't been out there on the stomp. If they get somebody now and all of a sudden Hollywood, because you got Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan, you should be able to get that times about 100 in favor of the Democrats. Once that starts happening, Whitmer or Newsom or even Kamala will become far more favorable.
Correct. 2 points here. Number one, we've already conceded that blue's going to vote blue and red's going to vote red for the purposes stated, right? Whoever's on the ticket, top ticket, they're going to vote for.
True.
That's number one. But number two is, your question to me was, why is there no one on the left that people are like? Or why are they not voting someone they like? Not the party. Because, again, there's no one that I think that has the ability to be able to garner that kind of likes like Trump has in a short amount of time. I'm not saying no one's liked at all. I am saying they're interested people, but to the level of Trump, there's no one in the Democratic Party right now that can garner that kind of.
All right, but there's also, I agree with that, but there's also nobody like Trump that has as many people that hate him either.
That's also correct, but to your earlier point in your conversation with other people, you were talking about how no matter who's at the top of the ticket for Democrats, they have no choice but to unify. So no matter who they put there, you're not going to hear any disparaging remarks by anyone, right? Because it's not the time for that. Right now, it's time to solidify whoever we select to put at the top of the ticket because we need them to win, regardless of what we believe behind closed doors. We need that person at the top of the ticket to win now because we need this victory.
Yeah. And in hearing what you're saying here, Texas 713 in the comments said, I'm only voting to keep Trump out of office. I think that the overwhelming majority of the Democrats are voting for that exact reason. I really don't care what the Democrats are even offering. They just feel what Trump is offering is so bad that, as Bill Maher said, I'd vote for Biden in a jar of blue liquid if they had his head in a jar of blue liquid before I'd vote for Trump. So,
right. So in that vein, right? Like Moo always says, right? That's the blue MAGA.
Yeah, that is blue MAGA.
That's what it is, right?
That is blue MAGA. That's a good definition.
With nobody, and you got a head in the jar, you still vote for him. That means you're gonna vote no matter what.
Yeah, and I think the guy who used to own the Dallas Mavericks, what is the guy? Mark Cuban. He also said that he was like, I wouldn't vote for Trump if Biden was on his deathbed receiving last rites. I mean, there's a lot of folks out there that have stated that. Like, I don't care what condition Biden is in. Biden was, even though we've seen a debate, we've seen Biden stumbling up aircraft steps, we've seen Biden looking pretty frail out in public recently. He is still remaining competitive to Trump. Them never Trumpers ain't going away.
Right, but again, we can keep saying this to the cows come home, but that's the whole point. This election is not about who's at the top of the ticket for Democrats. It's only about
Trump,
getting Trump out of office, not being able to get Trump in office. That's all it's about. Keeping him out of office. As long as you do that, it don't make a difference who wins. That's all they care about. Is keeping him out of office.
I don't disagree.
I'm sorry, but I will say that I do believe that this is a very colossal mistake made by the Democratic Party because the decline of Joe Biden is not new. It's not just happened in the last week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or even a month or 2 months. The issue comes to me is that they should have had a primary.
Yep.
Just to have this scenario ready to go, right? Because now, in the sorts, you're going to rush to put somebody in place, which is most likely to be Kamala, because he's the only person who's prepared at this point in time.
Well, they didn't have a primary for two reasons. One, it's customary not to have a primary when it's going against the incumbent. But two, the Democratic Party was in denial about Biden's condition because they were hiding Biden out from a lot of people, including folks like me. I was on here saying that Biden was much better than Trump was trying to portray him as, until he got up there in front of that huge audience and showed us, no, I really do suck. I got to move it on to RP. It looks like it will be Kamala. It is what it is.
Yes, sir. No problem. Have a good one, my friend.
You too. Appreciate it. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Get the likes on up to over 120. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Get us about 250. You guys can make that happen on YouTube. Dems don't live in reality. So MAGA is a cult. The cult claims on MAGA is coming from the belief that no matter what Trump does, you're not going to hold him accountable. By the way, I'll give you two examples that do make me wonder if there's some type of cult-like presence. One, President Trump himself stating he could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and supporters would not go anywhere. Why would he say that? Because we know if somebody shoots somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue, a patriotic, tax-paying American shouldn't support them. That's murder. So I don't know why Trump would state that. That's kind of Trump's admission that maybe there was a few sheep out there. I'm just going to point that out. That's some Trump said. That ain't Trump derangement syndrome or somebody bashing Trump. That is him. What would make him say my supporters would not go anywhere even if I shot somebody in the middle of one of America's most popular locations? Number two, Ray Epps. You hear Ray Epps in conjunction with January 6th all the time. He's the one that instigated folks to go into the Capitol building and do things, even though Trump said go peacefully and patriotically. Why am I mentioning this in connection with the sheep comment? Well, if you travel hundreds of miles, maybe even thousands of miles, all the way to D.C., because you thought the election was being stolen from Trump, you're there to stop the steal. You are there on behalf of President Trump, period. That is the whole purpose why everybody came to Washington, is to protest and help President Trump stop the steal. So he says, go to the Capitol building and go peacefully and patriotically. It's only a 2-mile walk from Trump's speech site to the Capitol building. And in the course of those 2 miles, some dude named Ray Epps, who nobody knows from Adam, never met the guy before, could convince you to do completely the opposite of what the guy you actually came here to see told you to do. He was able to convince you to totally ignore the man you are here for. The guy who said go peacefully. You're going to ignore him and follow the instigation of Ray Epps. That sounds sheep-like to me. So I do believe there's a couple things that sound sheep-like. Why would you not listen to Trump? That's what you're here for. Why would you listen to Ray? You don't know who Ray Epps is. You don't know. He could be a Fed for all you know. He could be somebody trying to get. So the idea that folks listen to Ray Epps, and I'm only bringing Ray Epps because that's what MAGA says, but those two things, they do sound sheep-like. They do sound kind of sheep-like to me. I'll leave it at that. Continuing on with the program, though, over 200 DHS agents disguised as MAGA supporters were confirmed in court, says Ali. You know, I still have a problem with that because you had all of the Republican Senate there that day, all of the Republican Congress there that day, on January 6th, and the Vice President. Is any of them on record suggesting that Antifa or Black Lives Matter or feds were doing this stuff? The overwhelming majority of them are not. So that's where I have an issue with that. Nikki Haley is going to be the Democratic nominee. Mark my words. Daniel, your words are incorrect. She's already endorsed Trump. Why would anybody pick Nikki Haley for anything at this point? Remember I'll go back to the box. By the way, tap the screen. Get the likes up to 130,000. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. 260 can happen. Certainly appreciate that. Remember John Kerry, Senator John Kerry in 2004, for you guys who are old enough, running against George W. Bush in his re-election, and they were using the shoes, and he was flip-flopping. You see him turning them over. He's a flip-flopper. And that cost him the election. That's part of what he lost the election. They were saying he swift boat, the whole Vietnam story was a lie, and he flip-flopped. Nikki Haley's got to be the biggest flip-flopper there is. I mean, there's all kinds of video of her saying that Trump was flat out unfit to be president. I mean, some of the campaign speeches that Nikki Haley launched against Trump are personal and downright harsh on Trump. First words at the Republican National Convention is Trump has my strong endorsement, period. Who the hell would put that on the ticket? I wouldn't put, at this point, who the hell would put that person on the ticket? She's doing whatever it takes to remain politically viable. So I'm not going to take away, though. I'm not going to take away from the fact that Kamala Harris, during the debate with Biden, tried to make him sound like a racist as well. But Kamala Harris went after Biden in like one debate. Nikki Haley was holding rallies all over the damn country, said some pretty harsh shit about Trump. J.D. Vance did it too, by the way. I mean, I think J.D. Vance, if I'm correct, referred to Trump as Adolf. Pretty bad stuff. Pretty bad stuff. So, go figure with that. Tim needs to go to a MAGA rally. I've been to 2 MAGA rallies, Andy Joe. I've been to 2 MAGA rallies. And I would happily go to a 3rd. The energy there is pretty good. I've been to 2 MAGA rallies. Why did January 6th committee delete evidence when it was requested during the investigation? We need to know why. I agree with you, Ali. I would like to know the evidence, but that doesn't... here's what I don't like before I go back to the box. Things that look suspicious does not automatically give you the right to fill in the blanks with something that's favorable to you. I think that's happened a lot, in my opinion, with MAGA. Certainly during the 2020 election. I went to bed, Trump was way up, I woke up, Biden's winning. So that has to mean they cheated. They boarded up polling places, so we couldn't see what was going on inside the polling office. So that has to mean they were cheating for the Democrats. Remember Rudolph Giuliani talking about the Ruby Freeman passing around USB drives like vials of crack? So that has to mean they're cheating for Democrats. You can't see something suspicious and then fill in the blank with something that you want or believe. That part, you're no more accurate than anybody else. Yeah, it looks suspicious, but you can't just automatically fill in the blank with something you want to or feel happen. Doesn't work that way. And that's why Trump's court cases all failed. It's because he went to court with things that look suspicious, but had no evidence that something actually bad happened because of it. You can't fill in the blank with all these assumptions. A bunch of folks who were deceased voted. So they had to vote for Democrats. You don't know that. Go watch 2,000 Mules. I've seen it 6 times. Paid to see it once, seen it 5 more times. Everything Dinesh D'Souza showed in 2,000 Mules was suspicious activity, but then he automatically assumed all of it was in favor of the Democrats. You don't know that. I see cell phone towers showing somebody's coming back and forth to a mailbox. So I'm going to assume they're cheating on behalf of Democrats. You can't do that. I see mailboxes being stuffed, ballots being stuffed. So I'm going to assume it's being done on behalf of Democrats. You can't do that. And that's what he did throughout the movie, which is why, keep in mind, most of the politicians in D.C. have a legal education. A lot of our politicians are lawyers. They knew that shit wouldn't work in court, what Dinesh D'Souza presented in his movie, which is why within, I think, maybe 48 hours after that movie was released, you already had even Republicans saying this don't mean shit. Because it doesn't prove anything. It just shows suspicious things happening. And then he's assuming all of it meant that Trump would have got those votes. You can't prove that. And it was thrown out. I believe the producers of 2,000 Mules have now even stated that they're not even going to distribute it anymore. Looking in the comments, Camden calls the blacks BS out, says Troy Brick. She does. And that's why the blacks don't like her, is that Candace Owens' whole entire platform is to find negative things blacks are doing and tell everybody about it. I mean, you don't see Candace Owens at a college graduation at an HBCU, talking to the valedictorian. You don't see her talking to a black astronaut or a black general. It's all negative. Now, it's not to say what she's pointing out may not be true, but her platform is to point out negative things in the black community to a predominantly white audience. And it works for her. I mean, she's an intelligent woman. It works for her. She makes a lot of money off of it. But I mean, I don't think any white person that has a career simply pointing out negative things of the white community would be favored by whites either. I mean, there are plenty of positive things about the black community as well. She doesn't talk about any of that. She finds the negative things, and that's what she makes her platform off of. And it's making her good money. I mean, she's an intelligent woman. She's doing well with it, but people know what it is. People know, maybe because our community hates her and attacks her. Sofa King, our community wouldn't know her if she wasn't doing what she's doing. Nobody even knew who the hell Candace Owens was until she started deliberately attacking negatives in the black community. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to like her? I'm an African American, and I'm going to take up on a platform to do nothing but point out bad things the blacks are doing. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to love her for that? Thanks for the shout out, Troy Break. There's a second one. Thank you for the super chat, Troy. I appreciate that. There's a video of Vivek saying that there's something within the Republican Party who they're going to put up against Trump. Who that could be? Wait a minute. Nobody's being put up against Trump. Trump is in now. That must be old news. Let me go back to the box. Big B. Good afternoon, Big B. Biden is out. Biden is out, Big B. Is that good news for the country?
Tim.
Good afternoon.
How we doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
Good afternoon, man.
I'm doing good, man.
I see you change your shirt color today.
This is what the closet threw at me.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a message behind it. That's fine. What I wanted to know, Tim, was, all right, so do you think it would be appropriate to hand off power at this point to Kamala? Here's a chess play. We're playing chess, right?
Okay.
The chess move here is no president ever lost an election when you're actively at some kind of war. So let's say the Democrats hand Kamala the power. She start talking tough to NATO with Russia. She's defending NATO. We're letting NATO know, look, we're going to defend you, and maybe things gets heated there. So there's an active engagement on her part, or there's somewhere else there's an active engagement, maybe in Taiwan and China. My point is, if there's an active engagement, it's a chess move either way. Or let's say Kamala's in power and Russia and China test her on day one, Tim, and say, hey, it's Kamala. Let's put submarines in this part of the ocean, or let's test her in a way internationally and see how she responds. Either way, it's a good chess move for the Democrats because it's going to show that Kamala will have to respond tough. What are your thoughts on that? Could be a chess play for the Democrats to win if they're actively involved in some kind of engagement against Russia or China.
Yeah. I will tell you, unlike Trump, one of the things about Kamala, just like with Biden, is she is predictable. And what I mean by that is if the Joint Chiefs, the people who are in the know militarily, if the Joint Chiefs tell Kamala, you need to do something about this encroachment into Taiwan, or you need to continue helping Zelensky, you can kind of count on Kamala to listen to the powers that be. Whereas Trump would unilaterally do things that you never knew. With Putin, he was favoring Putin over the intelligence agencies and things like that. Kamala's not going to do that. So even though Kamala, we may say, well, Kamala don't really know how to handle these situations, it ain't going to be her at the end of the day. She's going to listen to the powers that be in their recommendations.
I think the power play here is hand her the power. Her VP pick, in my opinion, Tim, needs to be someone moderate. Someone like myself and you. We understand the Republicans' point. We understand the Democratic point. We're kind of right in the middle. I love the military. I love the police. Yes, I understand it can't complete a meaning.
What about Kennedy? Everybody keeps talking about Kennedy. What about Kennedy?
Mike Jones. Who? No, I'm just kidding.
I ain't heard that in a while. Mike Jones.
Mike Jones. No. I think he could be. You can look at him and give him a cabinet position or some kind of voice within. But I think the VP pick at this point needs to be moderate. It can't be someone like a Newsom or someone from New York. We can't have a liberal ticket. I don't want a liberal ticket. I don't think the country's ready for that.
What about Youngkin?
I don't remember. Who's that guy?
He's from the West Virginia senator that has been voting against a lot of far left issues, favoring the Republicans for quite a while. He's West Virginia, so it's a red state, and he's a senator in a red state. Glenn Youngkin.
I was thinking more Joe Manchin, that type of person, like someone there, like
wait, that's who I'm thinking about. Yeah, he's from West Virginia, right? That's who I'm thinking about.
Joe Manchin is who I was really thinking.
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking about. West Virginia. Yeah, he
could be like right there in the middle. He's someone that, he's not too far left, not too far right. He believes in low taxes on the businesses, allowing business to flourish, taking off some of these regulations off the business. He understands the military as well, making sure we have a strong military. I'm an Army guy, so I love the military. I support, salute all my troops out there and the police force because they're helping to secure the country. So we need someone like that in the middle, Tim. Like, what
about Christian Cinema?
Oh man!
You said moderate. You said somebody not too far to the left.
I'm not gonna say what
she changed her affiliation from Democrat to Independent, so she clearly isn't far left.
This has to be someone like that. We need to gather a list now, hand power to her before the election.
But let me say this. I'll let you continue, but let me say this. I think this has been the weakness of the Democratic Party from day one, is that they're constantly worried about how their image and how they look to people. Trump went out and got J.D. Vance. He don't give a damn. I mean, he went and got somebody that is farther to the right of him. That's the equivalent of the Democrats getting AOC or Elizabeth Warren. He didn't give a damn. The Democrats are always trying to go high and pay, Trump is doing very well not giving a damn.
One thing I learned very quickly was I live in Florida. I used to, get myself involved in politics and, running for office here, and not running for office, but supporting candidates. And then a candidate, by the name of Dale Holness got in power in Broward, and he became the mayor of Broward at one point. And before he went in, I watched how they have to wear, how they carry themselves, and and I always sat down with him, Tim, and said, I'm tired of Democrats always looking all, you got to look a certain way and act a certain way. I'm sick of it. Like, if someone is smart enough to me and they look good enough, they can just say, and they present themselves well enough, why not hear their voice?
Then why not Gavin Newsom?
He's too far to the left for me.
You just went right back to where you came from. Trump did not say that J.D. Vance is too far to the right. He was fine picking him, and J.D. Vance is right of Trump. He didn't have no problem doing that.
But he's a danger. Like Newsom and Kamala he's so far to the left. But California is just in a mess, in my opinion. High taxes. These guys are going to be very are going to be tough with Putin and China, and that's the issue, right? We need someone tough as a VP.
I mean, I hear your point, but right now one of the biggest issues on the table is abortion, and here comes J.D. Vance from a state where he don't give a damn what a woman is going through. You're going to have this baby, and Trump had no problem picking him, but you're talking about, Gavin Newsom's too far to the... I'm just simply saying Trump didn't give a damn about that stuff.
Well, it might cost him in the end. You need to give a damn. You need to analyze your, do analytics, right, Tim? Break down what's going on. Again, 270 is a number, Tim. We know it's going to come down to maybe five states. And you mentioned we're going to be up at night waiting until the next day, waiting for results. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to these purple swing states, the Colorados, the North Carolinas, you might throw in there Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I don't know where Florida stands at this point in Georgia.
It ain't with Ron DeSantis leading Florida, that state's going to be red.
I'll keep that in the red. I'll even say, let's say Georgia goes in the red, but it still doesn't give the Republicans enough if they can't give these swing states enough to convince those voters to vote for them. So therefore, that's not 270. They're still short.
Let me ask you this, because this is you're talking about somebody that is not too far or moderate. Black Power in the comments made a point that I never thought of. What about a general? What about, General Petraeus or somebody? I don't know if they would run, but what about a general?
Yeah, and shout out to General Petraeus. I used to be stationed with him, running here. But
wow.
He got himself in. I was stationed in Fort Campbell, and General Petraeus, he moved himself up the ranks. He used to do runs with that guy and deployments and everything. Drove for him as a driver, but he got himself in a mess because he got himself with that whole thing. So
it's not hurting Trump.
But I think a military-minded person is what we need. I think someone tough.
So you think Kamala and Petraeus would be a good ticket?
No, not Petraeus. Definitely not.
Millie?
We have to look at some generals. I don't want to call any names, but I just say look at a few of them, like you said, or maybe look at some military-minded folks who are tough. We need someone internationally can run international affairs in a tough way, but also someone friendly to business. We need the economy to flourish. We need to make deals with some of these countries and lower prices here and there. And make the economy stop regulating everything. It's like, Tim, if you're building something, let's say we're making a sandcastle at the beach. It's just me and you. We're going to build a nice skyscraper sandcastle. Mm-hmm. And here comes a guy. He's a government guy, and he keeps telling us every single time, "Hey Tim, you have too much sand in the basket in your little basket." And Tim, what's the measurement of your shovel? God dang, can't we just build?
This is where the left in me comes out. I got to push back because I started my social media platform making videos in regards to rideshare. And I used to drive for Uber and Lyft. Uber and Lyft is a perfect example of a market that is very, very loosely regulated. There's very little regulations, and they're treating drivers like shit, exploiting them. A lot of drivers in many cities and states barely make minimum wage. If you remove regulation, corporations will fill that in with all sorts of exploitation and corruption. So I do believe there could be a such thing as over-regulation, but if you get too loose on regulation, you have stuff like Palestine, Ohio, where you got a train full of toxic chemicals driving through a town with only 2 people on it because you've made it so they can run the train with very few employees. I get that loosening regulation helps business, but business is just like any other issue. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Before you know it, people that make $12 an hour are put on salary so they don't have to give them overtime. I'm not a big fan of it.
Okay, and you made a good point. Okay, so for example, like Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, a lot of ride-sharing stuff, Instacart, a lot of the power is with the drivers as well, because even if you had the good idea and you're scanning for all these different businesses, you need someone to move from point A to point B. So if your drivers are smarter, for example, say if you got pinged $10 to do something, whatever, you don't feel like it's a smart deal for you. Most drivers are smarter anyways. They'll say, hey, I'm not going to work for this.
That ain't true. That ain't true. I've been driving off and on for Uber and Lyft since 2014. People tend to believe if you mistreat employees, they'll be smart enough and go somewhere else. That ain't how it works in the real world. You can always find people that are desperate or not, educational or financially savvy enough to work for you. And these companies thrive off of that. You can always find somebody else that is desperate and will fill in that void. I mean, there's no shortage of Uber and Lyft drivers in most markets, and they are not making much money. I mean, there's a host of places right now that are fighting liberal governments that are fighting to force the ride-sharing companies to pay drivers minimum wage. And Uber and Lyft is fighting back against that. They don't want to pay drivers minimum wage.
And that happens in a lot of different companies, too.
Right. So if you loosen regulations and leave it up to the free market to decide if you get a raise, you'll never get one.
No, I'm not saying leave it to the free market. What I'm simply saying is consumer protection laws are important. And, you got to protect the employees and so on. It's just over-regulating and telling this and telling that a business how to run is also a slippery slope. It's also too dangerous. But if they're operating in your state and they're not paying people the right way, let's have a conversation. Let's pull the governors, pull them in. You're free to you want business to come in, but have more conversations and stop finding business and shutting them down. And because now like you just said, they're fighting over different jobs and it's not, and no one making the money. Right?
Well,
right now,
to me the fact that there are so many states in this country that have kept minimum wage the same for 10, 15 years plus shows we've already let the corporations have a relaxation on government interference. I mean, you got states out there where minimum wage is less than $8 an hour, and it hasn't moved 1 cent for 10, 15 years back to back to back to back. So that shows some states out there have already removed government and left it up to the free market to decide, and the free market has decided, I don't want to give you 1 extra cent.
Yeah, I just feel like, Tim, the over-regulation, like you said, like if you're an Uber or Lyft driver, or let's say you work for, I'm in the insurance business, for example, and I do that. So, and the government is like, they loosened regulation during COVID. Like they made it where I can talk to Kim virtually. about protecting your family and helping, making sure you leave behind a legacy and so on. And if you have retirement, blah, 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 blah. Right? Before it was, you had to be knee to knee in the dining table, sitting down with the husband and the wife, and then, you have the husband go in the corner with his wife, that type of thing. Mm-hmm. But now it's all on Zoom, something where it's a video format. I can do business. Like, that's what I'm saying, Tim, where the government just kind of hands off, and certain regulation that makes absolute sense allow it to work for businesses to flourish. If someone has an idea about an AI thing they're trying to build, stop telling that person they can't put a robot together. Allow them to just build something and see what, it's a danger in community. Allow them to flourish and have ideas is what I'm saying, not over-regulate.
Well, I agree with your point, but I will say this. If corporations hadn't done so many corrupt things, like, for instance, many would suggest one of the reasons why you pay so much for groceries has nothing to do with Biden or inflation. It's the businesses found a niche where they could rip people off right after the pandemic, and they have not let go of the profits. If you take away regulations and let the corporations do whatever they want without government interference, it's generally going to be things that are in the best interest of the corporation because they don't give a damn about the people. So you have to have a push-pull. I'm with you on limiting regulations or paying attention to it, but I don't believe you should, because a lot of folks believe, well, just let the free market dictate and decide. You'll never, as a regular individual working American, you'll never benefit if the free market gets to make all the decisions and government doesn't involve themselves at all. It'll always be bad for you as a working employee. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on, though.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, Tim, real quick, and I really appreciate your program and everyone that's all your viewers. It's the decision comes down to this, Tim. Either we want a king with absolute power in America with no constitutional limitations to your power, meaning there's no even term. What if Trump, in his last year of his presidency, there's some mysterious something like a big epidemic or something happens, some kind of zombies movie or something crazy happens where he decides, you know what, guys, I'm going to go ahead and suspend my presidency. And let's say he puts in 2 more justices in the Supreme Court. Now there's a 7-2 majority in the Supreme Court. Hear what I'm saying? Hypothetically here, Tim. Now there's 7-2 majority. And now they agree that, yes, his presidency should be suspended because of what's going on in the world. And what if what's going on in the world could be a plan between himself, Putin, the North Koreans? They could just play games a little bit, say, hey, let's go this far. We're going to make it go this far, but we're not going to go past this. So it scares the people a little bit. I'm going to suspend my presidency, and I'm going to keep giving you guys what you want. What if that happens? So it's either we vote for a king or we vote for someone who's going to obey the Constitution. That's my point, Tim. Appreciate your platform, sir.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but wow. All right, moving the program on. Thank you. In the comments, I saw someone say there's a business owner. I wanted to read the comment, but it moved on. Yeah, sure, I'm supposed to believe you. Right. You wave your flag, I wave mine. I don't quite get what that means, Bianca, but fair enough. The rich should be patriotic. But they're often not. They often are not patriotic. Don't agree with you, says Bianca. All right. The Scouts defines law, not make them. Hopefully that's how it works. Uber and Lyft will treat their drivers better. We will make them respect their drivers. Well, you're never going to get them to respect their drivers, but you can make them treat their drivers better. Keep in mind, there was a point in U.S. history where corporations were not regulated. I mean, you had monopolies, you had child labor. They could dump toxic waste anywhere they wanted to. They could make you work 60 hours mandatory and not pay you overtime. I mean, there was a time when the free market ruled and they treated people like shit. All of the regulations we complain and cry about, most of that stuff didn't come in a vacuum. Most of the time regulation comes from somebody abusing something. It doesn't. Now, you could start it off with something to prevent abuse, and then you could blow it up and use it on people who don't deserve it, like the Patriot Act. I get that. But most regulations came from the need to do it against a business that was abusing people. As I just stated, when we started out, we didn't have government oversight in most corporate. You go back to the 1910s, 1920s, you didn't have a lot of government oversight. I don't think any working American would want to work in that environment. DJ Julio, yeah! Thank you. No American working today would have wanted to work in that environment. You got sick, they just fired you. You died on the job, that's on your ass. It's up to you to figure it out. You didn't have workers' comp, you didn't have any of that stuff. All of that came by way of regulation. The corporation wasn't going to look out for you if something happened to you on the job. By the way, before I go back to the bots, I mentioned doing rideshare videos because I talked about Uber and Lyft being an unregulated market. That's one of the things we talk about all the time right now. RP, yeah! Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate some of you folks on TikTok that are supporting the program. Thank you very much. Uber and Lyft gig economy is heavily unregulated. Now, some of the videos I often make in regards to ride sharing is a lot of drivers get carjacked, beat up, and murdered by passengers. And when we talk about regulation, Uber and Lyft does nothing. If you get into an Uber or get into a Lyft vehicle, get into a fight with the driver, maybe you don't like his music, maybe he's not taking the right route, and you beat up the driver or even, God forbid, take that driver's life, Uber or Lyft, even though he is working for that company while hauling you around, they won't even send a card or flowers to his funeral. I've been covering drivers losing before I started getting into politics, I did that for a few years. I've been covering drivers losing their lives in ride sharing in America for years, for at least 2 or 3 years now. No one gets anything from the company at all. That's unregulated. That is unregulated. That if you get hurt on a job, there is no regulation to help you. If they steal your car and wreck it running from police, they don't do nothing for all of that. I don't want to get too deep into ride sharing, but I do want to point out that Uber and Lyft, the gig economy, DoorDash too, covered a story of a DoorDash driver down in Ocala, Florida. Delivering food to someone's house, the guy dragged him into the house and chopped him to pieces. Put him in various garbage bags around the house. The sheriff found him. Nothing for the family. Nothing. If you're working in a job site that's regulated, the company don't just throw you out. Like, they got to do something for your family. So that's the difference. Regulation versus none. Nothing. Somebody steal your car and smash it up. You're not only out of the vehicle, you need to earn the income. Now you got to replace your whole damn car. The company does nothing for those drivers. Uber and Lyft is a perfect example of an unregulated market. Nothing. They do nothing for those folks. You can work 16 hours a day for the year. No sick time, no vacation. You build up nothing. That is unregulated. They've left it up to the ride-sharing companies to make their own decisions, and none of those decisions are in the best interest or the best welfare of the drivers. They finally had to regulate and stop them from allowing drivers to drive for 24 hours a damn day. Folks sleeping in their cars and shit. That's unregulated. I'm not trying to get too deep in the rideshare, but it makes for a perfect example of what unregulated looks like. That's unregulated. The driver ain't making shit, so they drive all the time they can. When they finally get sleepy, they sleep in the damn car and get up and do it all over again because they barely make enough to get by. That's unregulated. Uber is a billion-dollar company, many times over. 3-digit billions, many times over. And they got drivers operating like that. Unregulated. And every time there is any type of regulation pursuit to pay drivers even a little bit more, they fight tooth and nail. That's regulation. So I want to point that out. Anyhow, looking in the comments, and I see Kenny Davis states it perfectly. Capitalism at its finest. I could not have said that any better. That is capitalism at its finest. Looking in the comments, express your Second Amendment. This is going bad. Express your Second Amendment constitutional right to stay armed and stay trained. I do advise that if you're driving in rideshare when I do my videos. Even though the company, once again, don't want the drivers to carry any firearms. They don't run background checks on the passengers. And I do advise drivers should be armed with every passenger on every trip. Continuing on with the program, though. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. We'll go straight, we'll go straight to Phil Man Rogers. Biden is out. Wow. Biden is out. Talking about a historical event. The boxes we'll get a box a moment to come up. BS, stay strapped. That's what we're talking about. The fly insurance guys, stay strapped. Not only should you carry a firearm, I advise carrying mace, pepper spray, something to slice or poke with. You see me hold it up in my videos. This is some mace here or whatever you call it. You put your thumb in there. I could hold up a big ass Rambo. All of that. You should have all that in your car if you're engaging in ride sharing. It is a very dangerous way to earn a living. Very dangerous. Looking in the comments, I don't know what happened with my last caller. We'll give it a minute. Just turn on the AC blast when you use it. Yeah, you don't want it to come back and hit you in the face with it. Real quick, Jimmy Hoffa, disrespect is real. The American worker has been defeated. Yeah, it's bad. And I'll tell you something, tying ride sharing, we're talking about politics here. One of the things I will tell you in regards to free market versus regulations. Now, in ride sharing, every fight on behalf of the drivers, because we're talking about politics here now, every fight for regulation to make driver salary get better is coming from, we've talked about Seattle, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Chicago is often fighting on behalf of drivers, Boston. This is politics. We're not talking about ride sharing, but I want to show you how it ties in. Every single time someone is fighting on behalf of gig workers to improve their well-being, it is always a liberal. Every damn time. Only time I cover things happening in southern right-wing states is when a driver gets shot, murdered, raped, killed, because those things happen too. But I have never seen, and I'm fine covering no matter who does something to benefit drivers, whether it comes from the right or the left. We certainly cover it in the videos. I have yet to see one piece of legislation proposed or even suggested from a right-wing politician to help out drivers. In fact, they're generally the ones that side with Uber or Lyft when it comes to their fight against giving drivers minimum wage and things like that. That's the free market. The right is really big in fighting for the free market. If you got a corporation or even a small business and you don't want to be forced to pay employees an increase in minimum wage, you don't want to be forced to provide your employees with health care or give them over, you should be voting Republican. Anytime somebody, why would anybody vote Republican? I'm telling you, if you got a small business and you don't want the government forcing you to do anything for your employees that you don't want to do, you should be voting Republican. Because that's generally how the vote goes down. Anybody that is fighting to give employees raises, and I don't know if I've ever really seen a Republican fighting to increase minimum wage. You should be voting Republican. I'm just telling you that. Looking in the comments, a lot of Democrats have firearms. They just don't post ridiculous videos for their lack of manhood. Damn right about that. I carry. Gig work has destroyed the American youth work ethic. I think not paying. I hate to sound like Biden, but Biden once whispered the secret to get people to work is he said, pay them properly. Pay them. I do agree. Now, many of you folks, probably in my age category, grew up in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, will know that when you worked for minimum wage, your first job, you could do a lot more with your minimum wage burger flipping paycheck than somebody doing that stuff now. Certainly under the Trump administration. Now, after the COVID, the pandemic, burger flipping jobs went up to pay people just to get them to come back to work. But let's take Trump's administration, where the economy was allegedly really great and things like that. Wages were really low. I've worked for Burger King, 1988, $3.80 an hour. I could do way more with that $3.80 per hour than folks who flip burgers for their, high school jobs. Because I was a sophomore in high school or junior or whatever. Someone working during the Trump administration, doing the same job, could do a lot less with this because the minimum wage hadn't went up that much. I made $3.80 in 1988. During the Trump administration, when the economy was so great, in most southern states, you were getting paid less than $10 an hour to work at a burger flipping job. Back in my day, folks were saving up to buy used cars and shit like that. During the Trump administration, you're not going to save up at your $9 an hour job to buy a used car. You don't make enough money. So when folks say, well, the children these days don't work as hard, Yeah, we don't pay them as hard either. We pay folks a lot less in America than we used to back then. Hell, I worked for AT&T. I don't want to get too deep into this shit, but I used to work for AT&T as an engineer. When I started in the 90s, you go to the hospital, hand them your insurance card, they treat you. You didn't get all kinds of bills and shit in the mail. Nowadays, even if you have quote unquote good healthcare insurance, you go to the doctor, when you come home, bills are following you. Out of pocket costs, deductibles, all of that. That shit didn't used to matter. Folks who worked in the 80s, they didn't hear about that kind of stuff. It's gotten worse. People don't make as much as they used to. So the work ethic has taken a hit accordingly. It's crazy to expect I can cut your salary in half, but you still should be willing to come to work and give 110%. People actually do believe that. That is insane. Going back to the box, first day. Seems like it. A vice president for Michelle Obama. We'll see. Thank God I am a veteran. Yeah, that comes in handy, Black Power. Thank you for your service. First day, Biden is coming up on his last day. Is that a good thing?
Yeah. I think that Kamala is going to wipe the floor with Trump.
Damn. Really?
I do.
Now, Kamala's going to be tied to the Biden record, though. You don't think Biden's performance in office is going to hurt her at all?
Biden's got a great record if you look at it.
People are
more jobs than anybody. Strongest economy we've ever had. The Dow Jones is insanely high. Jobs are there. We're fighting inflation, which we'd be doing anyways. Oil is high, which we'd be doing anyways. So I think he's doing great.
Well, couple things you mentioned. For instance, you mentioned Biden's job numbers, which are phenomenal. However, under Trump's unemployment rate was also great at the time. I think Biden has beat it, but it's not like people were having a hard time finding a job under the Trump administration. Now, you mentioned the Dow Jones, for instance. True, but I don't think the average American really pays attention to that. I don't think the average American, a lot of Americans barely own stock or anything. They're not, even though you're correct, that doesn't really resonate in the mind of a lot of Americans.
Well, here's what I think. I think that with Clinton and Trump, there was a small group of people. This was kind of strange. There was like this group of men in their 60s and 70s. They were affluent and pretty well off, and they didn't poll very high, or their numbers weren't very high, but they liked Bernie Sanders over Trump, but Trump over Hillary, right?
Yeah. So Hillary's unpopular numbers were terrible. Keep going.
Yeah, exactly. But I think all of those people that were like, nah, I don't want to vote for a woman or whatever they are, I think they saw what happened when they voted Trump last time.
Right.
And I think they're going to go for Kamala this time. And I think now the youth, right? Because the youth is like, I don't want to vote for an old man. They're going to get energized.
That's true.
And you have every woman now that has been on the fence. They're going to be energized. You have everybody. You have a population that has been lethargic on Biden that is now being energized. And I think and you know what? When that debate happens, and we saw it. Here's the thing. Biden did terrible in that debate, no doubt. His performance was so terrible that we didn't see how bad Trump's was. But if you isolate Trump's debate, he was pretty bad too. He was slurring and making no sense and telling lies. So when he comes against Kamala, he's gonna get wiped the floor. I would almost say that he's not gonna debate her. I think he's gonna be scared of debating.
I don't believe Trump is scared of any damn thing. Because Trump knows his supporters ain't going nowhere. So even if he doesn't, Trump supporters will say, look, he slurred his words, who cares? I don't think Trump is going to run from Kamala. That's not to say you might be right. Kamala may win, I don't know. But the last thing I would believe is Trump would run from her.
I don't know. I could see them deciding not to debate because, they're gonna call some chicken shit motion and not debate her, in November or whenever it is.
Really? You think so?
I do. And I wanted to point something out too,
Sure.
First of all, when you're talking about regulations, everybody should read Concrete Jungle, right? The regulation on the meat industry where we, people working, those big machines grinding meat. People would fall in, and they'd be like, "Well, there goes that guy," right?
Yeah.
So, the reason why we have regulations is because the EPA was invented because that river in Ohio literally caught on fire because of all the chemical dumping that was being put in it. So they were like, we should probably have some regulations so people just can't do that, right? So
I mean, every one of the three-letter organizations that Trump talks about getting rid of, even the EPA you're talking about, or talking about the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, people would be selling you snake oil, telling you it's a cure for cancer. If you didn't have those organizations and you left it up to the corporation that only cares about the bottom line, they would sell you poison if they 100%. Thought they could sell it to you.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, and by the way, that's not just me saying that. The tobacco industry was doing exactly that, telling people that tobacco was healthy for them. So they were selling the people poison and promoting it as something good.
They absolutely were, and you can even talk about, everybody talks about the education boards, and the, public schools and the canon and all this kind of garbage, and how they need to go away. But there were actually, textbooks that were written by the oil industry, right? That got pushed into schools. And it was the school boards that were like, why are these textbooks saying that oil is good for the environment? Right?
Yeah.
And then they realized who wrote the books, and they were like, oh, we can't do this. We got to get these books out of here and get some, factual books. So even on a smaller scale that you don't think about, your local schools, the books that they get, that are telling you about just science and history, all of that's regulated too for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, they had to stop the tobacco companies from promoting their product to kids. They started having cartoon characters. I mean, so, if you leave it up to the corporations to make their own decision, they're interested in money. I mean, look at Boeing, the aircraft maker. Look what they were doing recently, using defective parts because it saved them. Imagine with no regulation, because you can go to Nigeria and catch a flight. There are places where you can fly on a plane in environments that have little to no regulation. Try that shit out. So I do agree. Regulation is needed.
Well, you can even, going back to the cigarettes, you can just go over to, Malaysia or some of those countries that the tobacco industries have a strong hold of, and you see children smoking.
Yeah.
Because it's illegal for the government to say anything bad about the tobacco industry over there.
Wow.
They have signed contract for importing and exporting businesses. The tobacco industries have tied onto it that you can't regulate tobacco in any way, shape, or form. So children smoke over there.
Yeah. Without regulation. Without regulation, you're always going to find people who are so greedy they don't give a damn who they hurt to make more money. Yeah. So the idea of less regulation, it frightens me because we have a period in our history where we've seen how bad that can be. But I do got to move it on first. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if, you can just look at other countries and see what their regulations like, and children smoking, bad diets, lead in water, all that kind of stuff. That's what we're keeping, that's what we're keeping away here, with regulations.
Well said. First day. Appreciate you coming through. First time talking?
Third time talking.
Third. Different name?
Nope.
I don't remember. I think I would have remembered that name. All right. I'm getting old. Maybe I got Joe Biden syndrome.
It's far in between, so.
All right. Appreciate you coming back, man. Thank you.
All right. See you.
All right. Now in the comments, somebody said, Keith stated, here's an idea. Don't smoke. Sounds logical. You don't want to get involved, then just don't smoke. Well, what happens when the tobacco company starts putting physicians, doctors, maybe even your damn school teacher in their back pocket to tell young children that smoking and cigarettes are good for them? Maybe put a few movie studios in their back pocket to start showing how cool it is on screen to smoke cigarettes. So I agree with your point. A good idea would be to don't smoke. But they know that Americans or citizens in general may develop that opinion. So then I just simply go and buy off people that you may be more likely to listen to and have them tell you smoking is a good idea. That's what happens. All of your cool actors and actresses in movies are smoking. The damn cartoon characters, from Popeye to Sailor on up, the cartoon characters are smoking. Everything you see around you tells you that tobacco is a good thing and it's cool to do it. So it sounds great, just don't smoke. But that's not how it works in reality. Be careful, Tim. The Dems want 16-year-olds to vote. I don't don't know, Keith, in regards to saying that we should be careful the Dems want 16-year-olds to vote. I don't know if that's any different than handing them an AR-15. I think the right is pretty lenient on how young a person is that should be able to hold a gun. I don't know if you can, I've never heard anybody die by way of ballot. I mean, they just actually legalized 18-year-olds in Louisiana on your 18th birthday. You don't need to know how to shoot. You don't even, I don't think you even need to have arms and legs, do you? As long as you don't have a criminal record, you can own a firearm. On your 18th birthday in Louisiana, you can carry no proof that you know how to even shoot the gun. Is that any worse than letting a 16-year-old vote? I don't know. I'll leave it up to you, but I do believe in America, as long as you don't have a criminal record, you can own a gun even if you don't have arms and legs. Even if you don't have eyes, you can legally own a firearm. How is that any smarter than saying 16 years age should be the vote or not? So I'll leave it up to you. Looking in the comments, there is 0 chance that Kamala will be the candidate. Mark, 0? 0? You absolutely got to give something that would lead you to have that belief. 0% chance. Based on what? Even Biden, on his way out, just officially endorsed Kamala. You're throwing out a 0% chance, literally based on 0. Based on 0. What are you basing that on? I think the voting age should be 21, says Street Logic. If you're going to raise up the age of paying taxes, you're going to raise up the age of joining the military, things like, maybe we could talk about it. But if you're going to, in my opinion, the minute they can actually try you as an adult, you should be able to vote. What we're doing is we're picking and choosing the time when we want a child to be an adult. I don't want him to be an adult when it comes to voting, but I'm favorable to the Second Amendment. So he can at least go to the range at 15, 16 and shoot with parental permission. He can own a gun, but we don't want him to vote till he's 21. But if there's a war, you can draft him at 17. If he wants to smoke a cigarette or a drink, okay, now 21. Why is it all over the damn place? But if he goes out and does something really heinous and he's 15, well, he should have knew better. We're going to try him as an adult now. I mean, why is it all over the damn place? Pick an age where they are an adult and they get treated like an adult and leave it at one solid age. We're picking and choosing all. I mean, you got people as young as 14 years of age being tried and convicted as an adult. I mean, certainly when it comes to minorities, it happens all the time. But 14? Really? He's an adult when you want to lock him up. But for nothing else in life would you have ever considered this person to be an adult. Pick and choose when you want. I would say this also sometimes in regards to females. For instance, if you are a woman and let's say you get shit-faced, you're drunk, and you have sex with somebody you met at a bar or something like that. A lot of states, you are legally beyond able to consent, and the person that was with you could be charged with a sex crime because she's drunk out of her mind. She's not responsible. She's beyond being her cognitive abilities put her beyond being able to consent. But if that same woman who could not consent to sex runs out the house, uses her key and jumps behind the car and drives home and is pulled over, they'll charge her with DUI. Either she can consent to what she does or she can't. I never could get that. You're too drunk to consent to sex, so we're not going to hold you accountable, but you are able to consent to driving. We'll hold you accountable for driving a car, but we won't hold. It doesn't make sense to me. People pick and choose when they want people to be held accountable, and it just doesn't make sense to me. Looking in the comments, here's Kamala Harris. I went to school on the bus. The bus was yellow. I love school buses. I can't. Here's the problem. I keep saying, you folks hold Biden, Kamala, and other Democrats accountable for crazy sounding shit. But when it comes to Trump, I mean, because Trump was talking about sharks, talking about, what is the guy, the serial killer guy, Hannibal Lecter. I mean, you're going to point out crazy rhetoric from Biden or from Kamala Harris in this case, but I guess Trump gets a pass. Why is he at a Trump rally talking about Hannibal Lecter or sharks and shit like that? So it's hard to hear critique of the left when you're defending Trump and there's so much material that he's done very similar to that. I just want to point that out. I feel good about Kamala. It makes my heart sing. Wow. Design my life. All right. I think there are, my last caller pointed it out, some folks who, the youth, maybe not favored Biden because he's an old man and nobody can relate to. They may be in favor of Kamala more. I certainly believe the African-American community, which MAGA has done a really good job pinning vote for me or you ain't black, the crime bill, Senator Byrd, a lot of racially suspicious stuff on Biden. There's far less of that on Kamala. And by the way, there is plenty of stuff on Trump that can be brought up. So I think that putting Trump against Kamala, I think Kamala may win in that category, which she may bring some black voters back because a lot of black voters did not favor Biden. Independents that didn't want to vote for Trump but felt Biden was unfit. Kamala actually does have a few pluses. I'm not saying she's going to win, but she does fill in some gaps where Biden may have been losing voters. So we'll see what happens. If the left thought Kamala could win, she'd be sworn in today. He'd step down and not drop out. You can't do that. You can't swear in Kamala if Biden hasn't dropped. That's not legally allowable. He has to drop out. She can't just, look, the party favors me over the current president, just kick him out of office. You can't do that. And I'll tell you one thing, with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court in favor of Trump, they're not going to let that stuff happen. Trump would rather run against Biden than any other Democrat that could be put up because the poll numbers show he was kicking Biden's ass. So if Kamala did what you're talking about, she's better, so the Democrats, then the Trump side would take that shit up to the Supreme Court and challenge that as being unconstitutional, and they would win. The Trump side don't want Biden taken out, but by him officially resigning, there's nothing they can do about it. Just like if the Democratic Party suddenly tried to put Michelle Obama in the slot. This week with George Stephanopoulos that came on this morning, they had a Republican guest on there who stated that we will challenge that. If they just put somebody up there that's not Kamala, because they want to run against Kamala, if not Biden. She's the second choice to them. They believe that she has less favorables than maybe Gavin or Whitmer or certainly Michelle Obama. So if they put anybody else up there other than Kamala, we're going to challenge that and state that they're doing things the wrong way. And by the way, with the Supreme Court being a 6-3 majority, they would probably win that. So most likely the Democrats, they gotta put Kamala up there. And by the way, when you donate money to the Biden-Harris campaign, you can't just take that money and divert it to some other Democrat. People donated money to the Biden-Harris campaign. So by law, isn't that some of what Trump got in trouble with the whole Alvin Bragg, Stormy Daniels, and his lawyer, Michael Cohen thing? Wasn't that what that was about? Using campaign funds to do something that the people who donated the money to the campaign fund never intended? So you can't just take Harris, Biden campaign funds and give them to Michelle Obama. It was never donated for that reason. Looking in the comments, why are they talking about Michelle Obama? She has no interest in going back to the White House. It doesn't appear so. And I will say this before I go back to the box. Shame on Michelle Obama. Shame on that woman. I know I sound awful saying this, but let me just say this. If you are a Democrat, liberal, progressive, and you truly believe the state of the republic, you believe democracy is at risk, and your response is, well, I'm retired, I want to enjoy my life, and you feel confident that you could be the one that could stop it from happening, if you're a true patriot, don't you kind of have the obligation to do it? Because it's going to hurt you too. I mean, it's no guarantee that Trump won't go after her husband. When Trump was in power, he stated that Obama illegally wiretapped his office. Now, that is a federal crime, by the way. That is a federal crime. So we know Trump, by way of Steve Bannon, has promised to go after a few adversaries. You could be saving your damn husband from having to testify before a very loyal Congress to Trump. So get off of the beach, catch a flight out of Honolulu, go around. Look, it's 4 years. Michelle Obama's a young woman. It's 4 damn years. I'm just saying, if you felt confident, if everybody, all of the pollsters were telling you you could easily beat Trump, and you felt that Trump was as great of a threat as the liberals are saying that he is, it's kind of your obligation. Answer the damn Call of Duty. And I'm just saying, because if Kamala gets in there and loses, or Biden had a loss, and it looks like this didn't have to happen, let's say Trump gets in there and he's as bad as the liberals are saying, and folks are saying this would not have happened if Michelle Obama, you let your country down. You let your country down. So I'm going to say, a lot of folks may not like it, but shame on her if she feels like a lot of liberals have said. You know when Trump said that he was lying? When Trump said what? Yeah, that would be great for America. Trump 2024 says Steve. All right, let me go back to the box. Biden is out. Will, good afternoon. Will, welcome to the program. There's a lot to put on one person's shoulders, says Lady T. Yeah, but if you can do it. By the way, it probably wouldn't be as hard as folks think. You're going to have interns that will teach you how to speak in front of crowds and things like that. You got a host of educated specialists that can help you with everything you need. Everything you need. And not to mention, your husband has done the job for 8 years. Michelle Obama could run the country. You got your husband that would help you write the speeches, help you. I mean, he got friends all over the world, friends all over in Washington. It ain't like you some, person we found at the Motel 6 and gave a job to. You're Michelle Obama. She's already met thousands of dignitaries and things like that around the world. So it's a lot to put on her shoulders, but she probably could do it. She wouldn't do it the way the right favors, but she probably could do it. I see the box is problematic. Come on, Tim. You know Kamala doesn't have enough experience to be president of the United States. She's married to a former president, Bobby. She is married to a former president. There's no way in hell I don't think Michelle Obama could run the country. She is married to a former president. We kept Biden on ice, weekend at Bernie style, for most of his presidency, and he was able to do it. I mean, the country, despite what folks on the right are saying, the country ain't falling apart like that. So, yeah, I think Michelle Obama could run the country. I mean, there are plenty of folks that are going to do all of the jobs. I mean, at the end of the day, with her husband in there, yeah, I think she could do it. I really do. Looking in the comments, like I said, if you're on the left, you're not going to like what she's doing. Fair enough, but it ain't like she's running without a huge support system. Bottom line to many, just seeing how corrupt Democrats are and want a change of the obvious corruption, says No Name. In regards to the notion that people want to change from corrupt Democrats, I got to point out the opposition is Trump. There's a lot of people in the country that think that Trump is corrupt. It's not like Biden or Kamala is running against Nikki Haley. She's running against Trump. There's no shortage of Americans that think Trump is corrupt too, but I do get your point. Obama would be in his wife's ear the whole term. Exactly, says Red Hammer. Exactly. And we know Obama's capable of running the country. We know that. Oh, by the way, Michelle Obama gave some fairly empowering speeches during her time. So we know she knows how to talk to an audience. I mean, some of her speeches were so good, Melania Trump plagiarized one of them. So she's not that damn bad. It was good enough for Melania Trump to reuse. So I do believe Michelle Obama could run the country. I just do believe that. Hillary was the first candidate to say they cheated in the election. No, I think Al Gore said it too. Al Gore said that George W. Bush cheated in 2000. Trump took it to a whole new level, though. That's why when folks say, why is it so wrong for Trump to say they cheated when Hillary and Al Gore did the same thing? I think Stacey Abrams did it down in Georgia because Trump took it to a whole new level. They claimed cheating happened. Trump actually tried to do things that were controversial, if not illegal, like have his vice president not certify an election. That's different. Trump took it to a whole different level. Not to mention he's still holding rallies. I mean, his speech at the RNC last Thursday is him saying he still won the election by a landslide. He still said it. Hillary Clinton didn't take it to that level. So but I do agree she said it, and so did Al Gore. But they all said Trump cheated too. Well, I will just say this in regards to the 2020 election. It's been almost 4 years. Trump should have done way better at showing evidence to back up the stuff he's saying. That's all I'm saying. If he won and the Democrats cheated, I would concede that. You know, look, Democrats got one. You know, even if I'm favoring the Democrats, shit, we got away with one on that. It's pretty clear we got lucky. No, Trump hasn't shown evidence to some of the things he's saying. Now, keep in mind, Trump didn't say there was cheating in the 2020 election. He said he won by a landslide. There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence that he won. You can point to anything you think that didn't look right in the 2020 election. None of that shows evidence that he won by a landslide. So even if you believe the Democrats got involved and did shit they shouldn't do, Trump should not have went around announcing he won by a landslide. That's not based on any factual information. There are plenty of folks that support Trump. Some of my beloved MAGA will tell you in a minute, I think Trump won. But did he win by a landslide? Well, maybe not, maybe by a little. So even MAGA don't believe Trump had a true basis for saying he won by a landslide. He shouldn't have said that. Feds have to be in on this evidence hiding. But you got to have evidence. You got to have proof of all of this stuff. Mike Pence said Trump lost. Well, Mike Pence got bought off. Where's the evidence of that? This is the problem, is that too many things in support of Trump is being stated with no evidence at all. Attorney General Barr went and researched all of Trump's claims that the election was stolen and came back and said this stuff is bullshit. Well, he's bought off. You know, he's just trying to sell, but where's the evidence of this stuff? I mean, it just show evidence and people will be more likely to be on your side. But just complaining that anybody who don't tell me what I'm saying is true, they're bought and paid for. You can't just do that. And that's what's happening with the Trump side of the aisle, is that everything, and I look at the comments, Andy Joe asked, where are my facts? Facts in regards to what? My facts are, there's very few, if any, Republican senators, Congress, governors, stating that Trump won by a landslide. That's my fact. I'm not even talking about Democrats. I'm talking about Republicans. Very few Republicans in Washington are publicly saying Trump won the 2020 election by a landslide. That is my fact. Same thing in regards to January 6th. They were all there at the Capitol building on January 6th. Not talking about liberals, Democrats, or progressives. Talking about Republicans. Very few Republicans that were there on January 6th and said it was Antifa, Black Lives Matter, or any of that shit. Ray Epps, any of that. That's my facts. Is that the whole Republican Party is disagreeing with this stuff. That's my facts. I'm a Republican, and I believe we could have done better than Trump. I will vote for him because he's all we have, but we should have done better, says Rose. And I think, folks, that's what they were going to vote for Biden for, is that exact same reason. They thought that, you know, he was all we got. Looking in the comments, Fancy Prancy says they predicted a landslide poll. Prediction doesn't mean Trump has the right to go around saying it. Okay, they predicted he was going to win by a landslide. It's been 3 years. He's still saying it. There's no evidence of that. If Trump is challenged to give evidence, he can't provide any. If you were to ask Trump, MAGA, or any other Republican, show me evidence that Trump won by a landslide, it's generally going to consist of, well, this didn't look right, or they did this, or none of that proves he won by a landslide, though. Where's the evidence he won by a landslide? He shouldn't have said that. That ain't no better than suggesting that the Democrats cheated. He got up there and told people something that is factually unbiased. It's not based on anything other than I feel like I won. I don't know why. Mario Bros, I don't know why people keep citing 2,000 Mules. I just don't know. Like I said, I've seen it 6 times. I paid to see it the first damn time. Seen it 5 more times. 2,000 Mules shows that suspicious things happened during the 2000 election. That's all it shows. That is, it does not show the Democrats cheated in any way, fashion, or form against President Trump. All of the cheating in favor of Democrats is all made by assumption. We got cell phone data that shows somebody coming by the same mailbox over and over again. So we're going to assume they're cheating on behalf of Democrats. Prove it. Prove that they're not cheating on behalf of Republicans. I can't. I don't see the ballots. I'm just assuming that. We got overhead video shows somebody stuffing ballots in a mailbox. So we assume all those ballots are done to benefit Democrats. Prove it. Show me what's on the ballot. Is it possible that a Republican went in that neighborhood and did that for... No, we don't believe Republicans cheat. It's only Democrats. That's why 2,000 Mules has never won anywhere. Because all of it is based on assumption. It's not based on fact. And that's why when Trump went to court, having Rudolph Giuliani and the rest fighting on his behalf, courts don't rule on assumption. They rule on evidence. Showing a bunch of suspicious shit doesn't automatically equate to Democratic cheating. I can show you a polling place where everybody would normally go to vote and they closed all the windows so we couldn't see what was going on. So we assume they're cheating on behalf of Democrats, but we can't prove it. All we can show you is them closing the window. Anything from that point on is you just making up shit. You got to prove that. Okay, you can't look in there, so prove to me that they were cheating on behalf of Democrats. You can't. They only let us stand 25 feet over the shoulder of anybody at a polling place. We want to stand 6 feet. We want to see what they're doing. But they made us stand back 25 feet. So we assume they're cheating on behalf of Democrats, so they won't let us look at it. Prove it. Prove that they're doing that. Just because they made you stand back doesn't automatically equate to Democratic fraud. Everything in 2,000 Mules featured, we have to assume something to make this work. That is why it doesn't work. That's why Trump will never win in court with that stuff, because you got to go in with evidence. You can't go in all these assumptions. Ruby Freeman passing around drives like they're vials of crack. So we assume there's something on the drive that benefits Democrats. Prove it. Get the drive, download what's on it. Until you do that, you can't make that claim. Everything they stated had all kinds of assumptions in it. And that is why the producers and distributors of 2,000 Mules have stated they won't even be doing that anymore because it doesn't prove anything. Looking in the comments, willfully ignorant, says Trump 2024. You got a whole... Look, let me say something, folks. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with QAnon, damn it, we mean it. You can be critical of the host. You can be critical of other people in the comments. I don't block, ban, or censor comments. Instead of typing willfully ignorant with not a damn thing following it, so that your comment don't mean shit beyond that, why not use that space to post what you're saying so maybe I can concede your point or discuss it? But typing willfully ignorant with nothing following it doesn't do shit. Just want to let you know that. And I appreciate you following it up with something meaningful. Not going to block, ban, or censor you at all. It's all about free speech. But add something that adds some type of context. Just yelling out willfully ignorant doesn't mean a damn thing. Looking in the comments, can you at least admit that that was some screwed up shit? Mark, yes, I can. Yes, I can. If what 2,000 Mules showed looks screwed up as hell. But Trump jumping up and saying that means I won is equally screwed up. That ain't the time for you to take a lap around the track bragging. This doesn't say shit in your favor. If we could find out what was on those ballots, we may find out some of that shit was cheating on behalf of Republicans. What Trump did was equally screwed up shit. To just jump up and tell the audience he won by a landslide with no factual basis on it at all, and to continue doing that. He's still doing it. Still doing it. People have been killed over that shit. People have lost their lives, lost their entire fortune, been incarcerated because they believed him. January 6th was only 2 months and 2 days after the election. There's no damn way in hell those people on January 6th had enough evidence only 2 months and 2 days after the election to act like that day. No way in hell. Trump couldn't prove on January 6th the election had been stolen from him. Attorney General Barr was still investigating shit. So to have all these people come up to Washington and say, we're here to stop the steal, you don't even have any evidence it's being stolen. People lost a lot based on that. So that, I agree with you, it's screwed up shit, but that's equally screwed up. Is to tell all these folks something, knowing that you have no evidence. It's just how you felt. That's all it amounts to. He felt like the election was stolen. But he told them it actually was reality. Cost a lot of people a lot of shit. It took 3 weeks to announce Biden as a president. That was the way they cheated. Very much cheating. How does taking 3 weeks to announce Biden as president equate to Trump winning by a landslide? Explain that. Explain I want to hear the part where Trump won by a landslide. If Trump had pointed out a lot of suspicious shit took place during this election, we might have a conversation. I want to hear the part where he won by a landslide. Where did that come from? I'm not seeing any evidence of that. And all of the folks I'm talking to, particularly on the right, your response is things that didn't look right, things that were suspicious. None of that stuff is about Trump winning by a landslide. Even most folks on the right that I talk to admit, okay, yeah, he didn't have a right to say that. Yeah, the Democrats cheated it, but he didn't have a right to say that. What he did was equally as wrong. What about when everybody went to sleep that night, woke up and there was a surge of votes? What do you think about it? You're pointing out suspicious shit. Where is the landslide part at, though? I'm still not, if you want to say, look, when we went to bed, Trump was up. When we woke up, he was losing. So we just going to assume that some cheating took place and Trump won by a landslide. You can't do that. There's still assumption in that. As I stated, what Trump should have did is went to the courts and said, I found this, I found that, I found that. We need to have a do-over. Something doesn't look right. No, he said I won by a landslide. I haven't seen that. Still haven't seen that. Explain why they covered windows when they counted the votes in Philly. I can't. Just like you can't explain why them covering windows led to you automatically saying they're cheating on behalf of Democrats. Maybe there's some cheating going on behalf of Republicans in that office. We just assume anything that don't look right has to be done to help Democrats. That's what I'm talking about. Tim, your feelings. Okay, I don't know what that means. A lot of shady stuff going on, but I guess that's just life. Well, Trump said he won by a landslide is shady stuff too, though. Trump saying he won by a landslide he has no justification to say that. I can point to things that didn't look right. And everything that I point to that didn't look right, I'm going to take credit for that, meaning that would have been votes for me. You can't do that. You can't do that. And that's what he did. That's where he's saying he won by a landslide. Everything that looks suspicious, he automatically assumed that would have been votes for me. The mindset is Democrats cheat, Republicans are honest. You can't go with that. Notice in 2000 Mules, they go to Florida, they go to Wisconsin, they go to Milwaukee. They go to Georgia, they go to Atlanta. They go to Michigan, they go to Detroit. They go to Arizona, they go to Phoenix. What's happening in the Republican areas of those states? Did anybody go to Eau Claire, Wisconsin? Did anybody go to Savannah, Georgia? Escanaba, Michigan, Upper Peninsula. No, we only went to Democratic areas to look for cheating. The whole 2000 Mules investigation was biased. From the moment it started, we're only going to assume Democrats cheat. Any chance something may have happened in some of those mailboxes in Republican areas? I don't know. We didn't go there. Did you do some cell phone data around polling offices in Decatur, Georgia? No, we didn't go there. We only went to Atlanta. If I only police your area, guess where all the crime is in the state? It's in your area. 2000 Mules is a bad example. It's a bad example of looking for election fraud. It was biased. Let me just say this. Would you believe something about President Trump if it came from Al Sharpton, Rachel Maddow, AOC? Dinesh D'Souza was actually pardoned by Trump. Is that an unbiased source? Really? You think he's going to say anything that doesn't make Trump look good? Dinesh D'Souza. Really? So, just want to point that out, because I know MAGA would never entertain pardoned by Biden or Obama as a source for information. Would never accept that. User 5, the box is problematic today. Yeah, Barr backs Trump. Steve, you're right. He's backing Trump for president, but he stated that election fraud claim is bullshit. He doesn't back Trump. In fact, I don't know anybody. Nikki Haley doesn't believe the election was stolen. J.D. Vance doesn't believe the election was stolen. We know Mike Pence didn't believe it. I don't think there's any prominent Republicans other than maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene or Matt Gaetz. Why don't they believe it? Hell of a lot of Republicans that would have gotten reelected would have served a second term in Washington. They're even saying Trump lost. Al Sharpton backstabbed the black race and laughed about it. Real blacks want him off too. There are some blacks that don't like Al Sharpton, okay? But I'm just saying, Sharpton is a biased source. So is Dinesh D'Souza. That's all I'm saying. You can go the rest of that Sharpton shit. We can talk about it later. But Dinesh D'Souza is a biased source. If Biden was the leading nominee and now dropped out, would you still consider him or Kamala fit after stepping down at such a... Well, I think that June 27th debate shows that Biden is not capable of running office. So I think he should have stepped down sooner. I'm not going to hold Biden accountable for it. Keep in mind, let me just say this, folks. What Trump is promising America and what Biden is promising America is on opposite ends of the political spectrum. So I don't care what or how bad Biden performs. People are not going to run to Trump. Just like if Trump got up there and sounded like shit, Trump supporters are not going to vote for Biden. So Biden's cognitive abilities is not going to make people switch to Trump. I mean, what they're offering is so far apart. Neither one of these men are coming at it from a moderate perspective. You know, that's why you got people saying I would vote for Biden even if he was in a coma. I mean, the other side is way over there. Kamala Harris, maybe. But Trump is way far to the right. I mean, you're talking about 7-3, potential 7-2 on the Supreme Court. You're talking about potential federal abortion bans. I know folks are going to say they're keeping it at the state level, but it has a potential. Talking about some pretty far-right shit. So people aren't going to go from Biden because he sounds like he's out of his rocker for Trump. It's just not going to happen. They are crazy. They are crazy. They are handing on their ideologies. I don't quite get that. That's not true. Several people I know who were Democrats are now voting for Trump, and most blacks and Latinos. Okay. I can't speak on who you know, but I don't buy that most blacks or Latinos are voting for Trump. We'll know in 4 months, but just like in the 2022 midterms, wasn't that supposed to happen? Walk away, all these blacks are going to vote, for the Republicans, and it didn't happen. I have to point out, Trump offered to give police immunity in liberal cities. I don't think most blacks want that. So a lot of blacks that are voting for Trump, maybe they don't know that. Maybe they don't believe it can happen. I don't know, but I think Trump is going to do better with blacks than most other Republican presidential contenders, but it ain't going to be most. I think Trump may get close to 20% if he's lucky. Maybe. That might be enough. He may win, but I don't think it's going to be much different than that. And somebody pointed out abortions. Yeah, the pro-life stance that Republicans are taking is wildly unpopular with the voting public. Even in Republican states, when they're given a chance to vote, they go against what the Republicans are promoting. So we'll look at it. Here's a good one. Eva. Shout out to my female Republicans, female MAGA. Eva says, no, in caps, no, only Dems cheat. Pretty sure she got evidence for that, but she says only Democrats cheat. 2,000 Mules is awesome. Biden did not win. He stole it, in my opinion, which kind of eliminates the fact part when you say my opinion, but he stole it in my opinion, and anybody who votes for them hate America. Wow. But you said only Democrats cheat. So I guess you didn't hear about the whole fake elector scheme in Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona. People actually pled guilty to doing it. Republicans. Only Democrats cheat. I guess we just excuse that, huh? Okay, and you say Biden stole it, in my opinion. Well, you're fine to have we're invited to have your opinion, but at the end of the day, that's all that is. It's your opinion. And you said anybody who votes for Biden hates America. A lot of folks in the U.S. military voting for Biden. A lot of folks that are law enforcement, serving on the fire department, nurses, civil service that help Americans all day, every day. They all hate America, huh? I mean, you got to assume a large portion of the U.S. military is voting for Biden. Maybe not half, maybe more than half. Maybe it's only 30%. That's still tens of thousands of people. They all hate America. People who served in combat hate America. General Milley is not going to vote for Trump. He hates America. General Petraeus is not going to vote for Trump. He hates America. I believe that what was his name? Colin Powell. I think he had some choice words for Trump. Hate America, huh? I think you're moving a bit far with that. The fake elector scheme was actually real electors. There is a set of alternative electors. They pled guilty to it. You try to defend the fake electors. They pled guilty already. Huh? Vast majority of military, police, border patrol, and fire departments support Trump. Mark, I agree with that. But even if you say let's say 80%, and I believe that number is higher than average, but let's say 80% of all cops support Trump. You realize how many people in this country have a badge on them? Postal police, tax, IRS has police, railroads. I mean, even if 80% support Trump, and I don't believe it's that high, but even if 80, that's still tens of thousands of law enforcement that support Biden. They all hate America, huh? That's insane. That is insane. Wow. Thank you for the super chat, James Phillips. There's going to see another high turn. Oh yeah, this is going to be a real high turnout. Come election day, it's going to be a real high turnout. You're a globalist if you want open borders and high inflation. If you want open borders and high inflation, in my opinion, you're an idiot. Trump is for American families. Democrats are for gay army that steal children's minds. Ooh. Let me break that down. Wow. First of all, you're a globalist. To me, that just says Jewish. I don't know where to go with that, but you're a globalist if you want open borders. What the hell does open borders and whatever? I'm not for open borders, by the way. I believe a sovereign country should defend and protect their borders. So I'm not for that. High inflation. Who the hell is for high inflation? Even the people who support Biden wants the inflation under control. So I don't know where that's going. Trump is for American families. American families that are trans, he's for them. He's for women. If a woman was violated and, needs to have something, that he's for that family. I don't know. Trump is for some American families. There's plenty of American families who would disagree with. What if a family is living off minimum wage and they really would like a wage increase? Trump is for that family. What if a family is straddling a lot of college tuition loan debt and they would really benefit from some tuition loan forgiveness? Is Trump for that family? I don't buy that he's for all families. There's plenty of things that Trump is not in favor of, so I don't totally get that. Democrats are for gay army. That's just, other than homophobic comment, I don't know where else to go with that. A gay army? Is it really that many gay people that wouldn't have a whole army to themselves? I mean, it's just a homophobic comment. And last but not least, that steals children's minds. The whole hurting of children and, as you say, stealing children's minds, once again, I do believe that is a homophobic comment, because when it was teaching LGBT or CRT or DEI and forcing children to partake in that, it was all about how much it was harming children. But the minute they start forcing kids to read the Bible, suddenly all of their "I don't want things shoved down my children's throat" comments disappeared. Even if the child is Muslim, you're going to read the Bible, who gives a damn? Suddenly we didn't care nothing about children all of a sudden. So to me, that's a homophobic statement. What's tariffs but government-sponsored inflation? Yeah, it can be if they pass the tariffs on, which they most likely will, James Phillips. I don't disagree with that. 100%. What is your opinion of what's happening? Says there's no place like... I think for the Democratic Party, there's a lot of benefits. I'll go back to the box if I can get it to work, but here's some of the things I mentioned earlier in the show. Good news and bad news replacing Biden with Harris. Good news. This won't cost any Democratic votes at all. Most of the Democratic votes were anti-Trump votes. Replacing Biden with Harris is not likely to really cost any Democratic votes at all. There's bad news, but I'm going to give you some more of the good news. Independents that were going to sit it out due to Biden's being an old man, poor health, cognitive abilities looking like shit. A lot of them are not likely now to vote. A lot of independents are like, look, I'm not a big fan of Trump, but I'm not going to vote for an old man that's unfit for office. A lot of those folks are going to be energized to vote for Kamala because she can serve for 4 years. Black voters. Trump has done pretty well, according to some polls, with black voters. Biden doesn't have a good relationship with the black community. And I'll give Trump supporters good credit for, really affixing some tough labels on Biden, like vote for me and you ain't black, and the crime bill, and his connection to Senator Burb. I mean, so Biden doesn't have a good rapport with the black community anymore. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, will be different. None of those labels fit on Kamala Harris. So it wouldn't surprise me if Kamala energizes some blacks that may have normally been willing to sit it out because they thought maybe both guys were racist or something of that nature. Biden was too old. They weren't interested in Biden. Or maybe even some black Trump supporters may think twice. We'll see. But I do believe it will be a net benefit for Kamala among black voters. Women voters should be self-explanatory. Kamala's touring the country talking about giving women reproductive rights back. So the women voters will certainly will help. Because listen, Trump is an alpha male. He's not big on LGBT. He's certainly not big on feminists, things that women tend to favor. Kamala's going to beat Trump on the women's vote. I'm not saying Kamala's going to win the whole damn election, but she will beat Trump on the women's vote. I don't think there's any debate for that. Down ballot races. I'll get to the bad news, but here's some more good news. Down ballot races. A lot of campaign donors were so pissed off that the Democrats would not wise up and see that Biden was unfit, that they were not only threatening to stop giving money to Biden, they weren't going to give money to any damn Democrat. If you won't see the light and quit backing this loser, we're not going to give our money to any of these folks. So now that they've gotten rid of Kamala, down ballot senators, Congress, governors can now get their hands back on those campaign funds. That's good news for the Democratic Party. The debates, I don't think Kamala is going to come close to doing as bad as June 27th. Even if Trump was to wipe the floor with her, she's not going to look that bad. So she will do better in the debates with Trump, maybe even beat him. We'll see. But she won't do as bad. I think Biden's debate performance is probably the worst in U.S. history from a presidential candidate. And I'm including sweating Nixon. I'm including that one. And last but not least, the Democratic Party had become pretty damn divisive in regards to promoting Biden versus saying he should step down. The group of people suggesting Biden stand down had continued growing more and more. Every day, more and more people were stepping up and saying Biden needs to step down. Now that Biden's gone, the Democratic Party is more likely to unite. So those are the good things in regards to putting Kamala in there. And I'm assuming Kamala, we could talk if it was somebody else, but these are all based on Kamala. Here's the bad news, though. Kamala's a black person. Take it as you may. But Kamala is black. There are people that are among the Democratic Party and even among the independents that may not favor a black woman to lead this country. Kamala's a woman. That too. I've had women come on the program and say women do not have the temperament to lead this country. A lot of folks don't believe a woman should be president. So those are two negatives for Kamala. Next, she will be tied to Biden's record. No doubt that there are some things in there that will hurt her, such as the border, such as Kamala Harris for about 3 years, at least 2, on record saying there's nothing wrong with what's going on at the border. Total bullshit. She don't have to answer for that. Biden's border failures are on Kamala as well. I'll go to the next one, but real quick, Dennis Blankenship, thank you for the super chat. Who do you think would be best for the country as a whole? As in me, you, and the people we know, personality aside. Ooh. It's real difficult to say. I mean, obviously, I prefer a moderate. But some of the polarization in this country is surrounding issues that do not have a middle ground. Abortion, gun rights. I gotta say, I know a lot of folks may not favor this, but if I could get the Nikki Haley I thought she was, probably somebody like that, because she was willing to listen to both sides. Now she's gone. She is gone. I'm not talking about the Nikki Haley has shown that she flip-flops. But I really thought Nikki Haley would have been perfect for that. I mean, she is somebody that listened when they was arguing about the Confederate flag and took it down. I mean, she appointed Tim Scott, and not really celebrating Tim Scott, but she was, not anymore though. Someone said not anymore. Somebody who would be good for everybody. Wow, that's hard. In this environment that's so damn polarized, it's really hard. Man, I don't know. That's a great question. I normally have an answer, but you really stumped me with that. I may do a show on that because, man, I hate being stumped that damn much. But in our environment where we're so polarized, I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for that because you're going to have the progressives, fighting for regulations and demanding that businesses and stuff pay their fair share and treat employees right. And the right is going to push back against all of that. We've seen that earlier in the show. The right believes in, little to no regulations and things like that. They're more pro-big business. So we know how the Second Amendment stands. We know how the pro-choice, pro-life. I don't know who's in the middle of all that shit. It's a good question. James Phillips. I don't like Biden stepping aside, but it removes the division in the DNC. I concur. Did Biden pick Kamala? Haven't read officially. Yes, Biden has officially endorsed Kamala Harris on the way out. He did do that already. Yes. And Biden will give, according to Biden, what did he say? I will speak to the nation in more detail about my decision later this week. So he will speak more, but he has already endorsed Kamala Harris. All right, more bad news, though, in regards to Kamala Harris I wanted to bring up. In addition to her being tied to the negatives of the Biden administration, she never was very popular. with minorities, or really anybody for that matter. She's not Barack Obama. She's not Hakeem Jeffries. She's not Cory Booker. She's not AOC. There's a lot of minorities that the blacks and Hispanics favor. Kamala's not one of them. Kamala's not one of them. So we'll leave it at that. And last but not least, this isn't necessarily tied to Kamala, but if they are to propel somebody else other than Kamala for the spot, the Republicans have already stated they will challenge that. And my guess is they may win with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. Let's say Michelle Obama announced she was going to run. Well, we know the campaign money is donated to the Biden-Harris campaign. So you can't give it to Michelle Obama. The Republicans will step up. Now, the Democrats ain't going to challenge that shit. Fine, great. But the Republicans have stated they will challenge it. And my guess is if it go to the Supreme Court, they would win. So I believe Kamala it is. I don't think anybody else can do it. But this is where I could be wrong. We will see. But with the Supreme Court being so far to the right, they're not going to assist the Democrats in doing anything that the Democrats may view as favorable. They're just, you can almost count on the Republican Supreme Court taking any challenge and any challenge to how this is, how we end up doing this, and ruling on behalf of the Republican Party. I don't trust the Republican Supreme Court on this at all. Look it in the comments. They need to do it to expose the Supreme. Do you really need to expose the Supreme Court at this point, Black Power? They just gave Trump immunity from prosecution and didn't define what the hell immunity means. I don't think you need any more exposure than that. You saw the Chevron decision. They've ruled that they can take money and gifts and shit. How much more exposure do you need? Do you need to see when I'm smoking crack on camera? I don't think they need any more exposure. It's out in the open at this point. May make people vote for Democrat. It will make people vote for Democrat. I think this is what I keep saying. Now, folks are talking about Biden's expensive gas prices and Biden's economy. I'm not going to argue that. A lot of folks, what your own personal bills cost. The Dow is high, the stock market. That ain't mean shit to the average worker. If you are hurting financially under the Biden administration. However, I will point out something that I think a lot of folks that may be voting for Trump because they don't favor Biden, particularly among minorities, that they're not taking into consideration. The possibility of a 7-2 Supreme Court. I've said it in many videos that Justice Clarence Thomas is 75 and Alito is 74. They're both highly favorable to Trump as it is. I don't think it would be hard for Trump to convince either one of them to step down for the good of the party. Let me appoint a 45 or 50-year-old. Now, if you think Biden's gas prices or grocery bills suck, fair enough. But we're not going to be talking about Biden's gas prices 10 years from now. You'll still be dealing with those Supreme Court justices. They will still be around. So I think a lot of folks don't realize that you may be playing checkers in a game of chess. Those Supreme Court justices should be more valuable, right or left. If you vote for Trump, you're getting a 7-2, likely, possibly, definitely a 6-3 solid majority in the Supreme Court for another 30, 40 years. You may be getting a 7-2 majority. That's huge. If you're voting for Trump, that should really solidify your vote. If you're voting against Trump, it should also do that. That's a huge consequence to say, I want $2 gas or I want affordable groceries. So I'm willing to have a 7-2 or a 6-3 Supreme Court majority that leans right for a large portion, if not the rest of my life, so that I can get cheaper gas. I don't think a lot of folks are realizing that it's that much is on the table. Or realizing Trump can say he's not for Project 2025. I can't prove that he is, but there's a lot. If you want to say the 2020 election was stolen, because there's a lot of evidence connecting Trump to Project 2025. Now, the man says it's ridiculous. He has nothing to do with it. I'm going to leave it at that. But there is a lot of people that worked on 2025 that used to work for President Trump directly. Maybe none of that makes sense at all, but I just want to tell you that. So stuff like the abortion bans and things like that. I mean, if you can get $2 gas, you're okay with that. So I think a lot of folks are not taking that stuff in consideration. I'll just leave it at that. James Phillips, DNC nomination would be a state-by-state matter. We don't have time for all of that, though, James. You don't have time for all of that. Familiarizing yourself with candidates, maybe you've never... A lot of people who are not into politics like us don't know who Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan is or Gavin Newsom of California. A lot of, particularly on the Democratic side, because the Democratic voters are not energized. Particularly minorities don't vote a lot of times. So they don't know who all these people are. We got 3 months in a few weeks to vote. You don't have enough time for all of that shit. So I don't know if you can... I hear what you said about a DNC nomination state by state. I don't know if we have enough time for that. But we'll see. We'll see. The DNC is going to be virtual. That tells you something. Well, let's see what changes now that they've officially gotten rid of Biden. Just like there's thousands of people to prove that Biden has no integrity or honor. The matter of fact, he was no integrity of, wait a minute, the matter of fact, he was known as a racist, says Alex. But well, let me just say this in regards to Biden being a racist or whatever the case may be. And you could be right. I'm just going to say that. You could be right. I don't know what's in the man's heart. Same thing I say when people say Trump is a racist. But I will tell you this. By far, the overwhelming majority of people I've heard say Biden is a racist are not black themselves. Regardless of what background you are, I think you know who is abusive towards you. And the overwhelming majority of people saying that Biden is a racist are not black. There are some, but most of the people saying Biden is a racist are not black themselves. They're telling black people, this guy is racist to you, as if the black people don't know who's mistreating them or not. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe he is racist, but the fact that you got to tell people he is speaks volumes. Most black people, because they remember, Biden would not be president. He would not have gotten the Democratic, he would not have been the Democratic nominee if it wasn't for the blacks of North Carolina. Black people put him in office. So clearly they don't believe he's racist. It's more people that are not black that are saying that. I would submit to you this. I believe more people of color probably suspect Trump as being closer to that than Biden. I'll leave it at that. I mean, I hear more people of color accusing Trump as opposed to Biden. But there are some who do accuse Biden, but yeah, more by far, more on Trump. Dennis Blankenship. But Hunter Biden did smoke crack on camera, that is true. And Biden held some of the same documents that Trump did. I believe that is true. If he wasn't fit, then Kamala, if he wasn't fit, then should Kamala be considered? Yeah, I don't see, if Biden isn't fit or if Biden is a criminal or whatever, yeah, Kamala gets propelled up. I don't see any decent claim for why Kamala shouldn't be next in line, unless somebody shows me. Let me try to bring another guest up. Really hard on the box for some reason. I don't know why the box stops working. Amps, good afternoon. Biden is out of it. Good thing? Amps, are you there? All right. Apparently he came in and went out. I couldn't hear nothing but error. We'll try another guest. Let's go with Arletha 282. More votes from minorities than any other Republican candidate, the chosen one, says Steve. Yeah, but that's because the other ones weren't getting no votes at all. Arletha, good afternoon. Arletha, are you there? Wow, box is really bad. Now that person is on there, but they apparently are not near their device. Kamala Harris, she's worked at 7-Eleven. Okay, Bobby, what does that mean? If Kamala worked at 7-Eleven, shouldn't that be a good thing? She worked her way up from something to nothing. Do you want silver spoon candidates? Somebody who was born rich, don't know what it's like to relate to the lower class? Seemed like that would be a good thing. That she worked from something to nothing and now she actually is in a position of power. I see you saying just kidding. All right, but you're helping her out by saying that though. Kamala will never be president. That's a joke. All right, they did say that about Trump. Folks did say that about Trump, and that did not age well. Several folks, including Barack Obama, was on Saturday Night Live saying Trump will never be president. But it says Backroad Becky. Something about that name I love. Backroad Becky says it says 900 pages wrong. Project 2025. What do you mean by that? Oh, you're saying that Project 2025 is 900 pages of proposed wrongs on America? All right. Backroad Becky. 69, by the way. Wow. Okay. Backroad Becky 69. That could be a whole fucking movie. All right, let me go. Project 2025, Agenda 47, Article F. Babette Lynn. The women are on that Project 2025 shit. Wow. The women are on that. I think that Trump may have a women problem. Then again, he's probably used to that by now. Let me try Drew. Good afternoon, Drew. History repeats itself. Certainly, if you don't get taught history well, Steve, that is true. What do you think they will do with who's going to run? What do you mean what they're going to do with them? It'll be a process as usual. Dream on Dims. Caitlin Harris. I'm assuming you're talking about Kamala Harris. Ha ha ha. I don't know. I think that Kamala may not beat Trump. I'm not going to say she automatically will win, but I actually do believe she has a better chance than Biden. I really do, because of Biden's horrible performance at the debate, and we're seeing him walking up the steps to the aircraft looking all weak. I do believe she'll have a better chance. I mean, we know that Kamala won't do as bad in that debate as Trump, guaranteed, as Biden. I think Biden's performance on June 27th at that national debate with that audience was probably the worst performance of any presidential candidate in a national debate in U.S. history. And I mentioned that includes sweating Nixon. Kamala's not going to do that bad. Trump may wipe the floor with Kamala, and it won't look that bad. So I'm just telling you, she is a positive over Biden. James Phillips, TikTok is not even showing you live. Really? Is that what happened? Let me know on TikTok. Can you folks see me? What the hell? Nobody said anything about that. Maybe I need to reset the TikTok. You can see me. Okay. Everybody see. Okay, you guys can see me. All right. So everybody's saying yes. I don't know what you mean, James. Maybe it's your device. I appreciate you letting me know, but they all can see me. Yeah, everybody said it. Okay, and can hear me. So what do you think, though? How many, by way of yes or no, since you all can hear this shit, how many of you think the Democrats replacing Biden with Kamala, and this could be on the left or the right, how many of you think the Democratic Party will be better with Kamala than Biden? By way of yes or no. And I want to see my MAGA, feel free, respond as well. Now, MAGA's not going to believe either one of them are going to win, but maybe you're MAGA and you believe Biden would have been more competitive. I don't know. Most of you folks are saying yes. Yeah, of course, better. Biden was done. Yeah. I think, everybody's saying yes, and I got a lot of MAGA in this. I think it's better, but still not good enough to beat Trump. Even Lady T. Okay, and that could be. But it does sound like, according to all of you folks, that the move the Democrats made was a move in the right direction. Do you think Democrats used Kamala's their toke? I don't quite get your, man, I would love to read your comment there with the super chat, Dennis Blankenship, but you said, do you think Democrats used Kamala's their toke? What is that? What is a their toke? Are you saying that they use her throat? I can respond to that, but I don't. You got to retype that. I hate to tell you that, but I don't know what you're saying there. I can't see you live on TikTok. Everybody's saying they can, though, yo boy. That's really. I can't see you live. Yeah, everybody else is saying it to chat, poll, comment, Trump, or comment. Somebody, what is that? Trent B. You're trying to control the chat. Well, I'll give you, as I believe in, free speech, letting the folks speak. I'll ask that. Everybody in the comment. If it comes down to Trump versus Kamala, type in who you got. Trump versus Kamala. I just want to see what my audience has to say. If it comes down to Trump versus Kamala, type in who you're likely to vote for. I'm curious to see it as well. Somebody typed in Harris when I said Kamala, but everybody typed in Harris. My TikTok side is overwhelmingly Kamala. There's a few Trumps there, but on YouTube, it's MAGA mania. Wow. Should I rip my shirt open like Hulk Hogan? What are you going to do when all of the... What did he call him? Trump? It should have been MAGA maniacs. What did Hulk Hogan call them, though? But yeah, I got a lot of Trump supporters on YouTube. I got to find a way to talk to you folks, to engage with you Trump folks, because I'd like to take your calls live. I know a lot of you guys think I'm full of shit. You are the ones I would love to talk to, but I don't know how to bring up audio guests on YouTube. And a lot of you folks don't have TikTok. Yes, rip it up, man. No, don't rip your shirt off. No, I ain't rip you. You want to see these titties? No, I'm not in shape. I'm not going to rip my damn shirt off. No, I'm not. TikTok, you using that Chinese dump platform, says Paul Hall. Yeah, if I could find a way to engage with you folks on YouTube, I would prefer to do that. What do I say at the beginning of every show? The show is MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests. So I would love to be able to speak with you folks, but YouTube currently doesn't offer a platform to do that. So it is what it is for now. And I do appreciate you folks being your participation in the comment section though. But one of these days I'm going to find a way to do it. I don't get a lot of support, so I can't go out and buy another device. Otherwise I give you a fucking number to call into, but it is what it is. Liberal TikTok is bullshit, says TikTok is not liberal. It's Chinese. There's plenty of MAGA on TikTok. Plenty of it. African American MAGA, women MAGA, I get foreign MAGA on TikTok. So I don't buy that. TikTok is strictly MAGA. That's not true. Anyone but MaxiPad. Who is MaxiPad? Yikes. As conservative, it's not Trump supporters, it's conservatives' values. Trump will be gone, but my values will remain similar. No name, that's a really good point. And that's why I keep talking for liberals who favor Trump's economy over Biden's, or, no global conflicts and things like that. So I'm a liberal, but I'm going to vote Trump this time. What you just stated needs to be told to them. Is that you're not voting for Trump because you don't like Biden. You're voting for Trump's policies to last, could be for the rest of your life. That 7-2 on the Supreme Court, all kinds of shit. After seeing Roe v. Wade have the outcome that it has had, where the rights go back to the states, can you feel confident that other things that we've come to know and enjoy may not go back to the states as well? Obviously, Trump and many on the right favor letting the states decide over the federal government. What about interracial marriage? What about gay marriage? Hey, we're not taking it away. We're just giving it to the states. If you want to marry somebody outside of your race or somebody of the same sex, then just move. That's what they're saying about abortion. If it can happen to abortion rights, why would you believe it can't happen to the other stuff? We know they favor states' rights. If all of a sudden the federal government lost the power to control interracial marriage, or, as I pointed out, gay marriage, you think every state in the union, all 50 states, would allow gay marriage if they had a choice to decide themselves? Interracial marriage, if they had a chance to decide themselves? Now, I want to tackle one comment because this is interesting. Steve says it's propaganda. You're fear-mongering. Liberals are just trying to bash Trump. Say a bunch of things that could never happen. Could be. But I'll tell you this. 10 years ago, when did Trump run for? 2016 he won. So 2015, 2015, when Trump came down the escalator. If liberals had said, if you elect this man, some women are going to lose their abortion rights. There are going to be some states using laws from the 1800s on these women. Everybody would have said that's liberal fear-mongering. That's bullshit. It's propaganda. Look where we're at now. So I just want to point that out. I get your comment that it's propaganda, it's fear-mongering, but we've seen something come true. We have seen something big come true. So, and the right was overwhelmingly stating that liberals suggesting if Trump picked Supreme Court justices, Roe v. Wade would be rolled back was bullshit. That's liberal fear-mongering. The whole time it was happening, the left was being accused of being fear-mongers until it happened. So hopefully none of that other stuff would happen, but we have seen things can happen that people tell you won't, which is why I'm not a big fan or totally in the bag when folks say, okay, Trump is promising to get police immunity from prosecution. A lot of folks on the right, he could never do that. If I had a nickel for everything folks said that Trump couldn't do or would be the end of Trump, I'd be rich. Do I believe he can get police immunity? No. But do I believe it's impossible? No. So I'll leave it at that. If communists support it, X is the only, okay, if it's communist support, you're saying that TikTok is communist supported. True. It's a Chinese platform. I agree. You're saying X is the only platform, the only free platform. Well, before Elon Musk bought X, they were saying it was, but I would love to get on X, but can you take callers on X? I don't think you can do all of that on X. I would go to X in a heartbeat to speak to my MAGA side of the aisle. I don't think I could do it on X. Otherwise, I would be there. Democrats trying to take away the protections police have now. Please. Well, I'm fine with giving police protections in certain areas. But immunity from prosecution, that goes a bit far. I think there's good cops that would become bad cops if they knew there was zero accountability. I don't know if I would be straight and narrow. I have no criminal record at all. Nothing. I've never had any trouble or any run-ins with the law. I don't know if I would be perfect if I had immunity. Shit. I mean, I'm a struggling man just like everybody else. I go to work just like every damn body else. If I knew I could get away with any damn thing, shit. I mean, I'm not for certain. I wouldn't do some things, you know? So giving police immunity is likely to create some bad cops that may not have been bad. It's too much power. And what I don't understand is all of these Constitution-loving folks on the right have no outcry for that. The main folks who say we should be doing things the way the founding fathers, freedom, liberty, and all this, immunity for police officers. And the right goes completely silent about that. That doesn't make sense to me. You don't want government oversight on corporations, but you'll allow the cops to have immunity over your ass? How does that make sense? That makes no sense to me at all. Taken out of context, he didn't say 100% immunity. What? He said the damn word immunity. I mean, it's taken out of context. Why is a presidential contender talking about immunity from cops in any way, fashion, or form? Tell me how it's taken out of context. Tell me what did he mean exactly? State your case. If it's taken out of context, what exactly did he mean? Dennis Blankenship, Harris or Trump brother? I need to hear. Well, right now, because I lean left politically, I'm probably more like, I don't think Trump was awful when his first term, but I'll tell you this, what Trump is offering in 2024 to 2028 is different than he offered in 2016 to 2020. Now, if you like Trump's, as I point out, favor his economy, favor the price of fuel, not a lot of wars going on and things like that under Trump 2016 to 2020, I can see favoring that over Biden. A lot of folks believe Biden has failed miserably. However, if you're voting Biden out to get what we got back from Trump in 2016 and 2020, it comes with a lot of additions now that were not on the table when Trump ran the first time, such as when I'm talking about police immunity, for instance. That wasn't being discussed when Trump took office. The whole abortion bans that we're now dealing with, that wasn't on the table when Trump ran in 2016 and 2020. A potential of as high as a 7-2 majority on the Supreme Court for the next 30, 40 years. We weren't dealing with that in 2016 and 2020. The Supreme Court giving Trump immunity from prosecution, that wasn't around in 2016. So the problem is not just, I would love Trump's economy, but all of these other things are a little concerning. None of that stuff was on the table in 2016 and 2020. I mean, even if you love Trump, you got to admit he's grown significantly more powerful now than he was in 2016 and 2020. Maybe I want Trump's economy, but I don't want a far-right America. Children weren't being forced to read the Bible in 2016 to 2020. It's different. It's a different country under Trump, 2024 to 2028. So that is a concern of mine. Maybe not for some of you folks. James Phillips states, do you have 2 accounts on TikTok? Yes. Currently, we are on the backup account. The handsome liberal without the final L. So libera, it says libera. You'll see a picture of me wearing a suit with a microphone. That was actually at Fox News back in 2015. But that's, you'll see a picture of me with a microphone. But yeah, the handsome liberal without the final L. We're on the backup account. Tim, how much you are paid for that Maybach you're in? Shit, you think if I was in a Maybach, I'd be fucking around with 157 viewers right now? Really? Thank you for the backhanded compliment. Maybach, really? Stop fear-mongering. No one is being forced to read the Bible. That's not true. G. Cali, that's not true. They are forced. In the state of Oklahoma, the Bible is now part of the curriculum in schools. Just like math, science, reading, it's part of the curriculum. That's not true what you just stated. And it's very easily researched. It's in the state of Oklahoma. So that wasn't on the table. The right was not. And by the way, understand, a lot of states in this country think alike. If one state can do something, it generally will propagate to other states with the same political mindset, such as the abortion bans. The minute abortion was handed back to the states, all of these lights lit up in states that were anti-abortion. Well, soon as Louisiana got away with forcing the 10 Commandments in schools, now Oklahoma has forced the Bible in schools. And it will start going to other states. That wasn't on the table in 2016 to 2020. So for you folks who said that ain't happening, that is true. And maybe we'd have less of single parents if God was torn out of our lives. Sarah, I hear you. A lot of folks do believe that maybe the children would be morally better if we had God in their lives. I hear that comment all the time. It doesn't coincide with actual history. There was a time in America when everybody was fairly religious in this country. Far more so than now. Most of America was pro-Christian. And that America was oppressive. It was a harsh place to live. I mean, the people were not prospering as much. I mentioned oppression, Jim Crow laws. And the further back you go, the more religion had a stronghold in this country. And the worse it was to certain groups of people, women, natives, blacks, minorities in general. The further back in history you go, the more religious America was. And the more harsh it was on marginalizing and mistreating people. Religion didn't teach slave owners to be moral at all. Didn't teach folks during the Jim Crow era or during the oppression of women. It didn't teach them to be moral at all. I don't know why we think if we bring it back in 2024, people are suddenly going to be great. Most people believe that the LGBT community is living in sin. You think all of a sudden if you put religion in schools, the LGBT students are going to get treated better? I don't see it. I don't see it. I think that if you put religion in schools, you're going to actually divide up a bunch of people. Simply put, religion in schools works in communities with a similar mindset. If I had a rural town in Wyoming, you can put religion in schools. Everybody, all of their parents are Christian. They all come from a similar background. But in the middle of Chicago or Philadelphia somewhere, it doesn't work. You're going to have Muslim students, Jehovah's Witnesses, and all. You can't do it in a diverse environment. It works well in an environment where everybody's Christian to begin with. But yeah, in an environment where people are of all backgrounds, Christianity is just going to cause division. What do you think is going to happen to the Muslim child going to a school that is making them read the Bible and look at the Ten Commandments? All of the Christian children are going to say, look, see, your God is fake. We're reading lessons that tell us our God, what is it? Beware of false prophets. Thou shalt have no other God before me. It's sure Allah's not in this book. We've been reading the Bible throughout the school year. Notice Allah didn't come up. Your God is fake. That's what can happen. So I don't believe putting God in schools is going to just make people become, there's a reason why they make kids wear uniforms in school, because they start, ribbing each other on the clothes they got on and things like that. You want them to start criticizing each other's gods? I'm not a fan of it. We sung the national anthem when we were young, says Dennis. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But also, too, I think one of the differences between when we grew up in the 70s and 80s as opposed to now is children are more educated at a younger age than we were. When I grew up, we had the school library. We had whatever the teachers taught us. And if you could afford an encyclopedia, like in Britannica or one of the, that was it. That was it. Because you were in bed before the nightly news came on. That was it. That was all your education. Kids nowadays can access the web. And you can't tell children lies as easily as you could. I mean, children can ask questions. They can actually talk to children in other countries and things like that to tell them maybe what's going on in Gaza is not happening in the way, Biden is telling us. They can see that stuff now. It was a lot easier to pull the wool over kids' eyes when we were children. The cops come to school and tell everybody, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a police officer. You can play with the walkie-talkie. Cops were friendly. There were no videos of cops beating the shit out of people like they have now, where they can, all of these dudes ain't good. We thought they all were. They're all heroes. We didn't believe that cops would be capable of beating the hell out of somebody. We didn't believe it back then. So it's not going to be as easy to do that stuff in modern times as it was in the 70s and 80s. Children have access. You got kids in 3rd grade pushing back on Christopher Columbus discovered America. They know at an early age that's bullshit. We damn near graduated from high school putting that down on the test. Who discovered America? Christopher Columbus. We believe that shit. They know in 3rd grade that's bullshit. Indians were here. Native Americans were here. They know that. So it's going to be harder even with religion, because religion, particularly the Bible, has a lot of things in it that are physically impossible. People turning into piles of salt, living for hundreds of years, bursting into flames, snakes talking. I mean, these kids are going to ask questions about that stuff. We'll see how it turns out. Did you hear about what firefighter used to let happen to black people? Yeah, I've heard about that, letting them burn and shit like that. Yeah, I've heard about it. And once again, kids of our age did not hear about all of that stuff. Black Wall Street and all that. Young kids nowadays at a young age know about the negatives in our history. When we went to school, we were taught what amounts to American exceptionalism. Our shit don't stink. All these other countries have done bad things, but America has been a good, noble country from day one. Sat down and had a nice dinner with the Indians. They introduced us to the land. We shared, and everything was great. Children nowadays knows a lot of that's bullshit. The kids nowadays know that stuff ain't true. We didn't. Looking in the comments, but the communists can direct your kids more. But the communists can direct your kids more than maybe because you're on the internet. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, when we didn't have the internet, and you had Americans in control of what was being taught to your kids. Capitalists, because they weren't communists, capitalists, Catholics, religion, they weren't teaching the kids what was right either. So I get your point about the communists, but it's not like the founding fathers were doing the right job either. Hell, a lot of kids of color grew up hating or not liking other kids of color. Because when I came up, shit, all of the superheroes and people you would look up to on TV was white. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, so the kids nowadays know a lot of the stuff that's being taught to them is bullshit. We knew it was back in the day bullshit. Really? How far back you going, John Carl? Maybe you did, I didn't. Americans need a strong president, and that is clearly not Alma Americans. I mean, America needs a strong president, and that is clearly not Alma. Americans need a strong president, and that is clearly not Kamala. Okay, all right. Well, I gotta admit, Trump projects strength, but the words are terrible. Terrible. I mean, okay, after being shot, many believe that Trump had an epiphany. So he's going to go at the RNC, the Republican National Convention speech, preach unity. We need to come together. They were starting to say that after Trump got shot. He didn't text out or tweet out anything negative for almost a week. You had a lot of Republicans, politicians saying we need to come together, unity and things like that. Now, a lot of Democrats are like, hell no, because he didn't do that when Nancy Pelosi's husband got the shit beat out of him with a hammer. But the Republicans were saying we need to come together. Fair enough. Some folks in the middle thought maybe this is the time. Maybe Trump has, decided maybe what I was doing. Then you hear the Republican National Convention speech. Nancy Pelosi is crazy. I think he referred to Biden as stupid. Just a montage. I think he said hundreds of thousands of Americans have been raped and murdered by immigrants. I mean, it was bad. It wasn't unifying at all. It was Trump's greatest hits, which has won him the office in the past. MAGA likes it, fair enough, but it was divisive as hell. The whole epiphany thing went poof. In fact, Alyssa Farrah Griffith, who used to work for Trump, works on The View and CNN, stated that some of her confidence told her they had wrote out a unifying message for Trump during the RNC speech. He read the first 20 minutes of it, and the teleprompter stopped because he went off script. It didn't scroll again for like a half hour. So the stuff he talked about getting shot and how it made him, all of that was written for him. But then when he started bashing immigrants and all that shit, they had to stop the teleprompter because he was no longer reading what was on the teleprompter, and he was going off script, attacking people again. So I'm with you on having a president that projects strength, but the name calling and shit like that, I do believe that's why Trump lost. I do believe that if Trump was more personable, he deserves to be reelected. I think Trump on paper deserved a second term, but all of that shit people don't like, and I think he's made it clear that if you reelect him, that's coming back. The name calling, the insults. In fact, I did a video on YouTube when Trump was shot and he grabs his ear. Right over his shoulder is a woman wearing a shirt that says mean tweets. We want to reelect you so you can insult people again. Come back and be mean to people. I think that people don't want that. I know MAGA wants it. MAGA loves it. Insult people. We love it. Be nasty to them. Liberal tears, as they say. We'll see. I don't think it's going to work, though. I think that's going to hurt them somewhat. Maybe he'll win, but people don't want that. I think they've made that clear that they don't want all the insults, the divisiveness, and he clearly is promising more of the same. If you elect him, he's going to do that. I think that's pretty clear. Sunday is not the Lord's day. Okay. Science that's forced on children in public schools has to be believed because it cannot explain the origins of life. How is that not religion? I don't know where to go with that. Now, you're talking about evolution. I think more of, in my opinion, you can probably prove more aspects of evolution, with the exception of maybe the Big Bang. I don't think you can prove that, but you can certainly prove through archaeology and things like that. I think you can prove more aspects of evolution than you can religion. That's my opinion. Maybe you disagree, but I do believe you can prove more of that. Because isn't the way the Bible's written 2,000 years ago? Isn't that 2024? Isn't that when it started or something like that? Science can prove that mankind existed before then. That things are, is dinosaurs and all these other things even mentioned in the Bible? I mean, science can prove that stuff was here. So, I don't know. Science has proven that God exists by all the creations around us out there. Well, here's something that's interesting. Let's say you're right and science proved that God existed by creation. Does he exist, or is it past tense he existed? Because let's say you write a computer program where I wanted to, be blue for 10 minutes to represent the sun or represent, the springtime. Then I want the program after 10 minutes, I want the screen to flash brown to represent autumn. Another 10 minutes, I want it to represent white to represent winter, and just keep going. You can hit return and that program will just keep flashing the screen those colors. You don't have to do anything else to alter that. It'll do it because you typed the program in. What if, I'm speculating here because I'm just asking you folks, we're talking a religious conversation. What if the deity created us all like a computer program and hit return and we just going? Meaning that prayer and all of that it's already been executed. The program is running. I put in that people will create more people and everything will be cyclical. Maybe he created heaven and earth, but he has no interference on it now that it's going. Which to me would make more sense, because otherwise you'd assume if God is watching this, he would end wars and things like that, child abuse and all. He wouldn't let that happen, would he? So maybe it's going with no interference from anyone, such as people pray for folks to survive and they die anyway. So I just want to point that out. Maybe it's going with no interference. Your imaginary sky daddy is not real. You are mentally ill and need to be committed, says Laura McPherson. You believe, talk about religion, your imaginary sky daddy. Damn. All right, Laura. You want to kill people who believe science has not proven God. What? I don't understand your response to her. Good is outside of time. You need a whole other video if you want to teach us to teach you. Yeah, maybe I would, G. Maybe I would. The existence of a supernatural being can't be scientific decided. Science deals with nature. Well, there's an argument to be made that maybe God existed at one time and he doesn't exist now. That's all I'm saying, is that because folks wonder, well, how could all of this have been created if God doesn't exist? Okay, well, maybe he created it and he no longer interferes with it. I mean, you can go out and plant something in your yard and every year it grows and you're not doing anything else. That one time you planted a seed may lead to something growing there every year. So you are the original reason it's there. But if somebody's praying that a tree will grow next summer or that it doesn't die in the winter, the prayer's not going to work because you planted and you're no longer involved in it. Trees die in the winter anyway. It's going to happen. So it's possible that it could be that way. I just want to state it that way. Science knows this is creation. So who's the creator? Like I said, I don't know. Why are you blaming God? This conversation has gotten way the fuck off, has it not? Why are you blaming God? Everybody blames God, but there is a devil. Maybe the devil started the war. Maybe God needs to start a war so change why. This is an easy one, Paul. Why are you blaming God? He says everybody blames God, but there is a devil. Well, because God, if he's all knowing, all powerful, could get rid of the devil. That's why I would blame God. The only reason the devil exists is because God allows him to. That's why I would blame God. If you're going to suggest that the devil is doing all kinds of bad things to mankind and humanity, and God has the power to get rid of him, then why won't he do it? That's why I'm going to blame. Well, he wants to give people free choice. Yeah, he's watching them all murder each other and shit. No, why won't he do it? That's why I would blame God. Appreciate the input. You can't blame something that doesn't exist. This says Star Trek Stardate. No God does live. Read the Bible. If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can move mountains. Jeff Norman, you could be right, but I'm going to respond by simply saying the Bible was written by man in a language that did not exist during the time of God. So the possibility of the Bible having errors in it is great. You ever did the whole whisper in the ear test in school, where the message goes from one ear and all the way around and it comes back, and by the time it comes back, it's all messed up? The language the Bible was written in did not exist during the time of God. So it's all interpretations of whatever they were using to communicate back then. Interpretations by man. Remember, the Bible is not God's words. It is an interpretation of God's words. So clearly, the Bible could have all kinds of errors in it. So I get your point about read the Bible, but there is a real possibility that everything you're reading in the Bible may not have been what God originally wanted to teach, because it's interpretations. There's no denying that. You are so loved by the Father of all creation. He knows every hair on your head. Well, shit, he don't need to know many of those, do he? The Bible is not God's words. Exactly. So why would somebody say read the Bible? If the Bible is not God's words, those are words of man. Maybe there's nothing wrong with women working on the Sabbath day. Maybe it is wrong to beat your slaves. Maybe the Bible was written by people who had a reason to do it for their own personal benefit. Each human has their own individual human experience. It's true. Lord, please have mercy on these people, says Jeff. Appreciate the prayer there. Hi, Uncle Tom, says New York City. It's not a possibility that the Bible isn't accurate. It's a fact. Wow. Okay. This conversation is twisted, says TBJ. Maybe it's going on too long. I know this ain't no support coming in anyway, so the program is dead. So I'll leave it at that. We'll go ahead and end it. Maybe some of you folks need to enjoy your Sunday evening. Some of you folks have late night prayer that I may be interfering with. Pinche Vato Loco. It's all a show put on by Zionists. You believe the Bible, religion, is all a show put on by Zionists? Okay. He tells us to rest for our own good. One day after 6, science tells us we need rest. True. Prophecy fulfilled. Trump is at least fighting globalization. Really? That's an opinion. I can't speak on that. Why would these men allow themselves to be tortured and die for a lie? I can't speak on that. In current times, we have what's referred to as mental illness. I mean, you had a guy try to take out the president. Why would he try to do that? Well, he's mentally ill. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it could be mental illness. I'm just going to say that. Separation of church and state is paramount. Damn right, I agree with that. Islam teach that you need to find God by thinking logically and searching and reading. I just say dig within your own heart to do what's morally right. Period. I don't think religion guarantees. I mean, at the end of the day, for instance, in America, we are a capitalist country. We've been that way since day one. People want to make money, even if it involves doing something that is morally wrong. Christians, too. Pastors have no problem sleeping with people in part of their church, even if it's children, because they want to do things that benefit themselves. Mankind has always shown that. So you don't need religion to do what's right morally. And religion doesn't guarantee you are going to do what's right morally. It's either in you to be morally right or it's not. Slave owners went to church on Sundays, and yet they had no problem owning people, beating people, raping people, and killing them if the person tried to gain freedom. And they were in church every Sunday. Clearly, religion did nothing to correct them morally. And throughout the South, we talk about racial issues, Jim Crow laws, all of them folks down South were deeply devoted in regards to religion. A lot of these folks wouldn't even let a black person show up at their church, even though the Bible would obviously tell them otherwise. Why would you not let this person in here to get the word of God? Because they're black. So I don't know where to go with the idea that religion makes people morally, it corrects them morally. There's way too much history, even in just our country, that doesn't happen. And that's not to say other religions don't do it too. I mean, we know that, Muslims do bad stuff to people too. Religion doesn't correct you morally. It just doesn't. Some people it do, but there is a laundry list of people that it didn't. So if it's in your heart to be morally right, it's going to be there no matter if you're religious or not. If it's in your heart to exploit, abuse, molest, rob, rape people, it's going to be in your heart to do that whether you're religious or not. Because there are plenty of folks that are religious that rob churches. As I mentioned, the R word to little kids. I mean, it happens. Religion ain't doing, and these are people who will do this stuff while being Christian, be held accountable, have justice bestowed upon them, and when they're in prison, they're still Christian. They're still Christian. One thing that's remained true their whole life, they've been Christian while doing all of that shit. Christian doesn't make you, point I'm trying to make is this. Putting religion in schools is not going to make people do what's right morally. I mean, I keep bringing up race. I mean, there were, kids that didn't like people of color coming to their school. They were religious back then. Didn't stop. I mean, your parents spitting on kids. I guarantee you some of those folks went to church. Guaranteed. I hate to go down this road, but you see what happened to Rosa Parks. You're going to tell me everybody on that bus was an atheist? When they asked her to get off the bus, you're going to tell me all of them were atheists? No. Religion didn't stop any of that shit. So I don't believe that religion does that. But we're way off the topic. Real quick, looking in the comments. Yes, handsome healer. Religion has covered it up and destroyed many children. I didn't want to get involved in religion, but we will obviously follow this up tomorrow. Hopefully, this doesn't destroy the Democratic Party promoting Kamala. We'll see. A lot of you folks think so. A lot of you folks may favor it on the right. 1 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday. Follow the program if you're on TikTok, a subscription, if you will, on YouTube. We are here Monday through Friday. We are MAGA friendly. Every day. All day, MAGA are my preferred guests. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well on the program. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. For you YouTubers, lots of fake Christians. Well, how do you know who's fake and who's not? How do you know? Because the guy who's fake may be the guy who's actually at the pulpit. How do you know? Trump for prison, that's not going to happen. Harris 2024, much love, God loves you. I like the statement. So stop trashing my religion, God and Jesus. I'll stop trashing your sexuality. I don't think, first of all, religion teaches you to trash sexuality. So I don't think even if people stop trashing religion, the religious people are going to stop trashing sexuality, because religious religion teaches you that they're all living a life of sin. So they're going to trash sexuality no matter what, which is going to lead to the LGBT community trashing religion because it is so harsh towards them. So it's a never-ending cycle. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. Y'all take care.